Hey guys, FilthyRobot here. I'm bringing you an update to one of my guides, tips, and tricks videos. I am updating the content on the Civilization Tier Guide. This is one of my most popular videos, and I've probably put in another 1,500 hours of game time since I released this 6 months ago, and I want to give a more accurate depiction of how I've found these civs in the multiplayer environment. So just a couple of things real quick. These are almost disclaimers, not quite, but sort of disclaimers. Talking a little bit about the environment in which I'm playing. I'm playing multiplayer games, so against human opponents, real-time settings. So if you're playing the single player, you're always playing with turns. So you have a turn, the AI has a turn, etc., etc. But this is real-time, so turns happen at the same time, and that really kind of changes a lot of the impact of the game. A lot of the mechanics of the game are very different on real-time than they are on simultaneous. And these are played inside the No Quitters Steam group, which is a Steam group designed or based around playing Civilization online, and has a number of rules that are designed to make the game more fair and more balanced and more interesting for the players playing in it. Again, I'm going to be speaking mostly to the free-for-all, so 1v1 this may be different. This is really designed around a free-for-all tier guide for how good these civs actually are in multiplayer settings. Let me first go ahead and define the categories I'm using, so we can have common terms for these and common definitions for that. I've broken these down into 6 tiers. The bulk of these civs are going to be in 5 of the tiers, with one tier that is just so unbelievably bad in multiplayer that it has to have its own tier, and there's only 2 civs in that. But these they go from 1 to 6, with 1 being the strongest. They are God tier, strong tier, decent tier, weak tier, awful tier, and what I'm calling the joke tier now. This is very slightly changed from before. I think it was overly confusing with six with similar names. Let's do 5 and then just have the one that's so clearly different. The top tier civs, these I'm calling the God tier civs. These are civs that have bonuses that are consistent and game-changingly strong. These bonuses are always going to be part of the game when you're playing on these civs, and they're always going to be bonuses that are as I just said, game-changingly strong. They're going to directly impact the game in an extremely meaningful way. The tier 2 strong civs, these are the strong civs. These are civs that have bonuses that are consistent and strong, or are situational and game-changingly strong. So again, these might be civs with bonuses that are as strong as the tier 1 civs, but they don't trigger every single time, or they might be civs with slightly less strong bonuses that are triggering consistently, or some combination thereof. The tier 3 civs, these are what I'm calling the decent civs. These are civs with bonuses that are consistent and mediocre, or situational and strong. So again, either the bonuses are there all the time, they're okay, but not amazing, or they're pretty good bonuses that show up. There might even be amazing bonuses that show up, but they only show up some of the time. Tier 4 civs, these are what I'm calling weak civs. These are civs with bonuses that are consistent but weak, or situational and mediocre. So you can kind of get a sense of how this is going. This is really based around 2 components: how strong the bonuses are and how often or how consistent they're being applied. Tier 5, these are the awful civs. These are civs with bonuses that are consistently inconsequential. So they don't matter, they're there all the time, but who cares? Or they're situational and weak, or they're there some of the time, but they're not very good even when they're there. And then there's the 2 civs that I'm calling tier 6, or joke civs, and these are civs with bonuses that are absolutely detrimental to the civilization all of the time, which is hilarious. Okay. So with that done, let's go ahead and start working through this. Oh, I should say that I'll have this list available. It will be linked in the YouTube video, so if you don't want to watch all of this intro stuff, maybe I should have said this earlier, you can just skip to the moment in time where you want to have the civ that you're interested in be talked about. I'll also have this as an Excel sheet available for download off my Twitch page and linked in the YouTube, so you guys can have the Excel at home if you want. I'm going to go through this in the order that they are listed on the start screen here. The guide itself, the actual Excel document, you'll have the ability to sort it by alphabetical order, or I think I offered, or also by ranking. So I'll have the tier. So you'll have 3 orders on that guide, right? You'll have the order they show up here. You'll have the alphabetical order, and you'll have the tier 1s on top, tier 2s, tier 3s, etc. So we're going to go through them blow by blow. I will occasionally be looking, so I have 2 monitors. My web camera is on the right monitor, so as I look from right to left, my right-hand screen has the actual stuff here we're going to be talking about. My left-hand screen has my actual guide up, the one you just saw, so I can reference it there. One of the things I didn't do in my original guide was talk about start biases rather, and I want to incorporate that into the breakdown of these civs. Alright, first up is Morocco. Morocco for me has been moved from a tier 3 to a tier 4 civ. In my opinion, they are worse than I initially pegged them at, and there's a couple reasons for this. Basically, their bonuses are consistent but weak, or sometimes situational and okay. And let's talk about what that is. They have their initial bonus, which is a trade route bonus. So if you send trade routes with to city-states or other civs, or other civs send trade routes to you, you're getting bonus gold and bonus culture, and giving bonus gold to the other person who's part of that trade route. The problem in multiplayer is that population is king. Population drives science. You almost always send internal trade routes, especially early game, to so you're not running trade routes that are gold trade routes to other civs or other city-states. And even if you are, these are fairly small bonuses. The gold early is, it's a decent chunk of gold early, but it's not all that much. And the culture, 1 culture per turn, is fairly small per trade route. They don't add up to a lot. It's a relatively weak bonus. They have a desert start. A desert start is a 2-edged sword. It runs the potential for getting you an amazing Petra start. Which can be really good or really bad if someone else can beat you to Petra and you lose Petra with an amazing Petra start. But it also runs the problem of potentially getting you flat desert or desert mixed with tundra and this kind of garbage. I've had some of the absolute worst starts I've ever had on a civ in Morocco because of this desert bias, where I'll have a set of land that's flat desert with maybe 1 or 2 hills on like some desert iron and desert like stone or something, and then tundra nearby. So start bias isn't really, I mean, Desert Faith is very strong, Petra is very strong, you can have amazing things, 2-edged sword on that. The trade route bonus, not so good, kind of mediocre. Berber Cavalry, these are interesting. They're 4 movement military units that have bonuses inside of your terrain and bonuses on deserts. Okay. Inside of your terrain bonus is decent for defense. Cavalry are often used on defense. They're okay on defense. The desert bonus is really hit or miss. You pretty much can't plan on using a defense that has your horses being on desert. You just can't plan for that. So, okay, they're alright. Cavalry, useful. They're a unit that does see some use in multiplayer wars. Not a ton of use, but some use. They're slightly better than regular cavalry. That, alright. Mediocre, right? They're not great, not bad. Kasbahs are fairly good, not so much for the fort bonus, although there's that. They're really good on floodplains and really good on desert hills and things like that. The problem is they don't make flat desert usable still. On flat desert, if you don't have Petra and you have Kasbahs on flat desert, they're still not usable tiles. So again, all of these bonuses are either fairly weak or very inconsistent, and they're really based around getting good land that you can force a Petra out of, or good land where you can take advantage of these desert bonuses, and it just doesn't happen consistently enough to make them good. So without those bonuses being particularly applicable, they're not all that great of a civ. So in my opinion, tier 4. Alright, moving on. Greece is a tier 2 civ for me. They don't have a start bias, so they can spawn in any sort of terrain, so that's totally irrelevant to how you look at that. They have a number of they have 2 early game very strong units. They have a spearman upgrade and a horseman upgrade, both of which are fantastic. The hoplite is a stronger spearman, and it's just straight up better spearman, I believe. Let me just double check on this. But I believe that spearmen are... Yeah, spearmen are 11 strength, hoplites are 13 strength, so they're extremely strong early. Melee strength, which is the strength that the hoplites have, is used to calculate when you're trying to take tributes from city-states. Melee strength is what is used to calculate the tribute success, the strength of your army. So hoplites count a huge amount towards getting early tribute, which makes Greece very quickly able to snowball. The combination of 2 early military units, too, the hoplite and the companion cavalry, means it's difficult to militarily oppose Greece if Greece wants to plant expands near you or is snowballing, especially if they're tributing, so they're grabbing lots of military units already. It can be very, very difficult to slow them down, stop them, or prevent them from taking land that you want. Spearmen are actually a very good combat unit in the early game. They can even be slammed into like flatland city-states, because flatland city-states or flatland cities may only have 8 to 10 defense before walls, so hoplites are actually stronger than the city, so they can do things like attack cities very, very effectively. Just an all-around amazing troop, and it's very, very early. It's going to be, your warriors can be upgraded into this from runes. You can be producing them very, very, very early. Companion cavalry, equally good, maybe even better. It's a stronger horseman. I believe horsemen are combat strength 12. These are combat strength 14, so they're just straight up better horsemen in terms of combat. They're also 5 movement. And the thing about horsemen, that is the entire point of using horsemen as opposed to a regular melee unit, is their ability to attack and move back. So you can use them essentially as another force multiplier, right? Another ability to apply damage to one tile. You can have ranged units that can apply it, the immediately adjacent melee units that can apply it, and you can have horse units that can apply it. So it lets you focus fire better is what horse units let you do. And these are just better horse units. They are faster and stronger. Incredible unit. So, and also they generate generals for you at a quicker rate. So if you go to war, that's great. They keep the general upgrade as they level up, and both of these units, you can't get away from how good they are. And then they have an incredible bonus here. This is a city-state influence degrades at half rate and recovers at twice the normal rate. So if you steal a worker, it's half the time to get back to neutral with the city-state. If you are clearing camps, the influence is going to stay there longer. So there's 3 things that, well, there's 5 things that influence city-state influence, how quickly that degrades or doesn't degrade. If it has a shared religion, it's a 25% multiplier in terms of it degrades slower if they have a shared religion. If you have patronage opened, it's another 25% slower. And this bonus here is 50%. If you have all 4 of those stacked, so if you have a city-state, if you're Greece, have a city-state and have patronage open, have a city-state with a shared religion and have patronage open, the city-state doesn't lose influence per turn at all. 0 influence lost per turn. So you can potentially have city-states permanently, where every bit of influence you get from that city-state, get with that city-state, adds to its total influence and never decays. Also, the city-states, whether or not it's hostile versus non-hostile, affects how much it degrades, and whether or not you made city-states wary or not are going to be the other 2 things that affect that. But basically, these bonuses, the city-state bonus from Greece is an all-game-long bonus that can be very nice for keeping city-state allies. Okay, I can't say enough good things about Greece. Why isn't it a tier 1? Because mostly these bonuses alone are not going to win you the game. They're going to set you up for a very strong game, but it's not direct science related. It's more like choosing the optimal lands, which can be a kind of removed science bonus because you get the better lands to grow in, etc. And it's going to protect you early but not throughout the game. And you have to be concentrating on city-states, and city-states are hit or miss. They can be purchased, and then people can purchase city-states from you and then war block the ability to purchase them back and things like that. But overall, these bonuses are very consistent and quite strong. Probably not game-changingly strong, but still quite strong. Awesome civ, tier 2 civ for sure. Moving on, we have Assyria. Assyria has been downgraded in my book. I say that. They actually haven't. I lie. They're still tier 4 for me. They're still not a very good civ is what it boils down to. And there's a number of reasons why that is. First, well, let's start first, right? The Royal Library. The Royal Library sounds pretty decent on paper. Basically, it's a library replacement. It doesn't cost any less maintenance or any less hammers, but you can put great works of writing in the library, which is, okay, interesting. And the great work of writing will give your military units produced at that city plus 10 experience. 10 experience brings you from level 0 to level 1. I think the game actually calls it level 1 to level 2, but it gives you 1 promotion, essentially. It gives you the first promotion. The problem is the second promotion costs 30 experience, not 25 experience. So if you have a royal library plus a barracks, you don't come out with 2 promotions. You come out with 1 promotion, and then you need 5 more experience for your second promotion. The other thing is the timing on this. It is almost impossible to get an early writer without sacrificing huge amounts of your gameplay to do it. Writers are slow to generate. They require writers guilds, which come out later, and it's just not very likely that you're going to be producing a writer and getting it in the royal library in time that you're going to care about that amount of promotions. I guess it helps maybe marginally, tangentially perhaps, to have that little bit of extra experience, but it's not as meaningful as actually having the promotion when your unit rolls out of the door. All right. Next, let's talk about the Siege Tower. Siege Tower is actually a fairly useful unit. Replaces the catapult. The catapult is a totally garbage unit, so a unit that replaces the catapult is quite nice. It's a melee unit as opposed to a ranged unit, which is great, which means it can capture cities. And it gives bonuses to units up to 2 tiles away from the siege tower. Gives them bonuses to attacking cities. It's a 50-50 combat bonus, which isn't all that much. It's a percent thing, not a direct 50 combat. It's a percent modifier. But it is a chunk of change. It makes your archers and melee units and that type of stuff better versus cities. And it's actually quite I mean, it has the same bonuses that a catapult does in of itself. So it has a 200% modifier when attacking cities. So it is good at taking cities. The problem with the siege tower is that it is a very small window of opportunity to be used. It's only combat strength 12. It does come out with a cover promotion, and it doesn't have the straight up combat deficit that things like battering rams have. So it's not ridiculously vulnerable, but it's not particularly strong either. 12 combat strength melee unit isn't all that strong. It's a little bit fragile. By the time you get to the medieval era, they're probably going to be too fragile to use at all. They're going to be killed almost instantly by knights and crossbows and city shots and stuff like that. So really, it's pre-medieval. And even when you start getting into compos and walls, even then they're getting a little fragile. They're still very usable at that time period. So in other words, it's an early game rush unit that can sometimes be useful in taking out enemy cities, and it's fairly good at taking out enemy cities early with some support. But it is a siege unit, and it's a siege unit that can't attack non-siege units. So you either have to have defeated their army, which means you need to have military superiority already, and then it just makes taking the city itself earlier, or you're basically rushing the city and ignoring their army, which has its own downsides. It's an okay unit, but it becomes obsolete fairly quickly. Their special ability here is when a city is conquered, you gain a free tech that the opponent has and you don't. There's a couple problems with this. The first is you need to have the prerequisites for that tech done, but not have that tech done. So if let's for example say they have optics tech and you don't have sailing, you're not going to be able to steal optics. You could steal sailing, but not optics. So you have to have the prerequisites done. It's chosen randomly, and that can be a real pain because you're not guaranteed to get one that might be useful. You might get one that's not useful. You might get one that you only have 1 turn left on, when there would be one that you don't have that has 6 turns left on it or something, so you can't maximize that science gain. And the thing is, when you're winning wars, you're almost always technologically ahead of your opponent anyways. That's not always true, because you might be trying for some unique special unit that you're going to use to give you that advantage while your opponent went a tech path or something like that. But what it boils down to is it's an inconsistent bonus, a bonus that you can't control. It requires that your opponent have techs that you don't have, and you're not actually taking that many cities when you take out other players. You tend to take 1 or 2 or sometimes 3 cities that your opponent has, because that's really all you're going to have the happiness to continue to grow and keep growing with. You're not going to take all of their cities, although you could take them and raise them. I guess that is an opportunity. And players don't plant millions and millions of cities. They tend to plant around 3 to 5 cities in most games you're going to see. So it's a bonus that's hard to get a lot of use from, and it's their only bonus besides these other 2 unique buildings and unique units that I've talked about. So again, it requires your civ to go to war. If you're going to have bonuses at war, you have to go to war early. Early war is very detrimental to the civ, and there's just not a strong amount of science you can gain from this. It's rare that you're going to get more than 1 or possibly 2 very early game techs, and these techs are very unlikely to be the techs that you needed or wanted at the time, and you're often not going to get the full tech anyways. Just not a strong civ. Alright, oh, and I should talk about their bonus. They have an avoid tundra start bias. That's fine. That's certainly better than no start bias. Avoiding tundra is a good thing, but not enough for me to kick them from tier 4 to tier 3. Next up is Songhai. They also have an avoid tundra start bias. I actually give Songhai their tier 3 in my mind, so their bonuses are consistent and mediocre is basically what I think from them. They receive triple gold from barbarian encampments and pillaging cities. Pillaging cities is actually capturing cities. I don't know why that uses the words pillaging cities. So you gain triple gold from barbarian encampments or from capturing or raising, whatever that is. When you take an enemy city, you get that initial bit of gold, you get triple that. That's fine. Those are bonuses. The barbarian encampment bonus is very minor. You maybe clear 1 or 3, 1 or 5 maybe barbarian camps throughout the game, and you're going to get not much gold from that at all. Somewhere in the vicinity of like 15 to 40 maybe per encampment. It's a pretty minuscule amount of gold. Doesn't really matter. Same with taking cities. You don't tend to take a lot of cities in the early game, but you do often end up taking a lot of cities in the very late game info era. It's not an inconsequential bonus, but it's fairly mediocre and situational. Land units gain the War Canoe and the Amphibious promotions. War Canoe is an embarked promotion. It makes your units stronger when they're embarked. Okay, who cares? You're never going to be shooting. Your embarked units are almost never going to be taking fire from non-embarked units or military naval units without some sort of escort, because they're just going to get butchered anyways, even with the War Canoe promotion. So those makes it a little bit less of a butchery, I guess. An Amphibious promotion allows you to attack from water onto land or attack across rivers without taking any sort of without taking the normal, I believe it's a 20% negative modifier. Okay, that's super situational, and it's not going to be game-changing. You're probably going to have very few attacks in which that matters. So these bonuses here, pretty inconsequential. However, they do have a cheaper knight, and knights are one of the premier medieval military units. You will use them a lot if you go to war in the medieval era, and cheaper knights are good. These knights just cost less to produce, so you get them out, you get more of them for the same amount of hammers. That's quite good. And the Mud Pyramid Mosque is also very, very good too. This is a temple replacement. Temples normally have 2 upkeeps. The Mud Pyramid Mosque has 0 upkeep. So you're getting 2 gold per turn out of this building. It also gives you, in addition to the normal 2 faith that a temple gives you, it also gives you 2 culture. This makes it very worthwhile as Songhai to build these temples because they don't cost you the insane upkeep that temples normally cost, and they give you quite a nice cultural boost for your empire. Overall, these bonuses, there's a mix of kind of situational, mediocre ones and also some consistent, fairly good ones. In my opinion, this makes them tier 3 civ. I quite like Songhai. I'm totally happy when I get them in games. Moving up, the Huns. The Huns were tier 2 last time I talked about this. In my mind, they've gone from tier 2 to tier 1. I now consider them one of the god tier civs, and it's a mix of their early advantages and they're mostly the horse archer. So they start with they have a bias to avoid jungle and forest, which is a pretty good bias in of itself. No jungle and no forest means the only rough terrain you're likely dealing with is things like hills. That means your workers are more efficient. You don't have to spend as many hills and rivers, I guess, crossing rivers, but you're not spending as much time with dead movements. There's less time spent getting from location to location. There's less time spent stealing that worker and bringing it back. There's less time spent moving the worker around when he's not actually improving. It means it's going to be a faster start. He starts with animal husbandry, so when you're placing your city, you can see the horses and around you as it is. You can plan for that, and you get bonus production from pastures. And +1 production per pasture actually isn't all that much in the long run, but early game, that's a hell of a lot. That may be the difference between, that may be a 20 or maybe even 30% bonus to your city's production relative to other civs because of that. These are huge bonuses early. These are really, really good bonuses early. They make you faster with your tech, faster with your production, better at placing your initial city in your subsequent expands, and better able to utilize early workers from either steals or production of workers. Now combine that with 2 other incredibly game-changing units. The first of these is the battering ram. The battering ram actually is a warrior upgrade. It replaces the spearmen, so you can't build spearmen as the Huns, which kind of sucks. But what it means is your warrior who can step on a rune and get a military upgrade will upgrade to a battering ram if that happens. A battering ram can solo a flatland city-state, can solo a flatland player's base in the early game. So if you are just scouting around and you find a warrior, your warrior finds a rune and gets upgraded to a battering ram, and you're nearby one of your opponents, if he doesn't have melee units over there immediately to deal with you, you can walk over with your battering ram and just take his capital instantly. It's like 2 or 3 attacks to take his capital, and the capital can't kill the battering ram fast enough to alone without some sort of military unit there or a scout or something doing damage. Can't kill the battering ram before the battering ram takes the city. And city-states, same with city-states. So this is either a free expand off taking a city-state, a free kill of an opponent and capturing a second capital, which gives you basically double the land you should have normally. And this is just for this dirt cheap unit that you might just randomly encounter, get for free with your warrior. That's huge. It's also very difficult to defend against battering rams and horse archers combined. Battering rams can soak up some fire, especially ranged fire, and horse archers are the other part of the Huns. This may actually be the better part of the Hun units. Actually is the better part of the Hun units. This is a chariot archer that doesn't cost horses, starts with an open terrain promotion, and doesn't lose all of its movements when it moves over rough terrain. This takes away all the downsides. Chariot archers are already the premier unit in the very early game. In the ancient and classical era, chariot archers are the workhorses of military action, right? They're the units that are fast enough and mobile enough to actually stack up on areas. They're the type of unit that are going to conquer enemy cities. They're the much cheaper relative. You can go watch my other videos to get a sense of why they're so strong, but basically is their bang for their production is very, very high. The limitations of chariot archers are rough terrain, screw them, and the fact you only have so many horses limits how many you can use. Huns don't have that. They have chariot archers that come out with an extra promotion, don't have limitations of horses, and can move over rough terrain. That unit is incredible. The Huns are terrifying when they're in a game with the Huns. You have to be so conscientious of your military score, their military score, your location, and their location, and where you're going to be settling. Because the Huns have all these advantages to very, very, very cheap early war. And that's the downside of early war, right? Is that it's expensive in terms of long-term science and growth to your cities to go to early war. And the Huns really have a much easier time of doing that. T1 Civ all the way, very, very strong. I'm not quite sure how I managed to leave them at T2 last time. Probably because of the military bonuses, but it makes war so cheap that it basically, the fact that their military bonuses are made up for that. Moving on, Rome, I give them these guys a tier 3 civ. They have no start bias that I know of. I should mention that too. I will link in the video the site that I'm pulling the start biases from. I haven't looked at this directly, but supposedly the site has used the code of the game to tell me what the start biases are, so I'm going to trust it. I have no reason not to. Rome, no start bias. 25% production towards any buildings that already exist in the capital. That's a so-so bonus. It tends to be useful for some buildings, but not very useful for a lot of the important buildings. When you're building factories or public schools or universities or any of the science buildings or any of the buildings that require timing, which are a lot of the production buildings. So you're almost never going to be finishing your ones in your capital before starting the ones in the expands, because the timing is really critical to get those up in all your cities as quickly as possible. So a lot of the times this 25% production is just not utilized. So you're not getting that consistently enough to make that a great bonus, although you do get it in some of the other less important buildings, or you can kind of artificially create situations in which that occurs. The problem is the opportunity cost of losing that science or production in the meantime. The bonus is okay. Legions are great. These are a swordsman replacement. Swordsmen are fairly garbage. Legions still require iron just like the swordsmen do, but they're much stronger. Swordsmen come in at 14 strength. The legion comes in at 17 strength. 17 strength is actually a lot. Pikeman's only 16, and a pikeman's a very strong military melee unit that doesn't come until the medieval era. You can get swordsmen much earlier than that. So the legion is a strong melee unit. And it can also build roads and forts, the fort building not that useful, the road building being very useful because it means that you don't have to tie up workers to utilize this road building. That said, it's a melee unit, and melee units, especially melee units that aren't horse units, so these are melee units that are just the regular, can only move once, well, move twice or move once, attack once type deal. They're kind of limited in what they can do in multiplayer games. They're fairly limited. They can do any type of game, in my opinion. But in multiplayer games in particular, melee units are almost always used as blocker units. You don't do a lot of directly attacking with melee units because they're going to get focus fire because they're in the front and die. The Legion, a nice strong one. It's good on defense as well as offense, just because it deals with chariots. It almost can one-shot chariots. If you have a flanking bonus or a little bit of damage on a chariot, it will one-shot a chariot, and that's pretty big. Very good unit, very solid, but has its limitations of being a melee unit. Ballista is fairly worthless. This is a stronger catapult. It's a catapult replacement, but it still has the problems that a catapult has, that being it's a little too fragile for its cost, and it needs to set up before it can shoot. You don't build catapults. Chariots are just better than catapults at taking down cities in terms of their ability to move and shoot and the cost of producing them and their mobility, and the same is really true. Even though the ballista is a stronger catapult, it's not strong enough to make it worthwhile using in all reality. So really the bonuses are this production bonus and the Legion bonus, and they're good, but they're not amazing. So tier 3 civ for me. Alright, next up is Germany. Germany is a T3 civ for me. There's some kind of... first we should talk just briefly about the rule set that you need to play with Germany. If you have a game in which city-state trade is banned, Germany is a bad civ. It becomes a very weak civ. It's hard enough as it is. Well, we'll talk about why in just a moment. But I often play games, especially if Germany's in the game, where we make a point to say that you're not allowed to pass the proposal that bans trade with city-states, because otherwise it would just totally make Germany useless. So let's talk about Germany's bonuses. They have a bonus upon defeating a barbarian unit inside an encampment. There's a 67% chance you earn 25 gold and they join your side. That's not totally accurate, the terminology in this. If you attack an empty camp, you can still gain the last barbarian unit that was in that camp. The 67% chance is annoying. It means you can't count on it, but it's a lot better than it was. I believe this has been upped. The 25 gold is basically the same gold you would get. It's the maximum amount of gold you'd get from taking out a barbarian camp. So if you kill a barbarian camp with this and this ability triggers, what happens is you gain the maximum amount of gold you'd ever get from the camp, and you take you take the unit that was last in that camp. This is okay. It lets you, early game, if you get lucky and find a barb camp or two that you can clear relatively easily, you get some free military units. You can use that production that you would normally have to spend on building 1 or 2 defensive units, at least for the barbs or other players. You no longer have to do that. You can utilize the barbarian units to do that for you. That can be quite nice. It allows you to free up production for other things, but it's not a huge game-changing ability at all. It's just kind of whatever it is. Sometimes you can use that to rush players, but the units tend to be fairly weak. Barbarian archers are weaker than regular archers, barbarian brutes, etc. You know, the barbarians aren't all that strong, so it's tough to use that consistently enough to rush other players, but every once in a while it can help. It's not a bad ability, just not all that great. 25% less for land unit maintenance is actually a very, very strong ability. Throughout the game, you're going to be using land units. You're going to have them around your empire. If you're playing with aggressive neighbors or near war civs, you're going to have more than you really want, just because you have to have them for defense of your lands. And the 25% cost reduction on that is a nice kind of, it's a minor but nice perk that you don't really notice in the game because you're not really looking at where your gold is lost from every single time, but it's there and it's consistent and it's nice. Panzer is totally useless. It's a stronger tank, but tanks don't see any use in multiplayer games. Their path, the tech tree path, it tends to be science-oriented, and then into, so you're going toward research labs and infantry, and then you're coming into things like bombers, and then you're coming into things like atom bombs or nuclear missiles, and then you're headed for things like paratroopers, XCOM, rocket artillery, and stealth bombers. You just don't see tanks being useful. Once the later eras come into being with things like bombers, the range units of before, the archers and the chariots and archers and crossbows and things like that, that type of unit is basically gone. That type of unit is now a one range unit. It becomes the machine gun, the bazooka, and the, what's the Renaissance one? I don't mean Renaissance, I mean industrial, the Gatling gun, right? So that type of range unit isn't there anymore, and the bomber and the artillery take over the role as long-range units. And the problem with that is that the units that hit and run, the tank units, the horse units, are less effective in that role anyways, because the unit type has changed. They're further back, they're harder to get to, they're based out of cities where you can't attack them. So the ability to, you know, use horsemen or knights to kill off ranged units or focus fire stuff is less useful. Additionally, the tech path, by the time you get the tanks, by the time you end up going down that bottom part of the tech tree to pick up things like tanks, people are going to have units from higher tier eras on the top parts of that because they've gone through that first. You're forced into the bomber role, you're forced into the nuclear missile and nuclear atomic bomb role. You're forced to go that route, and that means you have all these units from eras that are further ahead, so the tanks are never going to be as effective. By the time you catch up in tanks, it's one of the last techs you're ever going to take. So the Panzer, just, you don't see it used because you don't ever go that tech route. It just isn't going to be useful, and that's not a problem with the unit, it's a problem with the tech tree, and there's nothing that Germany can do about that. Just a better tank doesn't matter, you're still not going to go tanks. And yeah, and this isn't even, like, maybe like if this was a replacement for the land ship as opposed to the tank, maybe you could find some builds that would let you rush some tanks out of it, but in reality it's not. It's unfortunately, there's 3 tiers of tanks. There's the land ship, there's like armor, and then there's modern armor, and this is a replacement for armor, and it comes too late to be useful. The Huns here, this is a replacement building for the bank. This is the reason why Germany is a tier 3 civ as opposed to a tier 4 or maybe even a tier 5 civ. This building is amazing. It is a bank replacement, so you can get this in Renaissance. And it allows, what it does is for each trade route you have running between your civilization and a city-state, you gain 5% production in every single city that has one of these banks built. So, and it's additive, right? So if you have 8 trade routes, it's 40% production. This allows Germany to be a monster manufacturing civilization. It's a little tricky to deal with, and this is why Germany is totally bad if banned city-states is enacted, because if you can't trade with city-states, you can't get this bonus, and this is the bonus that makes the civ good. It's also tricky because people can buy your city-states away from you and declare war on you, which breaks your trade routes. It's also tricky because trade routes are vulnerable to being pillaged by other players, and it's also vulnerable because when you're running trade routes in multiplayer 6-way free-for-all quick-speed games, what you're tending to see is that in general food trade routes are better than than gold trade routes. But what this means, but the way the timing on this works, since it shows up in Renaissance, is you can still get a lot of the growth bonuses from running internal trade routes early with Germany, and then later game you switch over to extreme amount of production from them. And if you can protect those trade routes, that production bonus is game-changingly strong. So tier 3 basically, a lot of smaller bonuses that are kind of mediocre, one totally worthless unit and one very, very strong unit. But you need to be playing in a game where players are willing to not use the embargo city-state rule. If you run with embargo city-state, this becomes totally useless. Germany had no start bias. Moving on. Okay, so moving on, the Celts, these are a tier 3 civ. They have a forest start bias, which is good because their unique ability requires forests. If you have one, you get 1 faith per turn per city with an unimproved adjacent forest tile. And if you have 3 unimproved adjacent forest tiles, that bonus is increased to 2 faith. What this tends to do is occasionally you don't have any forest, you can't do anything about it. Occasionally your lands are set up in such a way where settling next to a forest is extremely detrimental and you can't do anything about that. But a lot of the time what happens is you settle next to at least 1 forest in your capital, and that's going to get you first Pantheon. The first Pantheon is very important. Pantheons are very, very good in the game as they stand right now, and getting your pick of the first Pantheon often leads to either a very strong early production game or alternatively a very strong early religion game, and very strong early religion means you're likely to get to first religion. So this bonus is quite good. It's a little inconsistent, but in general it's quite good. You also can combine that with the Pictish Warrior. Pictish Warrior is another spearman replacement. It's still only 11 combat strength, so unfortunately it's not quite as good as something like the Hoplite for tributing. However, it gains 2 combat strength bonus when it's out of your land, so in foreign lands. And it can pillage for free, and it also gains faith, 50% of the opponent's combat strength, its melee combat strength, as faith when you kill things with Pictish Warrior. Pictish Warrior can be a warrior upgrade, so if a warrior finds a rune, it can get a Pictish Warrior upgrade pretty soon. These are worth producing, and if you produce a couple of these, you're likely to have the combat strength to actually tribute city-states, and you're going to be fighting barbs with these to get you even more faith, which gets you towards your religious goal, and they're actually decent in terms of, it comes to be a little bit over 13 combat strength when you are fighting outside of your lands. So they are decent for offense or defending, as long as you're not actually inside your territory defending your defending areas, and they're better and stronger when fighting barbs. All these things add up to make this a very versatile early game unit, quite nice. However, it is an early game unit. It has the bonuses of being something that's going to make your civ stronger early, but not something that's going to matter later. So that's not quite as important later. The Sila de Hall here, I don't know, someone told me how to say this. I know I've said on stream the correct way to pronounce this. I think it was like Kaylee Hall or something like that. It's a weird way of saying it, but anyways, we'll just go with what it is. This is an amphitheater, excuse me, not an amphitheater, this is an opera house replacement, and it gives you 3 happiness as well as the culture that the opera house normally gives you, and it's so-so. The problem is, a lot of games, you don't have the production in your cities to be getting opera houses everywhere. Yes, you can do this instead of coliseums, but it comes up a little bit later. Yes, certainly you'd want to do this instead of zoos, but zoos are a lot later too. The timing on the happiness is a little awkward for also building opera houses. Opera houses are great if you can get them, you have the production to get them, because they can basically, when you get opera houses in all your cities, you can get a hermitage in your highest culture generating city, and the hermitage is useful. Culture basically equates to science because you're using culture to fill out rationalism policies faster. So all that is good stuff if you can get that, but these are hammer intensive buildings for the happiness. And I have lost games before as the Celts where I basically wanted to utilize my unique building and built too much infrastructure in terms of amphitheaters and opera houses and not enough military and lost for it. So it's an okay building. The 3 happiness is the highest amount of happiness you're going to get on any of the unique building replacements. So that is a lot of happiness. That's very meaningful in terms of the amount of growth it's going to allow you, but it is a expensive hammer building in terms of the amphitheater and the opera houses, and not particularly critical building. It's not like it's attached to a workshop or a science building or something like that, so it's less likely you're going to want to get them. Overall, pretty solid civ, tier 3, can be very good sometimes, and other times just pretty solid. I like the civ, I enjoy playing them. Next up is Poland. Poland has a plains bonus, a plains bias, which is hilarious because Poland is already one of, if not the top civ in the game already from its bonuses. And then I find out it has a plains bias too. Plains River are possibly the best tiles out there. Plains allow you to get salt. Salt likes to spawn on plains more than it likes to spawn on anything else. Plains River in general are just amazing tiles. They're a mix of good growth and good production. Yeah, you like plains. Plains are where you want to settle anyways, especially Plains River systems. And Poland has a plains bias. They get a free social policy. This is a tier 1 civ. If we're not clear, Poland's a tier 1 god tier civ. They get a free social policy when you advance to the next era. This is amazing. This lets you finish tradition or liberty if you go liberty very, very quickly relative to other players. It also means you're going to get, when you enter the Renaissance, you're going to be able to immediately get a point in rationalism. So you open up that science instantly. You're going to have a lot more social policies than other players, which means you can fill out more trees or fill out trees faster. So you can do things with like filling out the entire piety tree or opening up and filling out commerce. You're going to have more social policies for your ideology quicker. You're going to have rationalism filled out faster. It's just, these bonuses are great. And this is great in the early game, great in the late game, great across the entire span of the game. What else about Poland? They had the ducal stable. This is a great, another great, like every word I use with Poland is great because the civ is so overpowered it's not even funny. This is a stable's replacement. Stable does have a 1 gold upkeep cost. The ducal stable does not have a gold upkeep cost, so you're saving 1 gold per turn on this relative to a regular stable. It also adds a gold on each of your horses, sheep, or cattle, whether or not they're improved. So it doesn't really. So you improve one. Let's say you improve 1 horse and you build a stables, and you have 2 other pasture resources that aren't improved yet. You still get the gold bonus from that. If you later plant a great person, it's often worthwhile planting great people on horse tiles. You don't lose the gold bonus, so that's all good. It also gives 15% production towards horse units. Okay, that's not all that great a bonus, so that's the same as the regular stables, it's okay. But it also gives you 15 extra experience for mounted units. This doesn't count for chariot archers. Chariot archers, despite being clearly a horse unit, don't count as mounted units. This applies to, this bonus is going to apply to horsemen, knights, lancers, and cavalry. That's what this is going to apply to. But this extra experience bonus is actually meaningful. This means that with just a barracks and a stables, you can get double promoted units as opposed to single promoted. If later on you have a barracks, stables, armory, and a military academy, you now can start with units that come out with 4 upgrade buildings, you get 3 promotions. And if you also have Alhambra, you can then get 4 promotions, which allow you to start with either March or triple upgraded plus charge. 3 promotions, you get charge, which is a really good upgrade. 4 promotions, you get march, which is a really good upgrade on knight units. If you go the route of building winged hussars, which we'll talk about in just a second, they also start with an open terrain promotion. So they start with 1 promotion. If you have the 4 buildings, you get 3 more promotions. You go open, 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 and either march or blitz or any of the very high tier promotions that you normally don't see in games, and now you can get on units as they come out the door, which is crazy. So ducal stable is actually very, very good. It makes the units that you're going to be using anyways that much better, and also gives you a bunch of gold across your empire, and it's actually a significant amount of gold across your empire. It can be as much as 3 or 4 per city without too much of a stretch of luck. And finally, the winged hussar of this unit, I am of a mixed mind about it. It's less great than the rest of the units, although it's still fairly great. It's fairly great mostly because you can stack up so many promotions on it, and because you can do things like upgrade into them. I just recently was watching a game, a friend of mine was playing, and because he was Poland, he had extra social policies to play around with. He went into commerce, and there's that unit you can purchase in commerce. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. It's a pikeman replacement. But you can buy those cheaply and then upgrade them into winged hussars, and then they get all these bonuses for capturing cities and pillaging, as well as having the winged hussar bonuses that are there already. The ability to knock back units is hard to use. It often pushes them where you don't want to, although it can sometimes be amusing if you're pushing them across rivers or stuff like that. And it does do additional damage if they can't be pushed around. That can be good. But at the end of the day, the winged hussar is a lancer unit, and lancers are fairly weak. They don't get a combat strength bonus, although they do get a movement bonus, and movement bonuses are quite important on horse units, so it is a horse unit with a movement bonus, which is good. It does get open terrain promotions. It's one of the very few units in the game that gets an open terrain promotion, so that's fairly good. I think there's only the Japanese samurai, the horse archer, and the Winged Hussar, I think, are the only 3 that start with open terrain bonuses. There's a lot more units that start with rough terrain, especially when you calculate Alhambra into that as well. So overall, it is kind of unique in what it can do, and it's fairly powerful, as especially if you get it early. If you go for a Winged Hussar rush where you're upgrading pikemen or upgrading the commerce unit into a Winged Hussar, and you can surprise people with them when the combat strength is still fairly high relative to the opponent's combat strength, it can be very, very powerful. Overall, great civ, decent unit, amazing building, fantastic special ability, and a very strong start bias. Makes Poland just T1 god civ. I love playing Poland. If you get to play Poland, it's a treat. Moving on, Russia. Russia has a Tundra bias. This is one of 2 civs in the game that I know of that has a Tundra bias. I give it a T2 civ, in my opinion. I haven't changed my ranking on that for a couple of reasons. The Tundra bias can occasionally screw you. Every once in a while, you get RNG in Russia that just leaves you shit out of luck, and there's nothing you can do about that. Sometimes you have start locations with Russia that are unsalvageable because of this Tundra bias. But most of the time, you end up with reasonable start locations, or you can move away from the tundra, or move enough away from the tundra, or you have enough tundra hills, or forested deer tundra, or stuff that you can still use and still makes that location okay. Or you can conquer land or take city-states, or all these different ways in which you can get back in the game with mediocre or poor land. It's very rare that the land itself is the end-all be-all of your game, although it does happen. Now, with that said, that kind of bias out of the way, the rest of their bonuses are great. Well, 2 of the 3 are great, and 1's kind of not great. This is the most meaningful bonus, and this is an extremely consistent bonus. The games that we're playing on almost always have strategic resources enabled. This means that you're guaranteed one oil pack of at least, I think it's 8, might be 7. One set of horses that are at least 4 horses, and 1 set of iron that's at least 6 iron. You're guaranteed to have those inside of 3 tiles of your starting position with your capital. For Russia, that means that when you research animal husbandry, you pick up 1 production, at least 1 production, often more. And when you research, what is it? Ironworking, I think it is. I can't remember. It's the bottom tech that unlocks swordsman, also unlocks iron rather. That you get a guaranteed another production in the capital. Russia starts with at least one more guaranteed production. What it basically means is Russia's going to start with something like 20% more production than anybody else all the time in every one of the games you're playing. And if you settle for strategic resources and prioritize that as well, you can carry that bonus across your other cities. That bonus is extremely good because it's a passive bonus that is applied even before you improve those tiles, and it's applied from the very beginning of the game. So when the 1 or 2 hammers is the most impactful, it's right at the start, and Russia gets that. It makes them very, very strong for rushing wonders, makes them very strong for getting those early settlers out, makes them very strong for early military. They become a very quick snowball civ. In the same way the Huns do it, Russia can do it in the same thing. That early production can be snowballed into a lot of early advantages. Also, the double strategic resource is actually quite meaningful as well. They don't get it for oil, but they do get it. Actually, I don't know if they don't get it for oil. I thought they didn't get it for oil, but the wording on this makes me think they might. But at the very least, double horses is meaningful for chariots early and knights in the medieval era and later on cavalry. Double iron, not so meaningful, but if you're on the coast and doing any sort of frigate warfare, double iron is extremely important. Double uranium is also extremely important, especially if you're playing with, we often play with atomic bombs banned, but nuclear missiles allowed, and nuclear missiles take 2 uranium per, so the double uranium can be quite impactful there. So that bonus is actually decent as well, although perhaps less impactful than just the raw production out of it. Russia also has the Cossack. The Cossack is a cavalry upgrade. It doesn't have movement bonus, which is too bad, but what it does start with is it starts with what is basically charge. It's a 33% combat bonus to fighting units that are wounded, and unlike almost every other combat bonus in the game, you can actually get this and also get charge on top of that for double 33% bonuses, for 66% bonuses, how that's worked additively. But what this means is you have cavalry that are stronger. So if you are doing an artillery push, if you go for artillery pushes, you almost always end up with a mix of muskets, cavalry, and artillery. If you go for an artillery push with Russia, you're going to have even stronger cavalry that come out the door with basically a tier 3 promotion, and that's quite strong. So overall, production bonus, very nice. Strategic resource bonus, decent. Very strong military unit over here. The career post is totally worthless. This is a barracks replacement that reduces the culture and gold cost of acquiring new tiles. The thing is, by the time you're building barracks in your cities, They cost too much gold and too much hammers in the very early game to use. By the time you're building barracks in your cities, you pretty much have the tiles you want, except in some very rare cases. So the bonus is pretty much inconsequential to the entire game, but the rest of the bonuses are enough to make Russia, in my eyes, a tier 2 civ, although you do occasionally get unlucky with the Tundra start bias. Alright, moving on. Next up is Persia. Persia is a tier 1 god civ. They are absolutely incredible. I love Persia. Playing Persia is a treat. I have lots of amazing games of Persia up on my YouTube if you want to go see them. If you want to see Persia in action and see why they're so ridiculous. It's a combination of things with Persia, right? First and foremost is the Immortal. This is probably the part of Persia that is the most impactful. This is a 12 combat strength spearman. Again, warriors can be taking runes to upgrade to spearmen, so you often get one of these just by scouting around with your warrior. They heal at double rate, which is okay, which is really good for clearing barb camps. It lets you get influence very early. It means they're a lot more durable outside of your borders, which is often what you're doing with spearmen at the get-go anyways. They're also extremely good for getting tribute because of the increased combat strength, and it's often worth teching for the tech to build spearmen as Persia and pumping out 1 or 2 of these just to really get the tribute train going. And when you're tributing, you can tribute. If you have enough immortals early, you can actually tribute workers out of city-states at 4 or more pop, so you can very easily get your empire rolling in ways you wouldn't be able to do without without getting that early tribute. Very, very strong unit for combat. It's strong enough as well that versus flatland cities or even flatland city-states, you can, player cities or city-states rather, you can often use them to slam into cities, and all around just a very, very nice early spearman upgrade. Additionally, Persia has some really good bonuses in here. Golden Ages are just inherently 50% longer. Often in the early game you will generate a Golden Age before the medieval era, or right around the medieval era, just from your base happiness and the happiness you're getting as you put your luxuries online and do some trading with players in the early game. So often in the early game you're going to get this bonus, and during a Golden Age your units are +1 movement and +10% combat strength. Both of these are great. The combat strength bonus is maybe less consequential than the other bonus, but it's still quite nice. It's just a passive 10% combat strength for all their units. And the units moving triple is huge. This means that your units can move across hills and still attack. Your archers can move and shoot across hills. Your artillery late game, or your catapult early game, or your trebuchets mid game can move, set up, and shoot. You can generate Golden Ages on demand by popping Great Artists. So and the Great Artist normally is a 6-turn Golden Age. With Persia, it's a 9-turn Golden Age. So you can take advantage of this if you're planning to go to war and just really utilize this bonus. This is great. It stacks with Chichen Itza, and it stacks with the Freedom Policy that also gives longer Golden Ages. So in the late game, if you are prioritizing those bonuses, you can pretty much hit permanent Golden Age from probably around late Industrial to the end of the game, to late Info Era War if you're saving artists and prioritizing the longer Golden Ages, which means that you will have extra culture, extra movement, extra combat strength, extra gold throughout large portions of the late game and a couple times throughout the early and mid game. This is an incredible bonus. Very, very, very good. Finally, they have yet another great bonus. They have a bank replacement that gives more gold in the bank and has happiness built into it. Banks are actually something that players tend to build. They're not as obscure as opera houses or amphitheaters or something like that. Banks are fairly approachable to do, and this bank gives happiness, and happiness is happiness and gold, which are both very important for your empire. Overall, these bonuses combine just to make an extremely strong civ. Persia's a joy to play. They just feel, you get the culture policies faster, you get the extra movement, your units are stronger. They just feel like a very just fun civ to play. Moving up, we have Carthage, and Carthage has a coastal bias. I've actually downgraded Carthage from tier 4 to tier 5. Their bonuses are too situational and too weak to be impactful. Basically, tier 5 is an awful. The definition for me are bonuses are consistently inconsequential or situational and weak. Let's talk about what they are. All coastal cities get a free harbor. That in of itself isn't bad. Free harbor is good. Our harbor has 2 upkeep, so that's important. Right off the bat, no one else can get a harbor right off the bat. That means if you settle coastally, you get city connections, assuming that connection can be made without crossing deep water to begin with. Certainly without crossing ice, because you can't cross ice. Maybe you can cross deep water. I'm not entirely sure about that. But the problem is it's very situational in which you're going to have a chance to build a coastal empire. And often, even if you have a coastal empire, you're going to be facing inland threats, so you're going to have to build roads anyway. So yes, you are getting that free harbor instantly, a free city connection early. That's some gold early. That's important. But a lot of your cities either won't be coastal, won't be connected because they're on opposite sides of ice. So let's say you're on a peninsula and the peninsula is iced off at the bottom and you're settling on the west and the east side of that peninsula. That's not going to be city connected, things like that. Or you might have to settle some inland relative to that, or your capital might not even spawn on the coast, which can happen. It's only a start bias, so you don't get that all the time. Units may cross mountains after the first great general is earned, taking 50 HP if they end a turn on a mountain. This is an interesting bonus. I haven't had a lot of experience with that, although I've seen it used to great effect. The way it works is it basically turns mountain tiles into flat tiles for your troops. You can build roads on them, which is kind of interesting. If you end a turn on the mountain, you're going to take damage. But the problem is it requires that first great general. That's okay. If you're at war for a while, you're going to get those great generals pretty quick. But it's very situational in the times in which you're going to use that. Every once in a while, it can be kind of cool, kind of useful. Most of the times it's just there and it's not all that helpful, and some of the time you don't even get to use it. Overall, it's a pretty minor bonus. You can do some cool things with that. For example, you can put units on, I saw a game in which one of my friends, he had settled his city on a mountain, and there was like, his city was here, there were mountains here, and there was coast over there, and an enemy player attacked him with battleships, indirect fired over the mountain to his capital, and landed infantry on the mountains where he couldn't block them. So his city, normally what you do in a situation like that is you block the tiles where melee units could capture you, but because he couldn't move onto the mountain and Carthage could take his city very, very easily in a way that he wasn't able to defend by, and that was pretty cool. But that's like, out of 3,000, I played now 3,300 hours of Civ, probably 3,200 of it has been online, and I've seen that happen once. So, I mean, interesting bonus. Every once in a while it comes up in a cool situation, and even that wasn't in my game, it was in a game I was watching, so, I don't know. It's just not consistent enough to be useful. To make it a strong enough Civ. Alright, moving on, we have the African Forest Element. This is a Forest Elephant, excuse me. This is a stronger horseman. It's 3 movement instead of 4, and I'll tell you in a minute why I think that's a bad thing. Stronger, it's 14 instead of 12. Has Great Generals 2, which generates generals at, I believe, a 50% increase of how quickly you generate generals, or rather the experience this unit generates counts 50% more towards the experience needed for the next general. And finally, it has Feared Elephant, which is a minus 10% combat strength for enemy units adjacent to it. Yeah, whatever. The thing about horsemen is they don't receive terrain bonuses, is what the downside of having horsemen are, right? So they have two negatives. So if you think about it in general, horsemen would just be better than regular melee units if they were identical, except they could move and attack and would be better in movement. The 3 downsides for horse units relative to, well, horse melee units relative to regular melee units are they have a penalty to attacking cities. They have no terrain bonuses, so you don't get the 25% combat bonus for being on a hill or in rough terrain, and they don't get bonuses for fortifying. And that they take more, or did I say more production already? Shit, can't remember. That was my 3rd one. Man, I just totally blanked on that. It's production, fortification, and generally combat strength is a little bit lower too, I believe. Kind of blanking on my 3rd one right now, sorry about that. But basically, what it boils down to is this unit trades a lot of the mobility advantages that you get for being a horseman and it makes it some weird mix of melee blocker unit / less effective horseman, and that mix is less good than either of those would be on their own. So it's not fast enough to do much hit and run, but it still doesn't receive defensive terrain bonuses, so it can't do blocking. It still can't fortify to gain additional defense, so it can't do that. And it's still going to cost more hammers than an equivalent strength melee unit would cost just for producing it. Overall, just not a very good unit. It's okay, like, yeah, if you can get the range to get the attacks off, it does have better combat strength, that's a good thing. But overall, it's not a very good unit. The Quinquereme here, this is a trireme upgrade. It's a trireme upgrade that has more combat strength and costs more. This is terrible. This unit is terrible. The only thing I've ever been able to do with these that helps at all is occasionally you can get tribute from a few coastal civs that you're a few coastal city-states that you are somewhat close to, maybe. Mostly what you use triremes for in Civ 5 multiplayer is you're using it to block off, you're using it for scouting, and you're using it for blocking barbed triremes from pillaging your trade routes or preventing you from working your coastal resources early. And when you're doing that, the triremes are a very rough investment. They aren't military units that can be used to deal with land units. They aren't military units that can be used to deal with your opposing players, putting pressure on your expands or your expansion locations. All they're doing is stopping barbs from slowing down your growth in your trade routes. And the base trireme is strong enough to do that on its own. You don't need a stronger trireme to slow down barb galleys. You just don't need it. So this would be fine. This wouldn't matter if this just costs the same as a regular trireme. In that case, you'd be like, all right, whatever. It's a fairly useless bonus bit of strength, but who cares? But the fact is, this actually costs more than a regular trireme. So the kind of investment of a unit that you don't want early, that isn't doing a lot for you, costs you upkeep and costs you hammers, is now multiplied. Then it costs you more hammers and more of an investment to get a unit that still isn't something you really want. And the same with the scout, right? If it's a scout, you want movement, you want visibility, and you want it as cheap as possible. And this unit does not have any bonuses to movement or visibility, and it's actually more expensive. This unit's garbage. So overall, these bonuses combined to make Carthage a tier 5 civ, which is a downgrade from what it was before. It used to be a tier 4 civ in my mind, but I just haven't seen these bonuses be consistent enough or useful enough, even when they're applied, to be meaningful. So consider it an awful civ, basically. All right, moving on. England. This is in sharp contrast to Carthage. They also have a coastal bias, but England is a tier 1 civ. It's a tier 1 civ for a multitude of reasons. The first and foremost is actually this bonus here, the sun never sets, 2 movement for all naval units, and 1 extra spy. This is surprisingly powerful. Both of these are surprisingly powerful bonuses, much more powerful than the first read might make you think. 2 movement for all naval units. Fighting on ocean in this game is very much like chariot wars early. So frigate wars are very similar to chariot wars, right? It's a lot of who gets the first moves, who gets the first attacks, who has the mobility to focus fire. And 2 movement is huge for that. Frigates have a base move of 5. I think it's 5. I even say that it might even be as low as 4, but I think it's 5. I think it's 5 on its own, 6 with exploration, 7 with Great Library, and 9 if you have all those, or not Great Library, Great Lighthouse rather, and 9 if you have England on top of that. Even if you don't have those bonuses, England's frigates, England's naval units, you can do things with Galleass. Galleass have or Galleass, whatever you used to call them, they have a base movement of 3, and they're too slow to realistically use on coastal tiles for like long range assaults or to move quickly and surprise players for any civ except England, where they start with 5, can get 6 with exploration, or even 7 with Great Lighthouse, which is just crazy. That makes all of England's naval units better, and it makes them better in a way that allows you to focus fire, which is a direct kind of upgrade to, well, indirect, but impacts heavily the actual naval warfare that's going on. Huge bonus. Extra spy, also a huge bonus. So when any one player hits the Renaissance, everyone gets 1 spy, England gets 2, and you go from there. The thing is, early game, when you're getting that first spy, you're having to make a number of hard choices between defending your capital from opponent spying, which is going to give them huge tech if you don't defend it, versus potentially getting some spy steals out, or if you're very behind, England can do both of those, right? So England can maybe take a cultural city-state and protect its own technology, or can spy on 2 people, or it can counter spy and spy. I mean, it's just very, very versatile. More spies is a good thing, and England gets that 1 extra spy right at the start before anyone else gets any, right at the time when everyone gets 1, England gets double that. It's a great bonus. That said, these aren't even the bonuses that make England tier 1. Both of these bonuses are good, but in of themselves, they wouldn't make England tier 1. The other thing that goes into this are longbowmen and ship of the line. Longbowmen are a crossbow replacement, and they just get straight up 1 extra range. They don't lose any combat strength. They don't gain any combat strength either, so they're just the same combat strength as crossbows, 18 range and 13 melee, but they are +1 range. Now, they don't have indirect fire, so terrain can get in the way of that. It's not often that you're going to have 3 range all the time with all your longbows, but some of the time you do, and 3 range allows you to focus fire better than your opponent. Attacking into longbows is a nightmare. They're amazing on defense. Attacking with longbows, depending on the city placement, is also very, very strong. They're a dangerous medieval unit, and crossbows are already one of the, if you think about the way the military in this game works, ancient and classical, the premier military unit is the chariot archer. You think about the medieval era, the premier military units are the knight and the crossbow. And if you're thinking about taking cities, the cheapest time to have the most impact in the game of taking cities, if you're thinking about expanding your empire to be competitive late game. So if you have not enough lands or too little lands or too little population, or your lands kind of suck, and you're thinking, well, how am I going to get back in this game? I clearly need to take more cities to get more population, to get more science. How am I going to keep competitive? One of the ways to do that, instead of having this long, drawn-out war in which you guys are slamming units into each other and there's a ton of attrition, which makes you both irrelevant to the progress of the game as other players continue to progress in science, is you go for premier military techs that you can get to first that allow you to cheaply take your opponent's cities in a way that you can continue to develop your own cities while also successfully winning a war. And one of the units that does that is the crossbow. The crossbow is one of those units where if you rush crossbows and your opponent is not prepared or doesn't see it coming, you can often get to a situation where you can easily take their cities. In the early eras, the chariots are kind of like that, although walls will be fairly good at countering chariots. Walls don't counter crossbows. Castles are okay, but not a perfect counter to crossbows. When you're getting a crossbow unit that has a bonus, a better crossbow unit, and there's 3 of them in the game, when you, I say there's 3 of them. Is there 3 or is there 2? It's longbow and the Chukinu. Can't remember if there's a 3rd right now. But either way, this is one of those units that is already a game-changing unit, and now it's a game-changing unit that England has a bonus to. And +1 range is a huge bonus. This isn't just like open terrain bonus 1 or rough terrain bonus 1. This is a whole extra range that nobody else gets until artillery. That's huge. That's an incredible unit. It also can be upgraded, so if you have composite bows and you upgrade to crossbows, which is often the way that people crossbow rush, if you do that, it gets the bonus. If you upgrade your longbow here and you upgrade it into a Gatling gun, and normally what happens is you go from 2 range to 1 range, and 1 range ranged units aren't all that useful. You can't attack very well, and they're not that great on defense because you just can't focus fire enough. The longbow being upgraded into a Gatling gun actually makes it a 2-range Gatling gun, which gives you a unique unit that no one else has anything like in the industrial era, which is a ranged unit that has 30 combat strength, so it's stronger than an artillery, and it doesn't have and it's not limited by the moving and shooting issue that still has 2 range. It can be incredible. The ship of the line is the exact same thing. If you want to talk about game-changing units, they're like the cheapest ways to militarily take enemy cities throughout the eras. Basically, it goes chariots, crossbows, frigates, artillery, although artillery have a huge tech cost associated with them, infantry, bombers, and then into nukes, into stealth bombers. And that's basically the progression. And I guess you could fit rocket artillery in there, kind of, although they're kind of in the middle of eras that come very quickly, so it's tough to utilize them amazingly. But those kind of 9 units are the game-changingly strong units in of themselves, right? They're the units that when you hit that tech, you suddenly have a window of opportunity to cheaply take cities. Well, England has 2 of those 9 units. They have unique units. So 2 of those units that are already so effective at changing the game, England has better versions of those units. And both of their better versions are way better. So the longbowman we just talked about, it's an extra range crossbow, which is crazy. And the ship of the line is a better frigate, and it's a lot better frigate. So just without, I don't know the frigate strength off the top of my head, but I have it, of course, for reference right here. Frigates are 28 range combat strength, 25 melee combat strength. Ship of the line is 35 range combat strength and 30 melee strength. It's the same cost as a frigate, but it's better, and it's better because it's faster, because England has that bonus already, and it has a huge combat bonus. Frigates already, when frigates first roll out, and all the way through probably a whole nother era after they roll out, they are terrifying for coastal players, because they can very quickly show up out of nowhere because they're so fast, and ocean in this game is basically like flat land, so they can move from 6 or 7 tiles per turn, so it makes all those distances compressed. There's no rough terrain to slow them down, and these are faster frigates that are much stronger, and they have very, very strong range combat strength, so frigates can quickly take down cities in a way that a lot of other units can't, and you can't use terrain to defend yourself. And England has the best frigates. In the games that I play in, the high-level games, you know, not to toot my own horn, but in the sense of like playing with the players who are very experienced at this game and playing games with them, players, if there's an England in the game, players will often give up coastal starts. Just straight up move away from the coast, not because it's a better starting position, but because they don't want to deal with ship of the line, because ship of the line are that difficult to stop. This makes this civ overall one of the best civs in the game, tier 1 civ for sure. I know I talked a lot about it, but their bonuses are just so good it's worth talking about. Alright, moving on. Venice. Venice is one of the 2 civs in the game that I'm calling the joke tier of civs. This is a civ that's not playable in multiplayer in any real sense of the word. I don't even know that I'm going to be talking about them very much. I can talk about perhaps why they're not playable and then move on from there. They're the only civ in the game currently where players in the no quitters group that I play in, if you roll Venice, if you random Venice, you're allowed to ask for a restart of the game because they're so weak that it isn't fair to make players play them because they're going to be irrelevant in the game after not very long. The thing about Venice, which is it's hugely detrimental, is they can't settle extra cities. And yes, you do have the ability to purchase city-states, and that's something, and you can do rush strategies with spamming wonders and then rushing to get 2 or 3 or at least 2 great merchants of Venice, and buy 2 city-states and take their military and attack people, and it works versus newbie players, and that's okay. Maybe you can get some more lands that way, but you can't ever make those lands into productive lands. They're only ever going to be puppets, and really what you're working on is purchasing strategies with Venice, and purchasing strategies that Venice uses to fuel the purchasing is extra trade routes. The thing is, in multiplayer games, your trade routes are vulnerable. The humans are much better at stopping Venice from taking advantage of any of their strengths and penalizing Venice for their weaknesses, which are population and science-based weaknesses that are very, very, very difficult to, and production weaknesses actually, which are very, very difficult to make up for when you're playing against strong players. It's not currently viable in multiplayer. You can go pub stomp with it, right? So you can go beat players who are of lesser skill using that, and you can have fun games doing that. But when you're playing players of equal skill, it's just not a strong enough civ to win games with. So yeah, it's a joke civ, right? The bonuses make their bonuses, their bonus of not being able to settle or annex cities makes the civ less good than any. If you just had a generic civ with no bonuses, they would be better than Venice because of that. Now, they have unique kind of interesting things. The Great Galleus is quite strong. Merchant of Venice is very unique. It actually makes you want to generate great merchants, which is kind of weird. And you know, double trade routes, all those are great bonuses, but they can't make up for the fact you can't gain settlers or annex cities. It just makes that civ totally useless. So they're T6 for me. And they have a coastal start bias if you're curious. Moving on, Indonesia, coastal start bias, tier 3 civ for me. They're an interesting civ. They're quite different. And I'm a little torn, T3, T4, but I think T3 in the end is what it comes down to for me. They have a couple things that make them that way. So let's talk about their bonuses. Their first bonus is the hardest to use of the bonuses, but also quite an interesting one. If you settle a city on a continent that isn't the continent where you started, you get 2 copies of a unique luxury that doesn't exist in the game otherwise. And the first 3, so there's 3 different cities you can do this for, and each of the cities you found when you found it gives you another unique luxury that's different than the other ones, and gives you 2 copies of that. What this means is that if you ever find even a halfway decent island, it's probably worth expanding there. If you have enough tiles to make a halfway reasonable city, there's almost no cost to doing that. The cost of founding a city is the unhappiness you're going to get from that, and you get man, it slipped my mind right now. I believe it's, if I remember correctly, it's 3 you get 3 global unhappiness for founding a city and 1 local unhappiness per population point of the city. So when you found a city, it's 3 unhappiness and 3 unhappiness from the city itself and 1 unhappiness from the 1 population that the city starts with. The thing about this is that, and the only way to offset global unhappiness is through wonders, social policies, and luxuries. You can offset local happiness by happiness buildings and you know, things like coliseums or that type of stuff. But global happiness you can only offset with wonders, luxuries, and social policies. And what that means is that you're limited on how much you can expand basically by the luxuries available to you. And this prevents that. So when you find extra city spots, you can just found those. And you're not happiness limited by those. So that means you can do things like, I mean, that's why you don't, that's what prevents you from founding as many cities as you would like to capitalize on that. This game is science driven, right? You win this game by having the most science with enough production to utilize that science in a way that's going to protect you militarily and defeat your opponents. That's how you win the game. Population drives science, so population becomes extremely important, which makes food extremely important. One of the ways you could get around that, you could get a huge population by founding multiple cities, and as long as you're aware of the fact that each city founded ups your science cost, and as long as you're aware of that and you can grow the city large enough to compensate for that, you'd be fine. So in reality, what would be the optimal strategy would be plant as many cities as possible that you can grow them all, but you can't do that because of the happiness, and this gets around that happiness penalty. So this makes that a very, very unique bonus and very cool. I'm actually reading this. I now want to try this I don't actually know, and I should test this. I don't think I'll test this on stream, but perhaps I can reply in the comments at some point. I'm not sure if you find like one big island and you plant 3 cities on that one island, if each of those cities gives a unique luxury different from the capital just because it's on a different continent from your capital. The way it's worded makes me think yes, but I'm not sure. I've always thought it had to be a different continent per city, but that may not be true. What else about this? Oh, be really careful. If you settle a city on a luxury, so let's say you find a one-tile island in the middle of the ocean and it has a lot of fish and a lot of atolls, and you're like, okay, I can make a city of this with Indonesia. Let's say that one tile has, let's say it's a marble tile. If you settle on the marble tile, it deletes the marble and replaces it with the luxury, the unique luxury that your Indonesia unique luxury. So if you have the option, don't settle on luxuries with Indonesia for their cities that are on different continents, because you'll wipe out that luxury and you won't get the double happiness from that. You'll just get the happiness. You'll just get the happiness that Indonesia applies as opposed to the happiness from the luxury settled on too. Interesting bonus for that. The Chris Swordsman, this is a useless unit. This unit's bad. It's bad in every way. Thing is, swordsmen are not very good. They're 14 combat strength at a weird time. Basically, you almost to the pikeman, which is 16 combat strength. You already have the spearman, which is 11. The swordsman is not enough of an upgrade to be all that useful. And swordsmen, just like spearmen and pikemen, have a very specific role in multiplayer Civ. They are basically blocker units. They're used to hold space, absorb damage, and occasionally attack ranged units if they can, or take last hits on things. Basically, you don't do a lot of just all-out brawling with pikemen. They spend or swordsmen. They spend most of their time fortified, waiting for opportune moments and holding space. The Chris Swordsman is supposedly be doing that as well. However, the Chris Swordsman has a number of its bonuses are not set up in that way. So when the Chris Swordsman gets experience, the first time it gets experience from a fight, it gets a promotion. I think there's like, I can't even remember now. It's like 6 positives and like 3 negatives or something. So like majority of the time you're getting a positive bonus. But every once in a while you're getting a negative bonus. The negative bonuses are absolutely detrimental. They're horrible things, like you take combat damage, or you're weaker, or this kind of garbage. They're just bad. They're bad because they don't fulfill the role that melee units actually fulfill. The Chris Swordsman is worse than a regular swordsman for fulfilling the role that a swordsman's supposed to be fulfilling. And already swordsmen are bad at their role because pikemen come so soon relative to them, and spearmen are not all that much weaker than them, that you pretty much don't want swordsmen to begin with. But if you do want swordsmen, they absolutely need to do what they're supposed to be doing. And the Chris Swordsman promotions they may not, but they may make your guy worse at doing that. And if you're absolutely needing a melee blocker unit right then, you can't have that melee blocker unit being worse than the unit that you needed. You know, if you're in a position where you have to spam a blocker unit, or you're defending an area, you can't have your troops being worse when you're producing them. So yeah, there are some bonuses on the Chris Swordsman that can be really cool, things like invulnerability or sometimes the double attack stuff, but they're hard to use. You're not guaranteed to get them, and if push comes to shove, you're playing a chance game with your ability to win. If you need that blocker unit, you need it to be strong, and you need it not to be taking damage in your own lands or be weaker to this, that, or the other. You can't have it sometimes get that bonus. It's no good. So Chris Swordsman is a garbage unit. The wrong tech and the role it's supposed to be doing isn't congruent with the bonuses it actually has. However, the candy here, which I've also know I'm pronouncing wrong, is amazing, and it helps make up for that. This is a building. It replaces gardens. Gardens are a weird building anyways. The bonus is not always apparent how good it is, but it's really going to help your overall great scientist generation, and of course your cultural great people, your artists and writers, and maybe even musicians if you go that route. So in of itself, it's nice to have gardens in your cities if you can afford them, but gardens require fresh water, and a lot of times when you're settling, especially coastal empires, you're not going to have access to coast and fresh water. So a lot of times your cities just aren't as efficient at producing great scientists, which is a bad thing. However, candies, they do away with the freshwater requirement, and that's a really, really cool thing. That means that every one of your cities, when you're Indonesia, can build a garden. And no, that's not true of anyone else's empire unless they all happen to be settled in fresh water. Now, that in of itself would be fairly good. However, these things are amazing. They give you 2 faith for building the building, and 2 faith for each world religion in that city that has at least 1 follower. So if you're getting any pressure from anybody else, you get 2 faith per person you're being pressured by. So if one of your neighbor has a religion and one of your other neighbors has a religion, and you build a building, that's 6 faith. And then if you have a religion of your own, that's another 2 faith. So you're seeing something like 8 faith from this realistically, or sometimes you might only have 4 or sometimes 6, but like These are an additional faith building that no other civ gets. So everyone has the shrine, everyone has the temple. You're going to have pantheon beliefs or sometimes follower beliefs that generate religion too. But then Indonesia also has the candy here, this garden replacement that they can build in all their cities that is actually a very, very large faith generator. So they're actually a very strong religious civ. Now, they don't have bonuses to getting a religion, so they don't get first or second religion, but they have bonuses to getting a religion. And interestingly, there is actually a religious tenet that gives you 2 happiness. This is a follower tenet. Gives you 2 happiness for each garden you have in your cities. And because of their bonus building here, they can build a garden in every single one of their cities. And because no one else can do that no one else can build a garden in every one of their cities, that tenet tends not to be very popular. The temple one's much more popular, pagodas is much more popular, production is much more popular. There's a lot of follower beliefs that are much more popular than that. So even if you're getting 3rd or 4th religion as Indonesia, you're still likely to have that tenet available to you. And it's a really good tenet. It's a really strong tenet. It allows you to grow in all your cities. So there's some nice synergy with the candy and religion, and some nice synergy between the beliefs that are out there for religion and this building. And then this happiness thing here is quite good. It allows you to grow your empire in ways that other empires can't, utilize lands that other empires can't. Overall, cool civ. Not super strong, but still decent. I give them a 3 for that. Moving on, we have India. India has a grassland bias, and I also give them a rating of 3 for me. They are consistent and mediocre, or situational and strong. Let's talk about why. This bonus here is a tough one. This is actually a bonus, believe it or not. It's not a nerf. This is actually a beneficial thing for your empire. It's just the problem is it is a slow start, and that's the downside of this. So what happens is your unhappiness from cities is doubled, and unhappiness from number of citizens is halved. This means when you found a city, it's 6 unhappiness from founding the city plus 1 unhappiness from the citizen. And I'm not sure if the initial founding, I think the initial founding, you might even get that citizen for free, that being the unhappiness is halved from the citizen. But either way, it means that when you're settling cities, it's at least 6 and possibly 7 as opposed to the normal 4 unhappiness that it cost you when you first found a city. At population 6, it's even. At population 6, the unhappiness you generate from your city is the same as someone who doesn't have that bonus. And at any city larger than 6 population, the unhappiness that city is generating is actually less than the unhappiness that other civilizations with that same number of citizens has. And to make it even more interesting, because the unhappiness from, I'm pretty sure the way this works is some of this is global happiness. I'm not entirely sure about that, so maybe don't factor that in, but my understanding is the happiness is slightly different in terms of where it's applied to, so that it gets around some of the global versus local happiness issues, although that's not quite as important to the strength of this ability. What unfortunately this means is you're going to have a slow start and a potentially amazing late game, because you're not going to be happiness limited in the terms of growth you can do once your cities are up over a certain amount of population. You're going to be able to grow much more efficiently than other players are, which means you can get science much better than other players. It means you can be extremely competitive in the late game. Cool bonus, tough to use early. It means you're going to be unhappy for the early game, and being unhappy in the early game can really stunt your ability to compete with wonders, compete with military, compete with production, basically, is what the issue with that is. However, India is given a unique chariot unit. And we've already talked about kind of those 9 units that are super powerful and that are game-changingly strong in terms of military. And India is one of those civs that gets one of those units with a unique replacement, and it actually gets the first of those units. It gets the chariot archer, and it has a chariot archer replacement. It doesn't require horses. We've already talked about how one of the limitations of chariots is they require horses, and it isn't restricted to moving through rough terrain, which is the other restriction of chariots. Now, it does have some downsides. It's not quite as good as the horse archer from the Huns, but it's still very good. It's stronger. It costs a little bit more, and it only has 3 movement. And the 3 movement thing is a little detrimental. It's not such a big deal in open terrain, and it does allow you to move through rough terrain and still do some shooting, but it does make them a little bit slower. The extra 1 combat strength is quite nice, and the extra hammers are a little bit unfortunate, but overall this unit is very strong. Doesn't require horses, doesn't get slowed down by rough terrain, or rather, it's not that it moves faster through rough terrain, it's just the chariot ends its turn when it enters rough terrain. That's not true of the war elephant. Ooh, breathe. But basically, it's a nice chariot replacement, and it can make up for part of the fact that the unhappiness is more crippling early for India when it's expanding, because you can take other people's cities that settle too close to you, you can protect areas, you can demand some tribute from city-states, and you can basically tell players, if you come over this portion of this area is mine, and though I haven't settled it quite yet, if you come that way, I'm going to put I'm going to put some elephants down your throat, and you're not going to like that. So it does have some bonuses to offset the early negative side of that. Their last building is the Mughal fort here. It's a castle replacement that gives you culture and a little bit more defense than a regular castle. And I think it's a little more defense. I'm not actually 100% sure on that. I know it definitely gives a culture. I'm not entirely sure if that's slightly more defense. I think it's 6 compared to 7, but I might be wrong. And it provides tourism after flight is researched. The tourism after flight is extremely minimal. I mean, flight is very late in the game. 2 tourism is not a lot of tourism. That impact is pretty much meaningless. The extra defense, if it is 1 extra defense or plus a little bit of HP or something, is minimal. That 1 or 2, whatever it happens to be, is not going to be meaningful. And if it isn't different, of course, that's not meaningful. The 2 culture is okay, but castles are a very expensive building to build. And the same problem with remember when I was talking about the Cayley halls from the Celts, that how opera houses are a very obscure building that you don't see built a lot. Same with castles. You might have a castle in a city that you're particularly worried about attack from maybe frigates, or particularly worried about someone trying to push with crossbows into that area. You may be building a castle there, and you may in the very late game build some castles to help defend against stealth bombers and bombers. But in the mid game, in the early game, you're not going to have castles. And 2 culture is really important early. It's a decent amount early, not a lot early, but it's a decent amount. But late game 2 culture is very little. So overall, just these bonuses are not all that good. And it's a building that you have to build walls before you can build a castle, and you have to build a castle, and that's a lot of hammers to be spending on something that has very minimal bonuses. Overall, though, the Civ tier 3 for me. Some kind of consistently good bonuses, but they're tough to apply and they hurt you early game. A consistently good military unit early game, and then a weak unique building. And the grassland bonus is so-so. I don't like grassland. It's not as good as plains. You're not going to have as high chance for things like salt. You're going to be a little short on production, and grassland starts. You get good growth, and good growth is important for India, but you also get things like marsh tiles and stuff like that. Grassland is okay. It's not a bias that I care that much about. I guess it's better than, for example, tundra bias. Probably, not the double-edged swords of desert bias, but it's the bias that's not all that critical to anything, honestly. So I don't think it really impacts my my rating on that. Next up is Mongolia. I know I have a controversial outlook on Mongolia relative to some of the other players I play with. For me, I'm going to keep them at tier 3. I almost moved them down to tier 4 this time around. It was kind of close for me, but I eventually decided to leave them at T3. Let's talk about what they have. They have a plains start bias. They're the only other civ in the game besides Poland that has a plains start bias. That's kind of interesting to me. We've already talked about why I like plains, the salt starts and the production that comes out of that, especially plains river system. So that is a kind of nice little perk for Mongolia that I wasn't aware about before reading that list. They have a plus 30% combat strength when fighting city-state units or attacking a city-state itself. That's not that useful of a bonus. I guess if you have a lot of city-states near you that you're going to conquer, that's okay, but you don't tend to conquer a lot of city-states. It pisses other city-states off, which means that your rate of influence is going to decay faster with the other city-states, as well as having a resting influence that's lower, which means you're going to deny yourself city-state allies through most of the game. By doing that, it's going to mess with your ability to steal workers if you're fighting city-states, because the same reason it triggers the wary city-state messages. That's fine if you're not worried about that and going to go just for the conquest. It does make conquering city-states easier, but conquering city-states is already easy. The AI is terrible at defending. City-states are particularly terrible at defending. You don't really care. Like that's not a bonus that's going to be impactful. All mounted units have +1 movement. Maybe that would be useful, maybe, but there's some problems with this. The mounted unit that sees, so alright, chariots don't count as a mounted unit, so they don't get +1 movement. The horse archer, or not horse archer, excuse me, the Keshik and the camel, which are hypothetically horse units, also don't count as mounted units. They don't get +1 movement. Keshik has 5 movement. That's not because it gets +1 from this ability. It's just because the Keshik itself has 5 movement. If you aren't Mongolia and you get a Keshik gifted to you from a city-state, it has 5 movement, because it's just that's the base stat of a Keshik. It has 5 movement. This +1 movement bonus applies to horsemen, knights, and cavalry, and lancers. Mongolia can't build knights because the Keshik replaces the knight. The knight is the most used horse unit in the game, the most used mounted unit in the game. Cavalry and lancers are garbage, so we don't care about that. Cavalry are decent, so 5 movement cavalry, that's fine. That's not a bad thing. But cavalry aren't used anywhere near as much as knights. You just tend to, a lot of times you tech right past them. You're teching into Great War infantry, and then bombers, and you're not going to see a lot of cavalry. But if you're going an art push or defending against arts, you might have some cavalry. That's not terrible. And horsemen, extra movement horsemen, I guess that's good for taking city-states or taking cities early where you have that capture unit, so you can leave them further back. That's not bad, but you don't use a lot of horsemen too much early either, because just chariot archers tend to be a little too strong for horsemen early, although horsemen aren't terrible early. So you don't get a lot of use out of that bonus. It's okay. Not great, not bad. Notice that neither of these bonuses are useful for anything besides war in all reality. These are war bonuses. And this is a war bonus that doesn't apply to players. You don't need a war bonus that doesn't apply to players. So these bonuses in themselves aren't that good. The Keshik itself is a knight replacement. It's a 16 ranged combat strength unit. For comparison, crossbows have 18, camel archers have 21 ranged combat strength. And it has 15 combat strength, melee combat strength, which means if melee attack it, the combat strength it uses is 15. Again, knights have 20 combat strength, and camel archers have 20 melee combat strength. Or I think 20 melee combat strength. We'll see in just a few more turns, but actually check right here. 17. Sorry, 17. So it is 21 on the range and 17 on the melee, but these are 15 melee. What this means for me, these combinations here, is they're not as strong as the camel archer. This is really the unit it gets compared to. Everyone goes, camel archers, they're so good, and we'll talk about camel archers. They are so good. They are terrifying. The Keshik is faster, it's 5 compared to the 4. It has Great Generals 1 and Quick Study. These things are sometimes forgotten. I do occasionally forget about these. Quick Study is faster promotions. They gain more experience. I think it's 50% more experience, so they level up quicker. And Great Generals 1 means that I think it's a 25% experience bonus. So 25% of it. So normally if a unit gains, let's say, gains 7 experience, that's 7 experience that's put towards your Great General. Great Generals 1 means that it gets an additional 25% rounded down on top of that. So it's truncated, not even rounded down. So if you get, anyways, so it's not all that great. It does generate generals faster, that's good. And the extra experience is good. The problem with these units is they become obsolete too quickly, and they are fairly vulnerable units. They're not that strong. 16 combat strength isn't a lot, and 15 melee strength isn't a lot. Not when you're fighting knights and crossbows with 18 combat strength and 20 melee combat strength respectively. Or actually not respectively, because I said it the other way around, but 20 for the knights and 18 for the crossbows. What it means is that you can defend Keshiks in a way you can't defend camels. Camels are a pain in the ass. They're extremely difficult to defend against. Keshiks are a pain in the ass, but they can be defended against. You defend against Keshiks with knights, crossbows, and being quick with your city shots. You defend against Keshiks with terrain, and you defend against Keshiks with Great Wall, things like that. Keshiks are still scary. They're going to take a lot of resources to fight. They're going to be an efficient unit in the sense that blow for blow, or production for production, rather, hammer for hammer, Keshiks are going to be one of the best value units in the medieval era. However, you can defend them with conventional units. You can defend against them with conventional units. And because you have Keshiks, which everyone thinks of as really scary, and they are very scary, they're just not as scary as camel archers. Because you have Keshiks, people will try to kill you, and they'll regularly try to kill you before you have your Keshiks. So you're going to have a very increased probability of being rushed. And you don't have any bonuses early game against being rushed. So, alright. Talked about the Keshik, talked about these bonuses. Let's talk about the Khan. The Khan's actually quite good. This is a Great General replacement. This is, I believe, the only Great General replacement. It has Enhanced Medic. I think it's 10, but it might be 15. So if you have a unit that is healing anyways, so if a unit with March or a unit that has just spent its entire turn healing, and the Great General is adjacent but not on top of that unit, that unit will heal an extra amount of HP. Okay, hard to use efficiently. If you have March on your units, that's okay, but taking March on Keshiks isn't a very good idea. You're looking to get logistics or +1 range in all likelihood on Keshiks, and you don't want to be detouring into March if you can avoid it. It's also difficult to find the placement to use the Khans correctly, but they have 5 movement. You can do that if you're quick about it. It's much better, it's much easier to use this bonus in turn-based than it is in real time. However, the best thing about the Khan is the 5 movement, and what this lets you do is it lets you be much more aggressive and much less limited in Great General placement. So when you're placing Citadel tiles, which is a very important part of multiplayer war, taking land so you can take control of roads, so you have citadels for fortifying units in, for controlling areas. The Khan is much better at that than the standard general, because the standard great general is limited in mobility. So if it's moving up a hill, it can't do that. If it's moving into a great wall, it can't plant the citadel on the same turn, and players will focus great generals. So if, like, on your turn, let's say you move your great general in because you want a great general, you want to citadel that tile next turn, the player can attack it at the end of on the turn you move it in, and the beginning of next turn very quickly attack it again before you have the chance to plant and can kill your generals. And losing generals is a really big deal. So the Khan gets around a lot of those, and those are actually very strong bonuses for military bonuses. But every single one of Mongolia's bonuses are military in nature. And they don't have early game military bonuses, and they're going to get focused early game because people want to kill them before Keshiks. And the Keshik is not as strong as people make it out to be, so that you run into this thing where people fear Mongolia, want to kill Mongolia, and you're going to get rushed as Mongolia, you're going to get attacked as Mongolia. People are going to go out of their way to damage you when they can, and you don't have any bonuses to SimCity in general. So the only way you get ahead is either good land and good SimCity, and you don't have any bonuses to that, or by taking land. And Keshiks are good, but they aren't great. So for me, tier 3, there's a lot of downsides to rolling Mongolia. People get terrified when I'm Mongolia. They go out of their way to attack me, and a lot of times I don't want their land. Their land is garbage, or their cities aren't that good, or I have good land of my own, or I don't plan on going Keshiks, and you run into issues with that. Alright, moving on, we have Sweden. Sweden has gone down a tier in my list. I had them as tier 3. They're now tier 4 in my list. They have a tundra start bias, which I wasn't aware of. I've talked about the tundra start bias a little bit on Russia, but we'll briefly hit it again. Basically, the downside of tundra start bias is tundra, and tundra sucks. So yes, you can sometimes make up for having shitty tundra lands, but not always, and sometimes you get stuck with shitty tundra lands. Let's talk about their bonuses. I like this gains 90 influence for a great person gift to city-states. There's some problems with this that weren't immediately apparent to me when I first was playing Sweden that have become more apparent the more I play them. And when declaring friendship, Sweden and their friend get a plus 10% boost to great person generation. I think this one is a great bonus, by the way. When declaring friendship, Sweden and their friend gain 10% boost to great person generation. Because what I've found, even at the higher levels of play, most people aren't denying you that bonus because they see it as an equal bonus. They see them getting 10 and you getting 10, it's equal. And that's true, except you get 50%. If you can get 5 people to do that, you get 50. Each of them get 10, and that bonus is actually more meaningful, especially combined with this other bonus here of great person gifting. And oftentimes, if 1 or 2 people accept the bonus, other people go, well, I'm going to accept it too, because I don't want to get behind on great person generation compared to the other people. I don't want my scientists to come out slower. So a lot of times, if you can get 1 or 2 people to accept the friendship, you can get everyone to accept it. And often you can make it contingent. Someone wants to do a Lux trade with you, they're currently unhappy, they might not have wanted to give you a friendship declaration before. Well, this time they want the Lux trade. You go, well, if I'm going to do this Lux trade with you, you need to take a declaration of friendship too. And they go, that's not a very big cost, it's not a very big downside to do that, I'm willing to do that, and they'll do that. So that's good. That bonus is quite useful for Sweden. The gains 90 influence for a great person gift is a little bit tricky. So there's 2 ways to gift things to city-states, right? The first is you can walk into their borders, click the unit, click gift, and the gift happens instantly. I don't know if that works with great people for Sweden or not, but the problem is moving great people to a city-state on a far part of the map is extremely dangerous. There's a lot of ways in which that great person can be killed by other players or barbs, or even if you escort it can be killed by other players because you can't reinforce that and you're not going to realistically move your entire military. It will take ages to get there, especially if it's way across the map, and it's just a huge pain, right? So the other way to gift units in this game is you can click on the city-state, click on give a gift, and then click on the unit you want to gift. And what happens then is the unit has a 3-turn delay before it actually appears at the city-state, and you're given credit for that. So if you're Sweden and you generate an artist in your capital and you want to gift that artist away to a city-state, you click, in the city-states across the map, you click on gift unit on the city-state, and click on your own unit, the one you're giving it, and give it to that. And let's say it's turn 100, you're not going to see that benefit until 3 turns later. And this is detrimental because the way that taking city-state allies in this game works is that people in the multiplayer, in real-time environment, is let's say you have 3 city-state allies and someone wants to steal one of your city-state allies, they'll give that city-state a sum of cash and then instantly click declare war on you. And then that peace blocks you from getting that city-state back. You can't do that as Sweden. You can't they're not quite equivalent to 90 influence. If it was instant, it would be the equivalent of 90 influence. You could gift a great person and declare war. Instead, you have to wait those 3 turns. Or if someone's buys your city-state, you can sometimes buy it back before they declare war. You can't do that with the great person gifting. And I find that detrimental to Sweden's ability to maintain its city-states. A lot of times people steal my city-states and war me, and then I lose that city-state because I'm peace blocked and I can't get around that. There's also the downside of the opportunity cost of giving your great people away. You can't give away scientists. You really can't. You have to keep your scientists for either planting early or later bulbing. You really don't want to be giving away great engineers. If you are generating great engineers, you pretty much want those for the wonders that you're going to get from that. And remember, great scientists, great merchants, and great engineers share the same pool of points, in the sense that if you generate a scientist, it makes the generation of your next merchant, your next engineer slower, because it, in the same sense. So it goes. It's like, I think it's 3764. I think it goes up in increments of 37 points between each of those great people on quick speed 6 players. And so what that means is, if it normally was going to cost you X amount of points and you accidentally generate a merchant, your scientist is going to cost more for your first scientist. So that means is you don't really have you don't actually have the 6 great people you think you have. You don't really have merchants, scientists, engineers, artists, musicians, and writers. You really only have 4 great people, because 3 of them have the same pool, and then the artists, writers, and musicians have their own pools. So what this means is that Sweden really can't gift any of the great merchant, great scientists, great engineer people. They can gift artists, writers, and musicians, but there's a pretty big opportunity cost to gifting artists in particular, and to a lesser degree gifting writers. You're going to lose social policies from gifting both of those, and you're going to lose golden ages from gifting the artists. Gifting musicians is less important. You almost never see tourism victories in multiplayer versus equal skill opponents. You can gift great prophets, and this is done fairly well, because you can use prophets start with 4 charges. You can only build a holy site if you have all 4 charges left, but if you use your prophet to spread your religion 3 times, you can then gift that prophet only has 1 charge left to a city-state, and you still get the same 90 influence. So that's pretty good. And then of course, great admirals and great generals can be gifted too, but you don't generate a lot of those, and you need the generals that you generate are almost always needed for the wars that you're in. So perhaps when the war is done, you have some utility to do that. But in other words, all in all, the number of great people you can gift are pretty low, and the opportunity cost of gifting them as opposed to using them is pretty high. So that bonus is good in the sense that it's a ton of influence, but you got to be careful which city-states you're taking, because you need to make up for what you're losing for getting them. And a lot of times, other players are still going to be fighting you for the city-states, because they also want the cultural city-states. So you're gifting your artists and writers away to a city-state, but your opponents are buying those city-states back from you, and it can be a pain in the ass, especially if they peace block them by going to war with you. So this bonus is maybe not as great as I initially liked it. It's also a pain in the ass to work guilds early. Guilds take a lot of your growth and production away if you're working them early in Sweden. You really want to get those guilds out early. But with that said, you can take over city-states fairly quickly by gifting those great people away. And if people don't have the cash, don't have good cash games, or aren't spending effort on that, you can often take control of a lot of city-states. Moving on, they have a Lancer replacement. This Lancer replacement is never used because Lancers are terrible, and this replacement bonuses are also terrible. Lancers are fairly weak for the, well, maybe the Winged Hussar actually does have a bonus. If this is 25, I guess the Winged Hussar actually does have a combat bonus. That makes it even better. They must have a 3 strength combat bonus. Okay, well anyways, we'll go on with that. This unit doesn't have a combat bonus. It's a Lancer at base strength. It has 4 movement, so it's not a faster Lancer. Lancers are essentially horse units that are specialized in killing other horse units, which isn't all that useful. And they have bonuses if they're directly on top of generals. Great, I guess, but the thing is, this is real-time play. Generals have 2 movement, and this is real-time play. It's very difficult to be using your generals in the same role that you're trying to use your horses in. Horses hit and run. They attack and move back. How are you going to move your unit forward, attack and move it back, simultaneously doing that with a general without putting your general at very high risk of being taken? This is simultaneous play. People are going to be responding to you instantly, not on the next turn. So you don't get to make your full moves. This unit is impossible to use to get its bonuses for in multiplayer. It just doesn't work at all in multiplayer, simultaneous play. And it's a Lancer replacement anyway, so it's just garbage straight up. The Carolion is, which is actually pronounced wrong again. I know someone corrected me last time, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have the memory capacity apparently to learn the names of all of these instantly and keep them with me when I don't use them regularly. But anyways, this unit is a rifle replacement. It's a rifle replacement that starts with March. March is okay. It's not the it's kind of gone down in my books as a melee blocker unit bonus. And the fact that a lot of times you spend, a lot of your turns you spend with your melee blocker unit already fortified and healing, so it's already going, it doesn't stack with March if you do that, you only heal once. So if you're healing already, it's not going to do anything better. And if you attack with the unit, and then it would generate the heal, you lose your 40% fortification bonus. So units, if they fortify for a turn, they get a 20% bonus. If they fortify for 2 turns, they get a 40% bonus, and that 40% bonus stays as long as they're fortified. But if you're attacking with a unit and then getting the March heal at the end, then you're losing that 40% defensive bonus. And if you aren't attacking and you're just fortifying, then you're already healing. So that's a little less useful of that bonus than I initially kind of gave it credit for. I like March very, very much on horse units, but I like it a lot less than I used to on blocker units, which is what the rifleman is, or the rifleman replacement. The other problem is riflemen, you don't have riflemen very long. The way the tech tree works is that you're heading up to your research buildings first, up through. So you go into public schools. So there's 2 ways you could happen, right? You could end up with an artillery push. If you're artillery pushing, you'll end up going muskets and then into either lancers or lancers and cavalry, then artillery. And then you're probably, to not be irrelevant to the game, going to want to pick up public schools at that point and then factories at that point. Maybe you can detour and pick up rifles at that point, but you're starting to get very, very behind in science if you do that. All right, so that's the one route. So in other words, muskets are actually a little bit more useful than rifles, because if you do go that route, there's going to be a number of times when you're going to be wanting a melee blocker unit, and the melee blocker unit available for the tech tree is a musket, not a rifle. If you do go rifles first, you're going to hurt yourself technologically quite a bit, so that's a downside. And then if you don't go that way at all, if you go the pure science route where you're heading to public schools, then heading up and into research labs afterwards, there's only going to be those 4 or 5 turns in between when you get rifle tech and when you get into Great War infantry. So there's not a very large window of opportunity to be building rifles. Now that said, this bonus does apply. You do get the March bonus on Swedish riflemen if you upgrade a musket into a rifle. And you keep that bonus if you upgrade a rifle into a Great War infantry. So this unit is less good than I initially thought it was. It's still a decent unit, but it's tougher to use rifles than it would be just because of the way the tech tree ends up working out. Overall, these bonuses are harder to use than they initially seem. They have more penalties associated with them than they initially seem, and the start bias is a pretty crappy start bias. And I have to move Sweden from a tier 3 to a tier 4. You can't win diplomatic victories in multiplayer games. They just do not happen. It's too easy to kill city-states. City-states are too bad at defending themselves, and it's too difficult to defend city-states across the map. So when you get close to diplomatic victories, people just kill city-states. So you don't win by diplomacy. So what you end up doing is, yes, controlling the Congress is good, but it's not a victory condition in of itself. You still have to find another way to win, and if a lot of your resources are devoted to building, taking, and controlling city-states, you may not have the resources to be getting to other win conditions. Alright, moving on, Ethiopia, I almost downgraded them to tier 2, but I'm leaving them at tier 1. They have no start bias. We don't have to worry about that in terms of what's going on with them. Nothing has really changed here in terms of my assessment of Ethiopia. But since I want to make this a standalone, I'm going to be replacing the older tier list. I will talk through them as well. Why is Ethiopia so damn good? And it's really, everything comes down to this right here. They have a monument replacement. The monument is incredibly early in your game, so it has a long impact. Monument gives you 2 culture anyways. The Ethiopian monument gives you 2 faith. This makes them pretty much the only civ in the game, maybe besides the Celts, who really consistently don't care about building shrines until later in the game. Most people are going to open through the pottery tech. They're going to be open pottery doing something like 2 scouts and a shrine, or sometimes scout worker shrine, or some variation thereof, right? Shrine is very, very early in the build order, because you need a shrine early to be picking up pantheons, and pantheons are extremely strong. That means people have to go for pottery, because that's the tech that unlocks shrine building. Ethiopia doesn't. They don't have to do that, because their shrine, this is actually a better shrine. Shrines only give 1 faith. Ethiopia has it on their monuments. So instead, you're going to see people opening something like Scout Monument Scout or Scout Scout Monument as Ethiopia. And this is going to get them often first or second pantheon. If someone finds a religious city-state, you won't beat them to pantheon. But because you're generating 2 faith to everybody else's 1, and you get that out potentially earlier than their shrine, you're often going to have first or second pantheon. It's a lot of faith early. So if just by settling cities, especially as tradition where you later get the free monuments, you're going to be generating faith for free that you don't have to put hammers into, and you're going to be doing that more efficiently than other players because you're getting 2 faith instead of their 1. This means that you're almost always going to have religion first. I've seen Ethiopia beat people who settle Sinai to a religion. Now, if they first expand and go to Sinai, I've still seen Ethiopia beat them to first religion. First religion is a big deal. Tithe is the best founder belief by far, which means that the person to pick up tithe is in a good situation. And then pagodas and production are probably the 2 best follower beliefs, with maybe pagodas edging out production a little bit if you have decent faith generation. And Ethiopia very often is going to be the first person to religion, is often going to be able to pick up pagodas, which are culture, faith, and happiness, which is growth, and tithe, which is gold. This lets them start off with a great start. Additionally, this building is cheap and it's early, which means that it lends itself to some versatility, right? Faith is one of these bonuses. It's one of the only resources in Civ that scales in a linear manner. So the more cities you have that generate faith, the more cities you have, the more faith buildings you have, the more faith you generate. And science is penalized. If you have, if you have multiple cities, you get penalized on how much science you're generating from them. If you have gold, is penalized in a similar manner in the sense that you have to generate all these different buildings. Happiness is penalized, blah blah blah, right? Faith isn't. Culture is penalized for multiple cities. Faith isn't. Faith is just a set amount. The more faith you have, the better, and it doesn't really matter how many cities you generate it from. And more cities is more efficient at generating faith. There's no penalty to having multiple cities generating faith. This means that if you go wide, faith is a really important, if you go wide in terms of building lots and lots of cities, faith is a really important resource. And Ethiopia is very good at generating faith. So, this building makes Ethiopia tier 1 in of itself, just straight up. The rest of their bonuses are so-so. They have a combat bonus when fighting units from civilization with more units than Ethiopia, and it's a 20% combat bonus. 20% combat bonus in of itself isn't huge, but when you stack this with things like Defender of the Faith and things like decent terrain or fortification bonuses or whatever else going on, they do start to add up. That can be quite good. Oftentimes you're not going to utilize this bonus just because you will either have equal number of cities or you'll be trying a wide strategy with Ethiopia. A lot of times this bonus is pretty non-influential, but it doesn't matter. The stele makes up for that. This unit is a rifleman replacement. We just talked about when we were talking about Sweden, why riflemen in of themselves aren't that great. However, this is a rifleman that has starts with drill. And this is the best part about them. They have a bonus if they're close to your capital. They have increased combat strength. Okay, but it like fades off. I think it's like when you get 4 tiles away, you're getting 0 again or something. So it's a pretty minor amount of bonus depending on how close you are. And a lot of times you're not going to be using these units directly next to your capital. You're going to be defending the expansion that they have to come through first to get to your capital, or attacking their capital or something. So like that bonus is very rare that helps. But the drill 1 promotion actually is a useful promotion because what it lets you do is it's a free promotion. So if you normally get 2 promotions, you could get, let's say, you'd have to take the first tier of promotions, then you could get cover 1, for example. But if you're building this unit, you get the drill 1 free. The next 2 promotions, the 2 promotions you get could go cover 1, cover 2. So it makes this unit a little bit better than it might seem otherwise because it starts with one of those free promotions. Although it is a rough terrain promotion, drill is rough terrain, which means it doesn't stack with Alhambra. If you have Alhambra automatically gives your units drill 1, but this unit already has drill 1, so it doesn't do anything there. But really the bonus that is going on for Ethiopia, why they're so strong, is they get religion, and if they use their religion efficiently, they are a very dominant force. Now it's tough to use religion efficiently. People fight your religion. You need to be very active about spreading it, especially if you're doing something like tithe. Sometimes you don't want to spread happiness beliefs or production beliefs to opposing players. Sometimes players have other strong religion civs or get natural wonders and you don't. Or have pantheons that generate incredible amounts of faith, like desert faith pantheons versus a non-faith pantheon. But Ethiopia has the potential to be amazing and is consistently very strong with this. And this is game-changing enough in of itself that Ethiopia is a tier 1. It's on the border for me. It's probably the weakest of the tier 1s, in my opinion, or maybe the second to weakest of the tier 1s, but I still think it has to be a tier 1 with this ability. It's just too good. You can't stop Ethiopia from getting first religion, and first religion is a really big thing. All right, moving on. Denmark. I've actually changed Denmark. I think this is an upgrade. I've moved them from, I think, T4 to T3. And this was an interesting change for me. Playing a lot more Denmark and having seen a lot of Denmark, a couple things are unique to them that are pretty cool about the Civ and make them a little bit better than I initially gave them credit for. The first of them, and the most impactful, is the Berserker. This is weird because longswordsmen are crap. Longswordsmen are useless. They come too late in the tech tree, and they're not impactful enough. They're not strong enough to have an impact enough at that point in the game to matter. However, Berserkers are a longsword's replacement that come earlier in the tech tree. The prerequisite tech for a Berserker is metal casting, not steel. And this means you can get Berserkers at workshops. Workshops are worth building. It's not always, I mean, generally the optimal tech path brings you up through universities. But sometimes you can make slightly less optimal science tech paths for unique military units or production bonuses that are going to make up for that in other ways. And you can do that with Denmark. You can build Berserkers, which you can go through workshop tech, which brings you workshops, which is great, and you get Berserkers out of it. And Berserkers are pretty cool. They do take iron, but iron isn't used that much in the early game, except for frigates, and that's not even really the early game. So often in the early game, you have, in strategic resources, you're guaranteed your 6 iron in your capital if you don't move too far away from it, and if you've settled 3 cities or something, or 4 cities, you're often going to have 1 or 2 more iron nodes anyways. So you tend not to be limited in iron. You can probably make more than enough longswordsmen than you want. Their 3 movement is actually fairly good. This is not as good as like a horse unit in the sense that it can't attack and move back, and it's only 3 movement as opposed to 4, but you do get bonuses from rough terrain and you get bonuses from fortifying, which horse units don't. What this means is you get a very, very strong frontline unit at 21 combat strength in essentially the classical era. Really before, or early medieval, before people have knights and crossbows. So if you do a timing push with longswordsmen, they're actually quite strong, and surprisingly strong. They do a lot of damage to combos, and they don't take much damage in return from combos. And they're okay versus crossbows, but not quite as good versus crossbows. And they decimate chariot archers. So this unit actually is kind of okay, and it's kind of quick enough that you can actually catch those units in ways that you can't with regular melee units. So this unit is fairly good. And that doesn't even count the other bonuses that Denmark has. Denmark has 2 other bonuses towards military units, right? The first of these is the military melee units. The first is that melee units don't pay any movement points to pillage, so you can get healing on your melee units. This is one of the downsides of melee units, is that they tend to be fairly easy to kill because they are up front. They take a lot of focus fire. If they're doing any attacking, they're taking damage when they do their own attacking, so they tend to die pretty quickly. But pillaging allows them to do some healing and still have their mobility. So melee units pay no movement to pillage. That's an okay ability, kind of, but it stacks very nicely with the Berserker unit. And then secondary, embarked units have +1 movement point at sea and pay just 1 movement point to move from sea to land. And this is an insane ability here, and it doesn't seem that way when you read it. So all other units in the game, when they move from sea to land, they're done. They're out of moves. You can do things with Denmark that you can't do with other civs. And I have one of my Inca games, I'm being attacked by Denmark, and the player is a strong player attacking me as Denmark, and you can go check it out. And I have units that are like, I'm not coastal, I have units that are, coast is here, so sea here, land there. There's like a couple land tiles there, like 1 ring of land tiles, and I have units in here, so it's not the immediate tile on the coast, but 1 tile further along that, fighting a war, military war, a land war against his land forces. And he was able to bring in Berserkers that can land and then take that additional movement to attack me into that territory. So basically, you know, Civ with the 1 unit per tile, Civ 5 with the 1 unit per tile restrictions is a lot about placement and a lot about being efficient and effective in focus firing, about projecting force onto 1 tile better than your opponent can do that to focus down units and kill them. And this allows you to do that near coastal tiles in a way that no other Civ can do. And that's for all of your units. You can land an archer and fire. You can land a horseman and attack. You can retreat to the ocean in ways that other units can't, which is pretty damn cool. So that ability is actually better than I initially gave it credit for, although of course it's situational. You know, there has to be coast around. And just to be clear, Denmark has a coastal bias, but not a tundra bias, which is interesting. They don't have a non-tundra bias. It's not like they avoid tundra, but they're not oriented toward tundra, just towards coast. And the Berserker is okay. So, however, all of these bonuses are military bonuses. So I guess you could argue the movement point 1 isn't always military, but it's pretty much the advantages that matter about it are military in nature. So it's kind of okay. It's better than I thought it was. Maybe a lower tier 3 one, but still probably tier 3 in my mind. And you'll see why too when we start getting to more of the tier 4 ones. This bonus has some utility in ways that other bonuses may not. So that's pretty cool. However, the Norwegian ski infantry, I've still never seen one of these in a game, and I've played 3,300 hours of Civ. I think I've seen one being gifted from a city-state, but I've never seen someone deliberately build them. They're a rifleman replacement. We've already talked about why the last 2 Civs, we talked about why riflemen aren't all that strong in themselves. And they have bonuses in snow, tundra, and hills, but people don't settle in snow or tundra if they can avoid it. They do settle in hills, so I guess that bonus is something that matters. So that's, I guess, okay, but it's pretty situational. And yeah, who cares? like these bonuses aren't bonuses that are useful, and they're rifleman upgrades. You don't see that very often. But again, maybe overrating them. But I've seen some really cool play out of Denmark that I would not have thought possible with those bonuses, and they were actually impactful play. And I've actually done some rushes. I've played a couple games now as Denmark where I've actually done some berserker rushes, and I've gotten a lot of use out of them. They've let me take land and take space to be in a pretty cheap time for me, and not that much resources invested, not that much time lost in my science game to use berserkers to take over land that's going to set me up for better play later. And that was fairly interesting to me. So maybe overrating them a little bit, but I'm giving them a T3 rating for now. My couple games with them have been fairly interesting when I utilize their strengths. All right, moving on. Oh shit, let me do that. Moving on, Arabia. I'm not moving them. They're still, in my mind, T2. They have a desert start bias, which is a double-edged sword. We talked about it a little bit in Morocco. I've actually had much better start locations with Arabia than I have with Morocco, but I think that's luck-oriented as much as anything else. Desert Faith is an extremely strong pantheon, and Petra is the best wonder out there if you can get a good desert start with lots of hills. Now that's a pretty big if, but in other words, you have the potential with Arabia's start biases to get, and same with Morocco's start biases, to get crazy good land. And that's game changing. But in of itself, it's only a bias, and you need a bias coupled with a pantheon, coupled with good Petra land, coupled with actually getting Petra. So that in of itself isn't going to change that tier around for me much. It's a potential, but not a realistic something to count on with Arabia. Arabia has a couple bonuses that are so-so. They have caravans gain 50% extended range. That's more useful for trading with other civs and city-states than it is with trading with your own cities. Your own cities are almost always in range of each other with just the base caravan range. So you don't tend to get a lot of use out of that, especially early game, because early game you're running food trade routes internally. But if you do want to send caravans outside of that, that may or may not be actually useful. Okay, whatever. Your trade routes spread the home city's religion twice as effectively. Same deal, why that's not all that useful, who cares? Twice as effectively isn't all that much anyways, because I mean, just regular effectiveness is 9 pressure, so this is going to bring it up to 18 pressure. Yeah, whatever. But even then, it requires you to send trade routes. Kind of meh. You're not going to do that very much, sending trade routes outside of that. Oil resources are double. If you're doing a bomber rush, this is okay. That's quite useful if you're doing a bomber rush. But with strategic resources enabled, everyone's guaranteed to have 7 oil anyways. So I don't know that it matters that much. I mean, certainly it has been useful, but I've never seen that be a game-changing bonus. These bonuses, to me, all of these bonuses here, are kind of middle of the line, right? They're kind of consistently weak and maybe situationally moderate, right? Like not that great, with maybe the oil resource being a little bit better because you can do battleship rushes are a thing too. So those are maybe a little bit better than I might give it credit for otherwise. All right, so what about Arabia makes them tier 2? The Camel Archer makes them tier 2. The Camel Archer and the Bazaar is okay too, but particularly the Camel Archer. Camel Archer is the strongest strongest land-based unit in the game. I think, bar anything. I think that is the strongest land-based unit in the game. It is a knight replacement. It requires horses, and the same way that knights and Keshiks do. I should mention that in a minute too, because I forgot to mention that when I was talking about Mongolia. The horse requirement is actually a big deal. But anyways, this is a a knight replacement. It has 21 range combat strength and 17 melee combat strength. It can shoot and move, so it can shoot, move, and move again, or whatever else, so you can do that in the order you want to do that in, which makes it extremely mobile and extremely difficult to deal with. The combat strength is crazy, 21 combat strength. For comparison, a crossbow has 18 range combat strength, a knight has 20 melee combat strength. So this is more than crossbow combat strength. It's about a sixth more than crossbow combat strength, and it's on a unit that can move and shoot, and move multiple times and shoot, so it can move, shoot, then move away again. And it only costs what a knight costs. And you can upgrade chariot archers, leveled chariot archers, into camels, or you could upgrade horsemen into camel archers. Both of those upgrades work. These units are terrifying. They're extremely difficult to defend against. They're almost impossible to defend against, in fact. They're very different than the Keshik, and it's because they're just so much more tanky than the Keshik. The Keshik, you can shoot it with some crossbows and hit it with a knight or two and it probably dies. Camel archer, you shoot with some crossbows, it laughs at you and kills your crossbows. Like, it's night and day difference. 16 combat strength compared to 21 combat strength. It's like an era difference worth of combat strength. They're terrifying to deal with. People hate fighting camels because they're so efficient at killing other players' units and killing other players' cities. Cities can't run. That's the other thing too, right? How you defend against camel archers? You can't defend against camel archers with roads, knights, and terrain. But your cities can't run, and if you don't have good terrain, or you have flat terrain, or you can't get enough knights, or you don't have roads, or they come too early, or they come in too many numbers, it's extremely difficult defending against them. I actually have an Inca game where I spend the entire game fighting Arabia with his camel archers, and you can go watch it. They're just crazy good, and they're super brutal to defend against. Okay, so if they're so good and they're so capable of killing other players' cities, why isn't Arabia tier 2? Well, or tier 1 rather. We'll get to that. The bazaar is also quite interesting. This is a decent building too. Oil and oases give extra gold. It's a market replacement. I feel like it gives an extra gold, but maybe the market gives +2 anyway, so I guess it doesn't give an extra gold. So it just gives you extra gold on oases, extra gold on oil, and it generates an additional luxury. Each luxury you have in the city that builds a bazaar can be traded, so it gives you like 2 copies of it. So if you have one, let's say 1 silk in your city, then the bazaar makes that 2 silk. So that's okay. It's not all that useful because players only have so many unique luxuries they can trade you anyways, but it's and they tend to get locked up in deals before you build markets, but it can be useful. It's not a bad building, but it's not a huge game-changing building. So really all these other bonuses are, all of them individually, kind of weak, not bad. They're not bad bonuses, but they're not that game-changing, right? They're kind of low-impact bonuses. They're all positive bonuses, which is nice, but they're all fairly low impact. But what this leaves is the camel archer, and the camel archer is amazing. So why isn't it tier 1? It's not tier 1 because Arabia has no bonuses to defense early, and people are terrified of Arabia. No one wants to fight camel archers. They don't want to fight them, and they'll do pretty much anything to avoid fighting them. They might 3v1 you. I've been 3v1'd as Arabia. I've been all-in suicide rushed by composite bows from a neighbor who I had no intention of attacking. You get attacked as Arabia early, and you have to be paranoid of this. I have friends who are playing Arabia, and they've been teamed by 2 or 3 people, sometimes with those 2 or 3 people not even talking to each other, not even planning on teaming Arabia. They're just like, each of them individually coming to the conclusion, I border Arabia, I can't fight camel archers, I have to kill him before he gets camel archers. And this is like a hidden downside of being Arabia. Everyone is going to come kill you because they're terrified of what's going to happen when you get to camel archers. One of the limitations I forgot to mention in Mongolia, and I want to remember it while I'm thinking about it in Arabia, is that both Keshiks and camel archers are limited by horses. So if you don't have a lot of horses, you're going to have all the downsides of being a civ that people think are scary without any of the benefits of actually being able to heavily utilize your unique units. Now, you're guaranteed 4 horses in the capital, but that's not really enough for this type of warfare. You need more than those number of units to be particularly efficient. So you should be cautious when you're settling of making sure that if you're planning to use your unique unit, of making sure you have lots of horses in your cities. Alright, next up is the Iroquois. The Iroquois are one of the 2 civs that are currently my tier 6 civs. These are joke civs. These are civs that are worse than a generic civ with no bonuses. They're actually detrimental to be playing this civ as opposed to a civ with no bonuses. What is so bad about the Iroquois? Well, it's 2 things. They have a bonus here that says units move through jungle and forest in friendly territory, although as if they were roads. That bonus is fine. These tiles can be used to establish city connections upon researching the wheel. Caravans move along forest and jungle tiles as if they were roads. This is the lie. These tiles can be used, well, rather, it's not a lie, but it suggests something that isn't true. These tiles can be used to establish city connections upon researching the wheel. They establish city connections in a sense that, like a harbor, establishes a city connection. The cities are connected, they get the gold generated from that. What I tend to think about this, and what most players tend to think about this when they read this, especially when they read it coupled with this first line here, is they tend to think that it means these tiles are basically road tiles, and they're not. And this is the problem. So let's say you have a city, and you have a city, a plains tile, a river, a jungle, and a city. So you're Iroquois, you go, I don't want to waste money, I want to use my unique ability here. How am I going to take advantage of that? Well, you build one road on that plains tile, and then the two jungle tiles plus the plains tile is a city connection between your two cities, right? Good. All well and good. Now the problem is, this is the downside of the Iroquois and why you can't do that, is that yes, that establishes a city connection, but you can't move military units across that. Normally what would happen in a situation like that is once you hit engineering, you can cross the river for free. So you go, your unit would go road, road, done. But the Iroquois, the way it works is even once you research engineering, moving from the road tile to a jungle tile still takes full movement. So instead of moving from one city to the other city right away with only using 3 movement points and then having, well, 1, 2, 3, it'd be 4 movement points. Well, roads are multipliers of movement points. So you get what I'm trying to say, right? So that basically, let's say you have machinery, so a road is actually 1/3 of a movement point. Normally moving 4 tiles on road would take you 1.3 movement points, right? But for the Iroquois, they're gonna come to a dead stop once they cross the river, because the city connections that the jungles and the forests provide, and the fact that those count as roads, they don't connect with other roads. So a non-jungle forest tile with a road on it doesn't connect with the jungle tile or the forest tile. Instead, when you transition from one to the other, it takes full movement points. And if you transition into a jungle from a non-jungle tile that doesn't have a road, if you transition from any tile into a jungle and jungle doesn't have a road in the cities, and it doesn't matter if the tile you're on or not has a road, it takes 2 movement points to move into a jungle. If you're moving across a river into any tile, it costs full movement points. And if you're moving into a forest from Forest Hill is 3 and a forest just a forest flatland is 2 movement points. So basically the issue you're having is, although it does establish city connections, it does not establish the mobility bonuses that roads give you. And because mobility bonuses are absolutely critical for going to war, you have to be able to reinforce outlying positions quickly. You can't not build roads, because if you're going to get attacked, you can't defend yourself. So the bonus becomes useless, because it might get you a city connection very slightly faster before you're going to build them otherwise. But 99% of the time, or if you have a full set of forests all the way from one city to another city, then you don't have to worry about roads there either, even if there's a river in between, because it will count that as the bonuses. But if you have a mix of roads and forest, or roads and jungle, then you can't not build roads, because you can't defend yourself, because your units can't get to where you need them to go quick enough. So you can't use that bonus. So that bonus is a dead bonus. It doesn't actually help you. Units move through forest and jungle and friendly territory as if they're roads. Yeah, whatever, that's an okay bonus, but most of the time you're going to remove forest. It's pretty rare you keep forest. And jungle, yeah, I guess that's an okay bonus in jungle, I guess. But again, it's only in friendly territory. If this was all territory, that would be pretty damn good. It'd be actually a very nice bonus if it was all territory, but only friendly territory doesn't make that very good. And then the caravans move through that. Who cares about that? It makes no difference whatsoever. You get the Mohawk Warrior, and the Mohawk Warrior is a swordsman replacement with no more combat strength and has bonuses in forest and jungle. Who fucking cares? It's a swordsman replacement. You don't build swordsman. There's no reason to build swordsman. And it's now a swordsman replacement that gets a situational bonus. So it's a swordsman that's even more situational than it was already. And swordsmen are already situational. It's irrelevant. It makes no difference whatsoever. It doesn't add or detract. This bonus here, the bonus we were just talking about, that doesn't add or detract either, because you pretty much can't use that bonus because you have to build the roads anyways. So this bonus doesn't matter. This bonus doesn't matter. It's just neutral, right? It doesn't add or detract because it doesn't exist. and then the longhouse actually detracts. So the thing about the longhouse is a workshop replacement. The workshop gives 2 production, just like the longhouse does, but the workshop also gives 10% production to the city. And the longhouse loses that bonus. In return, the longhouse gives 1 production from each worked forest tile. The thing is, you don't work forest tiles in cities. The only forest tiles you're going to work are forest deer, if it's on plains, or excuse me, if it's on grassland. You'll work forest deer. So if you have deer, you get a bonus from the longhouse. And maybe if you have wooded hills, you can build lumber mills on them instead of mines if you're Iroquois. But even if you do that, you're not getting that bonus until you have workshops up. And on your hills are where you're going to find your aluminum and your coal, and those are going to be important timing things to actually improve. So, and finally, the bonuses, and this is the one that kills me the most, the likelihood of you having a city with enough forest tiles to actually work, and these forest tiles not being forest tiles you want to chop. In early game, chopping forest tiles is a really big production boost. It's going to get you wonders, get you settlers out, get you workers out that you're not going to get out otherwise. So even if you save your forests, and you deliberately save them for this bonus, and you take the production hit early, which is a bigger production hit. If you take production hits early, the way the game multiplies out, it's going to be worse than taking production hits later. So you take your early production hit to get this longhouse out. In all likelihood, the bonus you're getting from the forest tiles you're working is probably lower than the straight up 10% you're getting from the longhouse anyways. Or excuse me, from the workshop anyways. And this kills me about the Iroquois, because I want them to be good, but all of their bonuses don't work. This bonus just flat up doesn't work like it's supposed to be working. This guy is useless, and this is worse than the workshop. And that kills me, because that makes the Civ totally useless. Every time I get the Civ, I wish it was Venice, because at least if it was Venice, I could demand a reroll. Hate that Civ, it's so bad. Alright, moving on, Spain. Tier 2, hasn't moved for me. This is arguably the best Civ in the game. Why is it Tier 2? Because it's so inconsistent. If you do find a natural wonder, if you find a natural wonder first, you get 500 gold on quick speed standard, and if you quick speed 6-player map, and if you find a natural wonder second, you get 100 gold. The 100 gold, who cares? It helps if you find like 2 or 3 wonders, you get a free worker out of it, right? That's not a huge deal. Maybe you get a settler if you already stockpiled some gold. What's really game changing is when you find a wonder first, and that's what you do with that is you immediately purchase a settler. And that's huge. That's unbelievably huge. You find a wonder, you get a settler. That means you don't have to spend the 8 or 9 or 7 or 8 early turns that you'd have to spend producing the settler. You just instantly buy it. So that's 7 or 8 turns earlier you're getting out of city, and that first city compared to anyone else, well, that's second city, I guess, because it's your first expand, then anyone else is getting that expand out, and you could still build another settler too. So you get your cities out faster and earlier and cheaper, and you can spend that production on something else. And if you settle on that wonder, you get double bonuses from that wonder. If you settle on Mount Sinai, you're getting 16 faith a turn. You settle on Uluru, you're getting 4 food and 12 faith a turn. You settle on, Great Barrier Reef, you're getting unbelievable yield. You settle on any of the wonders become really, really, really good with this bonus. And if you find them first, you get to settle that city for free. What it means is Spain snowballs like no other Civ can. If it catches those wonders, if it gets those early wonders, it becomes unstoppable. It's playing with like 2 cities to your 1 to start with. If it finds out on like turn 5, you might as well just concede, because you're not going to be able to compete with that. So it's crazy, that bonus, but it's not consistent. So it doesn't always do that. It's like 75, I don't even know what the percentages are, maybe like 50 to 75% of the games I play with Spain, they seem to find a wonder. If they find a wonder, they're unbelievably strong. If they don't find a wonder, they're totally just basically a neutral Civ, a Civ with no bonuses. Because their other bonuses are these. They have Tertio, which is a musketman replacement. Musketmen are fairly weak. This is a higher combat strength musketman that maintains the pikeman bonus of, or gets the same bonus that pikemen get and lancers get, which is a bonus versus mounted units. But it costs more production. Who cares? It's a musket. Muskets aren't that good to begin with. They're a blocker unit, they're a melee unit. Melee blocker units you need some of them, but you don't need a lot of them. They don't do a lot of fighting. They're mostly to claim space and to absorb damage and occasionally capture cities, but much more likely you're going to be capturing with a horse unit. This is a more expensive blocker unit. You don't want more expensive blocker units. It has a bonus versus horsemen. I guess that can be situationally useful, but probably not all that useful. Maybe a little bit, but not great. Just a more expensive musket is a little bit stronger. Okay, meh, whatever, who cares? I'm kind of neutral on this unit. The extra combat strength is nice, I guess. The extra cost sucks. The bonus to mounted units, who cares? The downside of Spain, this is their biggest downside, my opinion, is Conquistador. It's a more expensive horseman. It gets bonuses that you don't want. It gets the ability to settle cities on continents that aren't the continent you started on. But this is on a unit that doesn't have bonuses to sea mobility, and doesn't have bonuses to crossing deep water, and isn't available to medieval. You're not settling cities in the late medieval era. You're not doing it. You don't care. You're certainly not settling cities after you built a horseman, researched observatory tech. What is it called? I can't remember what the it's not exploration. Research observatory tech that gives you the ability to cross deep water to go settle on another continent. You're not going to find another continent in 99% of the games we're playing. By the time you get that late in the game, the city isn't going to have time to give you the yield that it needs to do to make up to actually pay the cost of founding it. It's going to be too useless for too long. And even if you did want to do that, you don't want your knights doing that. You don't want to pay it for a more expensive knight to do that. Knights are extremely valuable military units. You want them as cheap as possible. Remember Songhai? Songhai is a bonus to a cheaper knight. This is a more expensive knight that does shit you don't want it to do. And it does it at a time in the game where you don't need to do that. It's so useless. Bad unit. Mediocre unit, incredible bonus, but it's situational, right? It doesn't happen consistently enough. It's not like situational. It's random. Are you going to find that wonder or not? If you do, it's unbelievably powerful. And God forbid, Spain find Great Barrier Reef, right? And get both of them first and pick up 1,000 gold, 2 settlers. Oh my God! You just lose. You just lose. You can't do it then. Spain is banned in 99% of the games I play because it's too powerful. But it's situationally powerful, right? All right, moving on. Polynesia. Polynesia for me is a tier 5 civ. Their bonuses just don't really matter on Pangea multiplayer maps. That just doesn't. We play Pangea because Pangea tends to be the most balanced of maps. There's 2 continents and islands and archipelago and stuff like that. They tend to have too much isolation, and isolated civs can run away, or even if they have one other civ with them, if one person kills their neighbor and then has 2 persons lands and then is isolated, they run away even further, or even faster. You can't really deal with runaways on maps that don't have connectivity. So we tend to play on Pangea because there's that connectivity. If there's a runaway, you have to team them. You have to team them in a reasonable time period, or they run away and win the game. So maybe these bonuses, obviously the bonus of crossing oceans sooner would be more important on a non-Pangea map. But non-Pangea maps aren't very well balanced for multiplayer play. So these bonuses become fairly weak when you're playing multiplayer Civ 5 Pangeas. Can you embark and move over oceans? Alright, whatever. Maybe some embarking will help your scouting a little bit. Probably not. Maybe a little bit. If it also had the Denmark ability, that might be a little bit better for scouting, but they don't. So it takes all your movement points to embark. +1 sight when embarked. Okay, I guess that's mildly useful. 10% combat strength if within 2 tiles of a moai. You don't build moais, or I don't build moais because I can't. Oh, we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, yes, I guess 10% combat bonus within 2 tiles of that is alright if you have one of those. And maybe I'll build one of them for a defensive purpose, but probably not. The problem with this building, which is their unique building, it gives you 1 culture, and at flight it gives you a gold on top of that. The problem with this is it doesn't do what it needs to do early. Early game you need to grow, or you need to work as much growth as you can, and then secondary you want to work production to get going, basically to produce the other growth buildings, produce the cities, produce the military, produce everything you need. The Moai doesn't do that. It actually costs you production or growth. If you build this on tiles, it's going to cost you the production or growth you could have had on those tiles already. So I can imagine a response where someone says, well, build them on bad tiles. Well, if you're building on bad tiles, you still have to work them to get the yield. I don't know what they could do to make these better, but they're not very good as they are right now because the opportunity cost of actually building them and working them is too high. You lose too much production or growth, which is critical to your game to actually build these and use these. Maybe late game they're alright, but they just seem worse to me late game than trading posts. Trading posts are going to be giving you 2 to 3 gold depending on whether or not you're in Golden Age. They're going to be giving you science, assuming you have free thought finished, and and the yields of tiles already. Maybe there are some situations where I'd build these, but it would have to be a lot of land that lets me stack them close together. I guess that would be inverted use, not the other way. And then I'd probably still only be working very few of those tiles, the very, very high culture yield tiles. They're very hard to use efficiently. The Maori warrior here it's your base warrior who has a bonus that units around him are 10% weaker. That's terrible. It's the worst type of bonus. I wish they just made this guy stronger. It's worse because you can't tribute with that bonus. It doesn't give you actual combat strength, so it's no bonus attributing, and it's a warrior. You start with your basic warrior. Maybe you build one warrior to tribute a little bit more efficiently early, but that's it. That's the last time you're building warriors. So this is a very minor bonus on a unit that you're not going to use and has no place in warfare whatsoever versus other players. The only thing you use warriors for is scouting and suppressing barbs. That's the only thing you use warriors for. This unit is garbage. Its bonuses aren't relevant to the game, and it's garbage. This upgrade is not relevant to the game because you can't afford to use it. So, garbage. And then these bonuses are not useful on Pangea. So, this Civ is, for me, it's actually better than Iroquois because its bonuses don't make your Civ worse than a generic Civ. It just makes your Civ basically a generic Civ with some very, very weak situational bonuses. So it's better than Iroquois, but it's not much better than Iroquois. This is a tier 5 Civ for me. Moving on, Portugal, I've just downgraded them in this recent iteration of this from tier 3 to tier 4. I've downgraded them for a number of reasons. Portugal has a coastal start, just like Polynesia, and coastal bias anyways. Resource diversity grants twice as much gold for Portugal and trade routes. This is the only bonus that is at all decent for Portugal. The problem is that, again, the way the game mechanics work currently in terms of science and the timing on quick games, and quick games are still 6 to 8 hours, 6 to 10 hour games, so they're not quick. But if you're playing that real time, we can't realistically play much of those anyways if you have a job. But if your job is to stream games or play Twitch or to stream to Twitch, then you get games like that. You can fit in just fit in games like that. If you slow the speed of the game down to like a standard speed, then science and growth is maybe a little less critical because military units stay around longer. The problem on quick speed is military units become obsolete very, very quickly. So the production that you sink into those units doesn't have a lot of time to come back before those units are obsolete and beaten by units with cheaper production that are much better. So what this means is that you don't have a lot of time in these games, and you need to be spending that time, especially early, sending internal trade routes to your cities to grow them, because they need to grow to get science so you can compete. This resource diversity is only good if you're sending trade routes outside of your cities. And if you're sending trade routes outside of your cities, you can't be sending them into your cities to grow. So this resource diversity is actually a decent amount of gold for each trade route. It's just the opportunity cost of sending trade routes outside of your empire is really, really high. Especially when you ask yourself, well, what are you doing with this gold? Early game, what are you doing with gold? Well, you purchase some tiles. That's something. Maybe you purchase some workers. Maybe. I mean, that's basically to make up for production losses. And maybe you start purchasing city-states. City-states give you things like culture and food so that you can grow, and you can also get your social policies up quicker, which are going to be science-related in the long run, so that's useful. However, these bonuses don't synergize at all. So the Fiatoria lets you build a improvement inside city-state borders, and if you build this improvement, you get a copy. It has to be built on a coastal tile. It doesn't have an icon on it, so it can't be built on like a deer or something. It has to be built on like just raw plains or something like that. It doesn't matter if plains is like a farm; it will replace that. You have to build it with your worker, which means your worker has to move there, which takes forever. It's not available to navigation, which is a very, very late tech. And city-states are quite far away from you, so if you're going to spread this out to a lot of city-states, it's going to take a while. It's really counter-synergetic with both the bonus of Portugal and the way city-states work. So you're much more likely to be allied to city-states closer to you, because city-states closer to you are going to be running quests that you can actually complete. Things like road quests, things like spreading your religion, things like sending them a trade route, things like killing barb camps near them. All those things are going to be city-states close to you are more likely that you can complete those with. If the city-state is already your ally, the Fiatoria doesn't do anything for you. It's only going to give you that bonus again when you lose the ally status and therefore lose the luxury. So this is counter-synergetic to how Portugal plays. Either it's generating money and it's trying to make up for the fact that it can't send its trade routes internally because it's sending them externally, and it uses that money to buy city-states to make up for that, in which case it doesn't need the Fiatoria because it has the city-states. Or it's not doing that, in which case, the Fiatoria is useful, but those are counter-synergetic, so you can't use those together very well. It's also time-consuming. It takes workers to do this. It's slow to do that. It's a pain in the ass to do that. There's also the Now. The Now is a terrible replacement. It has a one-time ability to give you gold and also a little bit of experience to the unit based on moving adjacent to another civilization's territory and pressing a button. The farther that civ is from your civ, the more it does for you. It's a caravel replacement. Caravels are used primarily for light scouting duty. They're not really combat oriented. They come too closely to privateers to take much of a combat role. Building lots of caravels is kind of sketchy. You don't really need lots of caravels. They have upkeep costs associated with them. It actually gives you a chunk of gold. I found the gold useful for if I am gold shy for upgrading like Gallius into frigates. That can be kind of useful, but it's a lot of production to be spending on a unit that doesn't have much military capability. It's very meh. Like, it's just hard to use this efficiently. There's better things to be doing with your production, and the gold it gives you is a chunk, but I don't know if it's worth the production for that. This particular building is fairly again hard to use. If you don't have any city-state allies, it's very good, although these things are pillageable, so it's pretty easy to remove those if you want to get rid of them. You see Portugal's building a bunch of them and you want to hurt their happiness. And this trade route bonus isn't very good till late game. Now late game, if you're doing some sort of purchasing strategy, this is actually a very powerful bonus, but you have to have control of city-states to use it so that they don't just war you with those cities, have those city-states as allies war you and then break your trade routes. You have to protect your trade routes, and it doesn't help you at all early game. So these are mid-game bonuses that aren't very good, and a late-game bonus that takes a long time to get it going. I'm going to have to move him to tier 4 as much as I would like to. Otherwise, I just haven't seen Portugal have the bonuses that make it competitive early, and late you have to have gotten to late game anyways. Just, I don't know. It's definitely not a tier 5. It's maybe a high tier 4, but I have actually found it less good the more I play it. So, alright, moving on. Austria got bumped up there, tier 3. I kind of hate Austria for personal reasons, not the actual country, the civ in civilization, in the sense that I've had a lot of unpleasant games where I played Austria like back to back to back type stuff. However, they're kind of an interesting civ. They have a hill bias. They're one of, I think, 2 civs in the game that has a hill bias. Hills are fairly good, especially if you have some sort of gold luxury in them or you have desert or something like that. So that's an okay bias. It does make games that are sometimes a little shy on food, but if you get coast, you can make up for that. If you get hanging gardens, you can sometimes make up for that. If you get good river systems, you can make up for that. And then you have production-heavy cities from all the hills that also have okay growth, so that can be fairly good. Spending gold to annex or puppet a city-state that's been your ally for 5 turns. This is a difficult ability to use early game and even mid-game because it's a lot of gold. You have to have ally status for a while, and often you're getting benefits from having ally status that you don't want to lose by taking over that city. But it is situationally useful. I've had games where, especially late game, where I have a lot of money relative to what it costs to ally a city-state to throw around, where I've been outside of nuke range of an opponent's capital, or they've been on an inland sea that I can't get ships into, but I can purchase a city-state and make it my city and actually utilize that to nuke them or put ships into their trade routes or that kind of stuff. This is an okay situational thing. It's tough to use if you just like want to go. It's tough to use to expand your empire efficiently because city-states don't tend to be where you want them to be. They don't tend to be particularly opportunely located for that. It's tough to, especially in the early game, use because it's very expensive gold-wise, and it's hard to choose which cities you want to ally, so which city-states you want to ally early. So that's the hard part of that, but it can be situationally useful. With that said, both the other buildings are okay. Coffee House is a windmill improvement. Windmills have grown on me. I didn't used to like windmills very much, but I've found that they can be very useful on cities right before you're going into building your public schools and your factories, because you'll get that 10% production on 2 very slow buildings. So if you have the time to fit in, if you economics first, and you have the time to fit in a windmill or 2 windmills or something like that, and you crush your cities before you're building public schools, before you build public schools, factories, hydro plants, and research labs, that actually can be fairly decent. The coffee house actually is a much better windmill. It's a windmill that not only gives the flat 2 production, it loses the 10% building production that windmills have, but it gains 5% all-around production, and that is much better than the windmill's 10% for buildings, because not only will you have it for those buildings that we just talked about, then you have it for all your military and everything else, and it also gives 25% great people generation. 25% great people generation is fairly good. So pretty decent improvement. It is still a windmill improvement. Windmill is not the strongest of buildings, but it's a windmill improvement that doesn't require flat land, so you can build this in all of your cities, and it's decent. It's not terrible, it's not great, but it's decent. And then the Hussar is actually fairly good, and it's fairly good for different reasons than I initially thought. The bonus, it has a bonus, and the bonus is really misleading from the from the tool tip. It has a 50% bonus to flanking. The problem is flanking has a flat up 10%. Flanking per unit is 10%. So if you have 2 units adjacent to one of their units, you're considered flanking that unit, and your units have a 10% combat bonus versus that unit. And I think they have a minus 10% to you, I believe. That's how that works. And the Hussars, they gain 50% on top of that. So it's not a 60% bonus, that's a 15% bonus is what that boils down to in that situation. So it's less large than it looks. And it's hard to use that in real-time play. In turn-based time, you can set up 2 horsemen next to a unit before you take any attacks, then back the horsemen up, and you can get your flanking bonuses. In real-time play, if you move horsemen up, they start shooting your horsemen before it can attack. So really it's tough to use that. It's tough to get that efficiently used regularly. But maybe you get a little bonus out of it, and that's not a big deal either way. What the big deal is actually is the 5 movement, and that's the thing that I care about for the Hussars here, is they have 5 movement points, and that's a really, really big bonus for, this is a horse unit. Horse units, what do I want from them? If I want them to be good, I want them to be faster, I want them to have more movement, and I want them to be stronger, I want them to do more damage. And the Hussar has the extra movement here, so that is a fairly decent bonus. All around, so we have kind of a decent start bias, a decent unique building, a decent unique unit, and a fairly situational extra ability here. And now that I've had a little distance from having to play them like 50 games in a row, or whatever it was, like 5 games out of 10 games or something, I'm a little bit more willing to be objective, I think. I managed to regain a little bit of my objectivity when ranking the Civ. So they're tier 3 for me now. So I know some of the guys I play with will be amused by me backing out on that because I really hated them for a while. All right. Moving on, Aztecs, these are a T2 Civ for me. They have a jungle start bias. This is part of the reason why they're T2. Jungle start bias is fairly painful. It means that your production is going to be very slow, and your luxuries, getting your luxuries online, is going to be very slow. Jungle coats everything. It coats your hills. You can't produce there. It makes improving luxuries take forever. That's a downside. Additionally, they have a bonus. It's basically built into the floating gardens. So floating gardens is a watermill improvement, and it's a huge deal. It gives you 15% food for your city, and each work lake tile provides additional 2 food. The part of that does, and it has 1 less maintenance than a regular watermill. It allows Aztec cities to grow very quickly. The downside is it requires fresh water. So this is why the Aztec are T2 as opposed to T1 for me, because they have they have the jungle bias, which is actually in my mind detrimental bias. Jungle is very good late game. It's very slow early game. The thing about slow early games is you often can't catch up. Very strong early games like the Huns have or Russia has, that type of stuff, often snowballs a Civ into a crazy strong position. However, if the game goes long enough, you're going to be able to utilize those jungles nicely. You're going to be able to get trading posts up on them and utilize the science that comes out of them. And you're going to get floating gardens to let your cities grow very large and have the population for even more science. So Aztecs become a very dominant science Civ the longer the game goes on. Their unique unit is a warrior replacement. It's a warrior replacement that has woodsman, so it moves quickly through forests or jungles, has a combat bonus in forests and jungles, and like all Aztec units, gives culture for the Empire when it kills enemy units, including barbarians, and finally heals 25 damage if it kills a unit. It's an okay unit. It's not bad, it's not great. The 25 healing is a little too small for melee units to use them aggressively, but it's very good versus barbarians. The culture is nice. The culture is nice all the way through the game, especially if you're at war. That culture can add up over a long period of time to be quite useful. It's an okay replacement, not great, not bad. This is quite good. The floating gardens replacement is very strong, especially if you can actually utilize it. And and their jungle bias is so. Overall, pretty good. It makes them a very strong science Civ, although often with a slower start and takes some effort to get going, but can be quite powerful. I give them a pretty solid tier 2 for me, in part because of the early detrimental, the low detrimental. Wow, let's try to say that better. The slow early game, which is somewhat offset by things like the Jaguar. All right, moving on. France. This is a T5 Civ for me. This is basically what I would consider the most generic of Civs in the game, in the sense that its bonuses are the least impactful for multiplayer civilization play, pretty much period. Like, this is, if I think of a Civ, the closest Civ I can think of to a Civ with no bonuses is France. And that makes them also, for me, the most boring Civ to play out there, because they don't have bonuses that I can ever utilize in multiplayer games. You do not win games through hard tourism. You don't do it. You can win with futurism, Sometimes, if you're lucky and you're playing players who are either worse than you or you're very, very far ahead of them, you can sometimes win tourism games with futurism. You don't win with hard tourism. The French bonuses of the City of Light, Museum, and World Wonder theming bonuses are doubled in the capital is meaningless. Often, even if you're trying to go for a tourism win, you're going to be pre-building buildings like Broadway or Globe Theater in other cities, because you don't have the production necessarily to do all of those in your city, in your capital, and you need very specific timing on them to make most use of them, and you're not going to get this bonus at all. You're not going to get this bonus pretty much. Even if you did get the bonus, who cares? It's not a bonus that's particularly meaningful whatsoever for the way that multiplayer Civ games are won. The Chateau, I find a pretty poor improvement. It's plus 2 culture and 1 gold, and it gets more culture and more gold at Flight. Flight is too late for that to be particularly useful, and it has very weird building requirements, and again, the opportunity cost of building this. Compare this, by the way, to a Maui. It's so much better than a Maui, but Mauis are pretty garbage. It's still, the opportunity cost is too high. Gold and culture off my growth or production tiles is pretty painful. I might build a few of these, but it doesn't show up to Chivalry. Chivalry is fairly late. The culture bonuses are better early. The gold bonuses are better early. These bonuses are not very good, and they're a pain in the ass to set up because of the way that these things interact. It's just, who cares? You don't build a lot of them, and they don't do much if you do build them. So the main bonuses don't matter. The unique improvement doesn't matter. And then Musketeers. Musketeers are slightly stronger musketmen, and yeah, great. It's a stronger musketman, a slightly stronger musketman. Musketmen are not particularly useful units. They're blocker units. The units that really matter in that era when you're building musketmen, I mean, sometimes you can get muskets at the end of a medieval era war, when if you enter musket tech, and it's sometimes a little bit meaningful when fighting crossbows. I guess it's okay then, but even then, it's fairly late in that era to see that mattering. And then if you're pushing into like the Renaissance industrial era for war, you're going to see cavalry and artillery, and cavalry and artillery destroy muskets. So it's just a civ that doesn't really have any bonuses at all. It's not like the Iroquois where it's worse than playing no civ worse than playing any other civ, but it's pretty bad. It's a civ that basically doesn't have anything going for it. I really hate how they nerfed France. All right, next up is Babylon. It's a tier 1 civ. It's a science civ. Pretty much all the science civs are going to be tier 1. Any civ that gives you bonuses to food or bonuses to science are going to be good. And the civs that give you direct bonuses and strong bonuses to science are incredible. All of these bonuses are good, and they actually have very, very strong synergy, which is lacking in a lot of the other civ design. So the synergetic bonuses of Babylon are this. You get a free great scientist when you discover writing, and it's actually free. A lot of free great people push back your great people counters, but the free great scientist from Babylon, I believe, is actually free. When you settle, and you get that at writing's very, very early. Basically, when you get this great scientist, that doubles your science per turn. Doubles. So you just straight up start with twice as much science as anybody else. You don't grow at the same rate everybody else, because as you think of it as a percentage growth, you're not going to grow quite as quickly as everybody else, but you start with double the science as anybody else. Okay, cool. So that's pretty good. So you're going to have the text that you want first, which is going to give you the options to do the wonders you want first, which is pretty cool. I should do start bias as well. I'm thinking about this too. Oops, let me get the French start bias. I think it's no start bias. Let's find it though. Yeah, France has no start bias, and Babylon has a void tundra, which is of course a very nice start bias because it means it avoids the worst type of land available to you. Let's keep talking about what's going on with them though. So you're able to build the wonders you want, choose the tech path you want. And normally what would happen if someone is getting kind of ahead is you attack them, especially early. If they're spamming a bunch of wonders, you go wipe them out because they're putting all their production into wonders, and you can build military. Thing is, Babylon has 2 early game military bonuses. They have bowmen, which are, this replaces it, it's an archer replacement. And it's basically an archer that is as strong as a composite bow. Not quite. Composite bow has 11 combat strength, range combat strength, and 7 defense. So bowmen are as resistant to melee as composite bowmen. And they are almost as damaging in range as composite bowmen, and almost as damaging in range as chariot archers. So basically, bowmen are comp bows that you get at archers, and you get at archer cost, which is crazy. So you don't have to spend a lot of hammers to protect yourself. They're a little fragile still to be attacking cities with, but they're pretty damn good at defending. And additionally, Babylon gets the Walls of Babylon, which it takes, I believe they're cheaper, right? I'm not sure if they're actually cheaper or not. I think they're cheaper, but they may not be cheaper. But even if they aren't cheaper, they give double the HP bonus that regular walls do. Regular walls give plus 50 HP, and the walls of Babylon, I believe, are slightly higher defense, and they're actually for sure are double the HP that it gives you. And it makes Babylon cities very easy to defend for a very cheap investment of hammers. So they can continue to spam their wonders early and set up for a very strong late game. And then finally, this last bonus is actually fairly hidden when you start reading about this, because these first bonuses are quite early and quite clear on what they do. But this last one is actually the most powerful bonus of all, and this is that they earn great scientists 50% faster. And this means that by the time you hit the late atomic era and into modern and then info era type stuff, then or modern atomic and info, especially in info and atomic era, when you're finally cashing in all those scientists that you've been saving and bulbing them for the maximum amount of science return, Babylon gets 50% more scientists, so they can do this much more. They do 50% more, which means they get to stealth bombers or atomic bombs or whatever XCOM or whatever ridiculous late game unit they're going for long before other people do. And it's worse in the later era. So like they have that early bonus, and that drives them to about medieval when people start catching up again, and then they get kind of a little bit of parity, and then late game again they just skyrocket off again, and it's just crazy. It's tough to say if it's the best science civ, but it's certainly an incredible science civ. All right, moving on is Japan. Japan has a coastal bias. I just clicked, unfortunately. Okay, there we go. Japan has a coastal bias. Japan is a tier 5 for me, and what it boils down to is their bonuses are totally useless to their civ. And totally non-synergetic. Their primary bonus is their units fight as though they were at full strength even when they're damaged. The thing is, a unit that is at 1 HP, so it's at 1% of its total hit points, does 50% damage anyways. So really the bonus is less than you'd think it would be. If it was just based on HP, then it would be more of a bonus than it is, but it's not. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that you don't tend to continue fighting with wounded units very much. You either are doing things like running them away to try to save them, or they're getting killed instantly by your opponent shooting them. So yes, you might get a couple rounds where you're fighting a little bit stronger than they would be otherwise. Okay, maybe. And you don't tend to suicide units. If you have a 1 HP unit, you tend to try to get it away, not just slam it into the next unit and blow it up. You know, you don't want to tend to suicide units. Not how you fight with units in Civ 5. So those bonuses aren't very good for that type of combat. They're okay versus barbs, I guess, early. You know, that might be useful. And they're okay for naval combat, where you do tend to suicide units in naval combat because the damage they do is worth using them for. So possibly that's okay there, but it's not very, those bonuses just aren't very big. It also gets +1 culture from fishing boats and 2 culture from each atoll. That sounds kind of okay, and it would be if you could get that earlier. The 2 culture from each atoll is actually fairly good, although you never have atolls in your inside of your borders, or very, very rarely, so that bonus is super situational, and 2 culture early is okay, but it's not huge. It's okay if you have a couple, that could be really good, but you just don't tend to have a couple. And the 1 culture from each fishing boat is another good bonus if you could afford to build fishing boats, but fishing boats are really high production value for not a lot of return. Basically, you know, if you build a worker, you have that worker for as long as you want that worker. You build a fishing boat, you get 1 use out of it. You don't tend to build a lot of fishing boats. Even though their bonuses are okay, you tend to build enough fishing boats to improve your happiness luxuries so you can trade them. And then late game, you might build a couple more when you want to get to start getting the gold bonuses at Harbor Tech and things like that. But you don't tend to build a lot early because you can't afford it. There's too many other things you have to build in your cities before those fishing boats. So you don't tend to be able to utilize that. Well, maybe the game developers are aware of that and they realize that there's a high production value associated with fishing boats. So they're like, well, give Japan a unit that can build fishing boats. All right, I can get behind that. It's not a bad thought. My thought would be, let's give it to the warrior. The warrior is a pretty weak unit. You have 1 warrior to start with. It'd be pretty damn cool if that warrior could build fishing boats. But the developers have chosen to give it to the samurai. And the samurai is a longswordsman replacement. You don't get longswordsman until steel tech. So you can't build your fishing boats for free until steel tech. So either you utilize your culture early by wasting all of your production building fishing boats, which is going to hurt you, or you don't get any culture until steel tech. But you don't want to go to steel tech. Steel tech is it's the last tech in the Renaissance that anyone wants to pick up because it's pretty much entirely useless except for getting armories unlocked or as a prerequisite to later techs into the industrial era. So the samurai itself, also isn't very good. It is a long swordsman. A long swordsman is a melee blocker unit with 21 combat strength. The samurai does not have increased combat strength. The samurai start with shock 1, which is an open terrain promotion, which is okay, which means you could do things like build a barracks and get shock cover, or you can get a armory and build shock cover, which is okay. And it has Great Generals 2, but Great Generals 2 isn't very good on melee units like this because they don't do a lot of attacking. So they're not generating a lot of experience, so they don't tend to be all that useful for generating Great Generals. Plus, by the time they arrive, it's a longswordsman. By the time a longswordsman get on the field, though the military units that are also available tend to be much, much further along in the game. It's like 4 or 5 turns difference between longswordsmen and muskets. It's just, this unit is not good. And its ability to build fishing boats might be okay if it came out earlier, but it doesn't. And you don't get the culture, and the culture of this low of a culture gain, 2 or 1, is really beneficial early, but not very beneficial late. So it just is totally counter-synergetic for that. And finally, samurai can't build offshore oil platforms, which is annoying too. So if you do have a samurai that you built or upgraded a warrior into a swordsman, into a longsword, into a samurai or something, and you do finally fill out those 50 million fish tiles that you hope you have as Japan and never do, because you don't have a bias for getting coastal resources, you just have a bias for spawning on the coast. And let's say you have a bunch of those spots and you finally do get the samurai out into the water and upgrading them. Even then you can't go and upgrade your oil. So when you do finally in the later eras get to that, you have to build another fucking fishing boat. I hate them. I hate the lack of synergy for that because it's really difficult to make them any good. Finally, there's the zero. The zero is also totally garbage. And here's why it's garbage. Because this would be good if this was a triplane replacement. So this is it's a fighter that has bonuses to fighting other fighters, which is fine, but the problem is it's a replacement on the fighter and not a replacement on the triplane. So the way it works is that flight can come at a really crazy era. So you can get flight very quickly, you can get flight fairly quickly, but what slows that down is you have to then tech up to get oil tech and then improve your oil, which if you're not planting a great person on it, takes quite a while. But let's say even you plant a great person on it, you're still picking up a number of techs and then picking up flight. And this slows Great War Bomber deployment down. And about that time, you're going to see people start to be considering using scientist bulbs, and there's not a lot of time that the Great War Bomber is very useful. But it would be really cool if you had a triplane, which is basically a weaker Great War Bomber, because it's designed for a different role, right? The triplane is designed for intercepting and fighting air combat. But let's say that the Japan had a triplane replacement that didn't require oil. Then you could try some strategies where you use basically a weak bomber that comes super early that doesn't require oil, and then you could try like rushing flight instead of going research labs or something like that, and getting some potentially combat bonuses out of that. But the problem is it doesn't work that way. The zero is a fighter replacement. Fighter tech comes much later. By the time you're at fighter tech, yeah, I guess if you're massing more and more and more bombers, you don't have a lot of oil. It's nice not to have interceptors. It's nice not to have to use fighters that have oil. You can have fighters that don't have oil, and the bonuses the thing has are actually okay versus other fighters. That's all good. But honestly, at that point, it's almost like who cares? By the time you're getting into fighters and bombers, people are going to be bulbing to stealth bombers and atomic bombs almost right then. It's basically the same tech path, so it's almost obsolete by the time fighters arrive. And by the time they get to stealth bombers can't be intercepted, so fighters are useless by the time stealth bombers roll out. Furthermore, fighters don't do a lot of damage to ground-based units, so even if you have a bunch of fighters, you don't have a lot of bombers, you're still not very useful. So it's just, it doesn't work. Synergy doesn't work here again with the oil. It's missing oil. It's such a minor bonus not to have oil that it just, you build them because you need fighters, but you don't build them because you want zeros, and it's too bad. All those bonuses are just together no good. Next up are the Maya. The Maya have no start bias. They're tier 1 civ. I've upgraded them from tier 2 to tier 1 after playing against them a lot and being very annoyed by them. They have a lot of very good bonuses, and they're also one of the, I think, the 3 science bonus civs out there, right? There's Korea, Babylon, I think Maya are the 3 science bonus ones. They have the pyramid. This is their early game potential right here. This is an incredible building. This is a shrine replacement, so it's not quite as fast as the Ethiopian stele, but it's still quite fast. It's a shrine that gives double faith, which means that it's going to be the Mayans are going to have quite a benefit to getting a religion over other cities, over other civs. And finally, it gives 2 science per pyramid built. You can, of course, only build 1 per city, but still, that does, I mean, if you think about 4-city tradition, right, like, which is a pretty standard build in this type of game, that is giving as much science as the Babylon scientist. scientist plants for 8, the 4 pyramids plant for 8. And granted, it's centralized science in the capital for Babylon, so the National College is better, but still, pre-National College, that is as much science gain if people are prioritizing building shrines. So a very, very, very strong building for the Mayans. And if you go wide on Maya, and Maya are flexible enough that you can go wide with them, although wide is less good than tall right now, but if you were to go wide with them, you can build these in all of their different cities, which helps make up for the fact that you're getting a science penalty for having lots of cities. And as I said earlier, faith is a linear, that having more cities is still having more faith grow from that is just fine. It's not penalized in the same way that other resources are. So you can get this in multiple cities and be quite good. Man, I can't say this word. Atlatist, I guess is how you'd say that, is a archer replacement. It's cheaper, it's slightly weaker to, I believe, melee, I think, and it doesn't require archery tech. Who cares? Archers are obsolete so quickly it doesn't really matter. I guess if you want to build an archer early, but 99% of the time early you want melee units because you want to use, because tributing city-states uses melee strength scores, not range scores, and melee units are just as good versus barbs, because mostly versus barbs you're doing a lot of blocking, not a lot of actively killing, because you're just trying to get you're trying to prevent the barbs from doing damage to your city and improvements and stuff like that. It's not very relevant, this city. I've seen 1 or 2 rushes with these, and I think of the couple I've seen, most of them have failed, so I don't actually think this unit is all that strong. Who cares? But it isn't just the pyramid that's carrying Maya for their strong score. It's also this bonus here, and this bonus is very strong. After researching theology, you receive a bonus grade person at the end of every Mayan long-term calendar, which is approximately every 394 years. And each bonus person can only choose once. What it lets you do is it lets you get a free scientist and a free engineer and often a prophet very, very early. These great people do count against your great people timers, so it does set back your later scientists and engineers, but it does so especially early, it does this fairly early. If you tech straight for theology, you can get these out very, very early, and and it can be very strong to have that extra science early. And what it's going to do is it's going to push the Mayan, maybe an extra great person or a manufacturing tile planted, definitely an extra scientist out there. Often they're going to be getting a profit out of that. They're going to have a lot of these great person bonuses that are very, very strong. I've also seen it used to do things like rush a great general for early war and stuff like that. It can be quite strong. Overall, each of these bonuses is a strong bonus. Well, not this guy clearly, but this is a very, very strong bonus, and this is quite a strong bonus. And from what I've seen with Maya is if you have a player who knows what they're doing with Maya, you can often get quite a lead using those bonuses in terms of science, and then in terms of picking up selected wonders that are very important for that, and it can be dominating in the mid and late game from that. So, yeah, I'm giving him a T1. This in Ethiopia may be my lowest T1s, but I think they are both strong enough that I've pushed them into the T1 bracket for playing them. I actually tend to ban Maya pretty regularly nowadays because I hate playing against them because they get those strong starts. Inca, this is my all-time favorite civ. It's also what I consider probably one of the absolute best civs. It's certainly the most fun civ to play. Maybe barring Poland. Poland's super fun to play too. T1 civ. They have a hill bias. We've already talked about the hill bias with Austria. It's fairly decent. Remember, Austria, the hill bias, the downside of the hill bias is food. Well, Incas have a food special tile. So what they can do, this is available at construction. This is this is so quick. Construction. Construction is such a cheap early tech to pick up. You can have this available instantly, and this lets you build farms on any hill, and terrace farms is what they're called, on any hill. And if there's mountains surrounding, for each mountain adjacent to that hill, it's +1 food. So you build it on a hill in the middle of plains, it's +1 food. You build it on a hill next to a mountain, it's +2 food. You build it on a hill next to 2 mountains, it's +3 food, etc. You can get crazy tiles here. You can get tiles that are, often early game, something like 4-2 tiles, or even 5-2 tiles, like 5 food, 2 production tiles, which are great tiles. They're working the 2 most valuable early game resources, which are production and growth, well, in the opposite order, growth and production, and they're doing that in areas that other civs might not even be able to settle. And then to combine that with, they have such synergy, they can move across hills like hills aren't there. So like hills are flat land, basically. So yeah, that city you want to settle, it's across like 10 hill tiles and it's surrounded by mountains. Everyone else would be like, you know, I'm not going to be able to feed this city. It's going to take me forever to get there. The Inca just walk over there and plant the city and then build these ridiculous tile improvements. It means it's almost a science civ because it has so much food from these tiles that it gets population to compete with science civs, and it's nuts. The Slinger is actually a detriment. This is a terrible unit. This is my least favorite unit in the game. Yeah, it probably is. Because it's a unit that will, early game you want units to escort workers and escort settlers, particularly against barbs, but also against other players. And the Slinger withdraws from melee attacks, and it doesn't bring the thing it's escorting with it. So if you're a settler, if you're escorting a settler with a Slinger, and an opponent's scout attacks your Slinger, the Slinger may withdraw from the scout, leaving the scout free, and it does. As it withdraws, the unit that's attacking the Slinger captures the non-combat unit the Slinger was protecting. So you can't use Slingers to protect your units. Which is, what the hell is the point of early archers except to fight barbs and protect units? That's all they do. They're like very minimally useful for attacking other cities. Mostly you're going to want to move up to chariots and combos. So it's an archer that doesn't really do what it's supposed to be doing. So it's a pretty bad unit. Alright, what else? Alright, how can I forget? Again, like, talk about synergy, right? So the Mayans, they have increased food, they have lots of hills, they already move through hills very quickly, and then they can build roads and hills for free, and roads everywhere else at half cost. When I play Inca, I keep saying Maya, I don't need to be saying Maya. When I play Inca, I'm often so far ahead that I know people are going to attack me. I will preemptively build roads on every single hill tile in my empire, because I don't have to pay for them, and roads are military, they're military improvements. They're improvements that allow me to best utilize my horses, best utilize my ranged units, and best screw the opponent. My opponent's attacking into hills. For him, a hill is a 2 movement tile problem, right? And if it's a hill with a forest or a jungle, it's a 3 movement tile problem. For me, it's with the road on it, with machinery, with Inca bonus. You know, normally machinery makes a road with a hill 1/3 of a movement point, and it's even better for Inca, right? So you get these crazy. Well, actually, it isn't any better for Inca because it's just ignores terrain costs, but they're 3 movement hills. So, anyways, you get the point. You get the point. My mobility is something like in the vicinity of 6 to 9 times better than theirs in my own hills, which is crazy. It's just all these bonuses are synergetic. All these bonuses are strong, and these bonuses are basically. And their start bias is strong, and these bonuses are bonuses that are going to impact both your production and your food, and are going to start early and continue throughout the game to make Inca just a dominant civ. They're so good. They're so much fun. They always get banned in the games I play. All right, moving on. Brazil. For me, I've downgraded Brazil to a tier 4 for a couple reasons. They have a jungle bias start. This is fairly bad. It slows your early game down a lot, and unlike the Aztec, who also have an early game, also have jungle starts, they are missing all 3 of the Aztec early bonuses. Aztec have culture from killing barbs and killing other things early. They have jaguars, which are better at moving around in that type of terrain and more efficient at killing those things. And they have an upgrade to watermills, which are going to be a permanent long-term growth thing, but also early game growth, etc. Brazil also has that jungle bias, but has none of those early bonuses. Brazil has nothing to help them in the early game, and they start with very, very low hammers, which means they get the worst of the jungle start without any of the things to make up for that. Additionally, their other bonuses are not as good. They do not get the same growth bonuses the Aztec get. They get an infantry improvement. This infantry improvement is the same as an infantry, except that it gives you, if this unit kills another unit, you get a multiplication. I think it's like 2 times the combat strength of the unit you killed in points towards your next golden age. That's useless. Melee units don't do a lot of killing. They don't do a lot of killing because they do more dying than they do killing. They do a lot of fortifying and holding position. And golden ages are very expensive by the time you have infantry available to you. This unit doesn't do anything. It's not a useful unit whatsoever. It's just basically a generic infantry with some bonus that may serve you like a couple turns later. Maybe might get you a golden age, but probably won't because you're probably using artists anyways to generate your golden age. So why isn't this a tier 5? Well, 2 things. First of all, I love Brazil wood camps. I play a lot of tradition games because tradition is currently the dominant dominant social policy path. Liberty is fairly not so great in six-way free-for-alls. Occasionally you get games where it's okay, but mostly it's a catch-up. And the one downside, or one of the downsides of tradition, is that upgrading tiles are so slow, and building trading posts is excruciatingly painful. Trading posts are like 10 or 8 or 12, I can't remember, some variety in there of turns to build a trading post on a jungle tile. The Brazilwood camp shows up at machinery instead of guilds, which is a little bit different, but also gives you, but builds so much quicker. It's like a 4 or 5 turn build as opposed to like an 8 or 10 turn build. So you can get these up a lot quicker. They don't start giving you culture until you have acoustics, but acoustics is a fairly easy tech to enter the Renaissance through, so that's not a big deal. And once you get these things up, they're quite good. They're not as good as trading posts late game because they do not benefit from free thought. I don't know why they don't benefit from free thought. Free thought ought to give Brazilwood camps the additional science as well, but they do benefit immediately. They get the 2 gold, whereas trading posts have to get to economics before it's 2 gold. They're much quicker to build, so you can really get that jungle producing gold a little bit faster and culture a little bit faster, which is something that no one else can do from the jungle, which is pretty cool. So the Brazil camp is really actually quite good. And their bonus isn't terrible. So the tourism output during Golden Ages, who cares, right? 100% tourism during Golden Age is not a big deal because you can't really win tourism victories like that. You can maybe do futurism pushes, but that bonus doesn't directly impact futurism games very much. It impacts them a little bit because you do a little bit of hard tourism in futurism games, but not a lot. But the earn great artists, musicians, and writers 50% faster during their Golden Ages is actually okay because when you are going for futurism victories, you are trying to very quickly go from no tourism to all of the tourism you need to win. And you're trying to do this in a very quick time period. And you're trying to do this by hard generating artists, musicians, and writers. And you can use those artists to trigger more Golden Ages, which will keep that bonus rolling. So it can be synergetic for a futurism win. The problem is that Brazil, to get to a point where you can have a futurism win, you need to be ahead to get there. You have to get into the modern first or get those factories up first, one or the other. You need to be ahead anyways. And the problem is Brazil is almost never ahead because they have such a slow start to begin with. Overall, tier 4 Civ, not terrible, but it's starting to get a little lower down there. It's not a mid-tier Civ in my opinion. Playing it too much, the jungle bias is really, the low production starts has just really kind of made that worse in my mind. Although Brazilwood camps have grown on me the more I've used them. Moving on, we have the Shoshone. Shoshone are tier 2 for me. I really like the Shoshone. They're really fun to play. They don't have a start bias to my knowledge. Which they don't. Their founded cities start with additional territory. This means your city grabs all the good tiles. The governor is terrible. Sometimes it leaves really good tiles away that you have to buy later. It doesn't prioritize natural wonders. It does stupid things like that. But in general, it's a pretty damn good bonus. You don't have to buy all the tiles, and you get to work the choice tiles right away. Units receive a combat bonus when fighting in their own territory. It's a 15% combat bonus. That's a totally reasonable bonus. It's very nice on defense. Of course, it can't be used on offense, but it's very nice on defense, and it's not bad whatsoever. Really what makes us Shoshone, though, are Pathfinders. Pathfinders are warrior improvements that are... when you pick up a rune, you can choose what bonus that rune gives you, so long as it isn't the last 2 bonuses you've chosen. So you can go population, like you can take a pop rune, pick up a rune, choose pop, and then you have to take 2 other runes before you can take another pop rune, basically. It's a really good bonus. You can get early compos. Early compos are okay. Certainly scout compos are quite nice, which is what Pathfinders upgrade into. Early culture is very good with the tradition nerf. With tradition now having a slower culture game at the start, early culture can be very good. Pop runes are always incredible. Gold runes are okay, etc. And mostly you don't ever have to get those friggin' map runes or barb runes ever again, which is very, very nice. I like them. They're quite good. And they're also actually fairly decent military units because they're basically warriors that are faster. And if you take faster in the sense they ignore terrain costs. And if you upgrade them to compos, they're bowmen that upgrade compos to crossbows that ignore terrain costs. And if you upgrade them into warriors and take any of the defensive bonuses that scouts get, they actually become fairly tanky. So they're actually not that bad as like basically spearmen replacements, although you can't use them for taking tribute. And they're better, and of course it's defensive bonuses, not offensive bonuses, which is basically what blocker units do. So anyways, quite good units overall, and really part of making the Shoshone great. And what it is these early combat bonuses, these early stacking bonuses, right? The additional territory, the better defense versus barbs, although that's kind of minor, and the ability to choose what your early runes are going to give for you. And then finally there's the Comanche Riders. These are okay. These are, again, they're 5 movement cavalry, and we like 5 movement cavalry. That's what we want from our cavalry. However, Their other bonus, which is they have a full moon. I think they. Am I imagining this? I thought they had a defensive bonus in your lands as well, but I might be imagining that. It might just be the +1 movement. Either way, that's what I want in a horseman, right? I want either stronger or faster or both. These are for sure faster, and I can't remember right now if they have the 15% combat bonus or not, but they're fine. You don't use cavalry all that much, but you do use them occasionally, and they're quite good when you need to use them. So this is fine. Solid, quite good. Combined, it's a nice, and combined with the early game power that it can be, they're quite strong. Egypt, tier 1. This is an amazing god tier civ. The bonuses are very, very obvious as to why it's so good, but let's go over them anyways. They have a very nice start bonus. They have start bias, excuse me. They avoid jungle and forest. What? That's so crazy. That's so good. Again, for the same reason it's good for the Huns, right, is that it's going to make your early game that much more efficient. You can scout faster with that warrior. When you do find a city-state, you're going to be able to get that worker that you steal back sooner. When you're expanding, your expands are going to go out quicker because you're not moving across jungle and friggin' jungle and forest nonstop. When your workers are improving tiles, they're going to improve faster because there's less of the full movement point stops that you have to do when you're moving around. I mean, it's just really, really nice, that start bias. Additionally, and much kind of above actually the start bias, so the start bias is nice, is the 20% towards wonder construction. Wonders are basically long-term infrastructure investments. They come at the cost of more traditional infrastructure like production and growth buildings. They come at the cost of building military, but their long-term bonuses are going to be things that win you games. Things like science bonuses or growth bonuses or happiness bonuses or production bonuses or whatever it happens to be, right? I actually can't think of I can't think of a production bonus right now, but for a wonder. But in general, Petra, yeah. So it's gonna be bonuses for that or gold or whatever it happens to be. These are what they do. So they're long-term investments, and if you can make those long-term investments pay off, you get enough of them. They're culture investments too. They're gonna win you games, and Egypt is really efficient at building wonders. Additionally, we've talked about chariots. Chariots are good. War chariots are better. War chariots have the same overall strength, but they don't require horses, which is crazy because that's one of the limitations of chariots. And they can move 5 instead of 4. War chariots are not as good as war elephants or the Hun unit, the horse archer. But they're still very good. They're not quite as good because they still take that full stop from rough terrain. But nevertheless, you can mass these as you want. You can't really mess with Egypt. Egypt may be building wonders, or Egypt may be building a lot of chariots and killing you, and they can do either. And then finally, it has a happiness building. The burial tomb is a temple replacement. Temples are very expensive gold-wise, but this temple has no gold upkeep costs, and it gives you 2 happiness. 2 happiness per city that builds it, which is huge. This means that Egypt has a little bit of versatility. If it wants to go wide, it can get a guaranteed 2 happiness building in each of its cities that generates faith, and when you go wide, faith is extremely important. So this is that also has no gold upkeep, which is also very important for wide games because you're very gold limited in wide games. So all of these are good, and they're good both tradition or liberty play. They're good regardless of the type of empire that Egypt chooses, and the start bias is good regardless of the type of empire Egypt chooses. Overall, it's a very, very strong civ, and definitely a T1 civ in my mind. All right, moving on, Siam, I'm leaving them at T3. I quite like them. I think they're a very strong civ, maybe for slightly different reasons than I initially thought, but still a very strong civ. What it boils down to is all their bonuses are quite good. The Watt is a university replacement. Their start point bias is avoid forest, which is again similar to the avoid jungle and avoid forest, but not quite as good, but has those same bonuses we were just talking about for Egypt. It makes it more efficient early game. The university replacement is basically a university that gives 3 culture. That's great. Culture is fantastic. It's not a ton of culture, but it's a little bit, and this stuff adds up, and that's really nice to have culture on a building you're going to build and you're going to rush for anyways. Universities are generally the tech if you're going a science game. If you're trying to, if you're not worried, you're not too worried, and you can afford it, you tend to try to go to universities first if you can. Getting extra culture up for free in your cities is great. The bonus here is a little trickier to use. It sometimes can be hard to gain city-state influence, but it's a really good bonus, and it's actually a lie. It's actually better than this, what it says right here. You do gain the 50% food, culture, and faith from city-states. That is increased by 50% if you are, I think it's allied with them, but I think they have friendship bonuses too, but it's either way. Yeah, friendly city-state. So it's ally or friendship status. You get the bonuses, although clearly the ally status is going to have more of an impact because the city-state gives you more ally status than it does at friendship status. So if you multiply that by 50%, it's going to be more of an increase. But you also get additional happiness and additional military units, not in terms of quantity of unit, but the upgrade that the unit gets. So you get an increase of an experience on units that are gifted to you from military city-states, and you gain additional happiness from happiness city-states, which is kind of interesting, which doesn't say on this tooltip, but actually is how the game works. So this bonus is slightly better than it says. It's just kind of hard to use. It's tough to take control of city-states, except by luck early, when, you know, because you might get to that camp before your neighbor clears it. You might get to that camp before the city-state clears it itself, or you might not. So if you can get these bonuses rolling, they're very, very strong, but oftentimes it's difficult to do that. And since Siam doesn't have any bonuses to gold or city-state influence, it can be tricky later game to get these bonuses rolling too. So I've had games where I've managed to utilize this very well, and it's been a powerhouse, and I've had games where I couldn't get this going at all, and it's been that part of their bonuses have been totally useless. The Watt bonuses are passive and nice. The culture bonuses, Siam is actually a very powerful culture set, believe it or not, especially if you can get any cultural city-state allies. It can have crazy culture. And then finally, you have the elephant. I don't like, in general, horse units that are slower, and the elephant is slower. It's 3 movement instead of 4 movement. So that initially kind of put me off this unit. But it has 2 bonuses that are quite crazy. The first is as a 50% bonus versus mounted. Yeah, I guess that's maybe not as crazy. Maybe not crazy. I just said quite crazy too, but maybe only one that's quite crazy. But that's still, you know, that's not bad. If you're fighting other knights, that's very powerful. If you can slam your knights into their knights, that's great. But really the power of this elephant is just its raw combat strength. Knights are 20 combat strength. The elephant is 25 combat strength and receives another 50% bonus if it's fighting another knight. These things are monsters. They're so powerful, they do so much damage, and they're so scary to fight against. They're tanky, and they are hard to kill, and they do a lot of damage to your units. They make Siam a really, really dangerous medieval military civ, as well as being a strong cultural civ, as well as being capable of going crazy if it gets good city-state location. But this is all situational for me. T3 civ, but quite a nice strong T3 civ in my opinion. I really like Siam when I get them these days, and I don't like playing against them because I know in the medieval era, which is the era you tend to get teamed the most if you're doing very well, it's like I don't call it the noob era in the sense of all my opponents who attack me in medieval are noobs, but if you're going to get attacked, or if there's newer players in the game, they're like, oh my god, that guy's running away, what are we going to do? They always go, crossbows, we'll hit him with crossbows and knights, and I don't like it when I have to fight Siam because their knights are better. So when I get crossbowed and knighted from Siam, it's going to hurt more. Next up is Korea. Korea T1 Civ, in my mind, they have a coastal start bias. They're a very interesting Civ. They have science bonuses, which is of course what makes them so damn strong, but they also have 2 other kind of unique, cool, unique things over here. So the first thing is they're Scholars of the Jade Hall here, which is 2 science for all specialists and all great person tile improvements. It makes planting tile improvements quite interesting, and can do some very cool freedom strats with New Deal and planting tiles, especially if you can get your religion rolling, although it can be hard for Korea to get its religion rolling because it has no bonuses to religion. But if you can get like Messiah and then start planting prophets, that also gives science, and planting academy tiles, which gives science, or getting like a great library out early if you can. Not that Korea often gets a chance, but if you do get the chance to get the great library and maybe an oracle and start generating scientists early and getting those planted, all these bonuses start getting pretty good. And then it gets crazy late game, absolutely crazy late game. Once you hit universities and you basically have secularism and nobody else has secularism, and then when you get secularism, you basically have 2 secularisms and everyone else only gets 1 secularism, your science goes nuts. It's worth getting great people out, worth getting guilds out when you can just for these science bonuses, because you're basically working science as well as culture, which is pretty good. Makes those yields a lot more valuable. And then it has a kind of minor bonus of free tech boost every time a scientific building or wonder is built in the Korean capital. I tend not even to notice that most of the time. So that bonus I think is less impactful than the +2 science for all specialists. It also has 2 kind of unique units here. It has the Hawacha, which I love. This is a super, super strong defensive unit. If you have roads and you have Hawachas, you pretty much don't care what's coming your way. It replaces trebuchets, so it is in physics instead of machinery, which is a little awkward. But you know, there's Notre Dame available at physics, and Notre Dame's a really strong growth wonder. It's going to give you the happiness you can grow. These are 26 combat strength, and if you can move and shoot because you're on roads, it's amazing. 26 combat strength. Crossbow is 18. Camel archer is 21. This is 26. An artillery is 28. I mean, this is artillery is 28 and a Gatling gun is 30. This is basically artillery damage that arrives in medieval. It's crazy. It's so much fun to shoot things with Hawachas. However, you don't get to use them very often because they're not very good on offense because they have to move and they have to set up to shoot, and they don't have bonuses versus cities. They're very good on defense, but yeah. Tough to use, but very, very fun. And then there's very, very fun damage-wise. And then there's the turtle ship. The turtle ship is hilarious. It's hilarious because it is a 36 combat. Again, this is Korea with their crazy combat strength units, right? This comes out at Caravel Tech. I believe the Caravel is 21. Let me just check that real quick for you. Caravel is 20 combat strength. This is 36. If they don't have frigates when you have turtle ships, you can do whatever you want in their lands. Not because you can kill their cities, because you're probably not going to take out cities unless they have a lot of tiles to attack from, but because they can't kill these things. You can pillage all their trade routes. You can pillage all of their working boats and all of their sea resources. You can prevent them from running more trade routes and prevent them from working their sea luxuries. And you can do this just because your unit is this like armored tank of a ridiculous like melee unit. And it's hilarious. They're not great because what are you going to do with them? You're not really going to take land with them, and you're probably not going to defend frigates all that well with them, although they'll do damage to frigates. And they're probably coming too late to defend against Galleass if you get Galleass rushed, and they can't impact land units because they're not ranged. But man, are they really, really funny when you have them running around in someone else's territory. I watched a game once, two friends were playing, and England, my friend was England, and he was being attacked by Korea with turtle ships. And the turtle ships weren't trying to do any damage to his cities directly, but they like stopped England from using the coast for like 20 turns. It was hilarious. Very cool unit. Not particularly good, but the rest of the bonuses in Korea more than make up for the turtle ship. And the turtle ship's kind of fun, and I'd love to see more use out of it, more play of the turtle ship. But then again, Korea's always banned in the games I play, so forget it. Next up are the Zulu. This is I moved Zulu from T3 to T2 for a couple reasons. The first of these is the obvious reason, which is impies. Impies are very good. They're not good at taking cities, and they come a little bit at a weird time. It's hard to push with impies because you don't seem to have the range strength to take down the city after you push with impies. However, impies are amazing on defense and also amazing at killing other units. They come so insanely fast. If an Zulu player goes something like a Great Library build or a One City or an early National College and then straight to Civil Service, impies can be on you almost immediately in the game. And there's nothing early game that can deal with impies. The only way to deal with impies is pikemen, and you don't get pikemen until they have impies. So if they're rushing civil service, which is the attack that impies come available at, and you're not rushing civil service, and they go for you, you're going to have a large number of turns where you don't have units that can stand up to impies. Because if you put a chariot archer or a composite bowman in range to shoot an impy, the impy can attack you because it can run across whatever terrain's in the way and hit you. And the impy is going to do an unbelievable amount of damage to your units. So impies are terrifying. It's really scary being next to Zulu. Because you expect at some point you're going to see impies, and it's really hard to deal with impies if you do not have pikemen of your own to just stand and fortify and absorb the hits. And even then, if they go impies into crossbows, then you may have some trouble. Impies are relatively fragile in the sense, like they're not super tanky, but the promotions they get are decent. All the promotions give them bonuses to defending against range, and their attack is actually quite good. They're one of the few melee units that slamming into other players actually makes a lot of sense because they have all those bonuses to attacking between the free shot they do and then the bonuses they get from having the Ikundu or Ikunda or whatever it is here. Melee units cost 50% less maintenance. This is a less valuable bonus than it would sound. You don't tend to use tons and tons of melee units. The Germany bonus of 25% off all land unit maintenance is definitely better, but this is still a fairly decent bonus if you're using knights and impies and things like that, and late game things like infantry. It's going to be a nice bonus all game long, just not hugely impactful. I'm not sure if this applies to workers. It may apply to workers too, and if that's true, it makes that quite a bit better. These workers do eat up a lot of maintenance costs. All units require 25% less experience to earn the next promotion. This is really funny. This works differently than I would have expected. It actually means that there's the total amount of experience in between promotions is less than it is for other civilizations. And this lets you do some crazy things. First of all, this means in combat you get your promotions faster. Early game, this means you're getting insta-heals faster, which is silly, because it means it's much harder to kill your units. Later, it lets you do things by stacking stacking promotion buildings. So they have a unique promotion building. This is the barracks replacement, the Ikanda. It grants unique promotions to pre-gunpowder melee units. That's pretty cool. And the promotions are fairly good, although clearly the impy ones are the best. Getting the impies for 3 movement is just amazing. But really, what the kind of cool thing about this is late game. Because late game, normally to get, let's say you want to get, the most impactful promotions late game are things like bombers starting with air repair and stealth bombers starting with air repair. And that requires 4, it's 3 promotions for the bomber, right? Which is, to get 3 promotions, it requires 4 promotion buildings. Because of the 25% less experience here, for the Zulus it only requires 3 buildings. So if you, normally to get air repair promoted bombers, you either have to go autocracy and have built a barracks, an armory, and a military academy, and then have autocracy as well. Or you have to go, if you're not autocracy, you need to go Brandenburg plus a barracks, an armory, and a military academy. That gives you your 4, but only out of 1 city. The Zulu don't care. They don't need 4. They only need 3. So if you have a barracks, an armory, and a military academy, you can get units coming out with 3 promotions, including bombers with 3 promotions, which is just nuts. And you can do that out of all your cities. And if you do, for example, pick up Brandenburg and autocracy, 5 promotions gets you a 4th level up on Zulu. So you can create units with 4 level ups on them. And if you have Alhambra as well, you can get units with 5 level ups out of the Zulu, which is crazy. So honestly, I think it's overkill when you start doing 4s and 5s on the Zulu, because you don't really need, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to promote an infantry that has rough terrain, triple rough terrain, double cover or something. I mean, like, you can get march and blitz, but who cares? I mean, certainly with things like XCOM and paratroopers, it becomes a big deal. You can do ridiculous things with that, but it's less important on some of the other things. But bombers is extremely important. So this bonus allows you to have a lot of late game presence with units from just stacking promotions, which is really, really cool. All around, this is a scary civ to play against. They have a defensive unit that's incredibly good early and comes out super early. That's very difficult to deal with. And if they want to rush you with that unit, they can, although it's going to be hard to take your cities. If they want to wait a little bit and use that unit plus crossbows to attack you, they can. You're not going to be able to remove the Zulus if you very easily, unless you get them extraordinarily early. And even then, you probably get impied even as you're trying to remove them. And late game, they have a very dominant military presence. However, they don't have science bonuses, they don't have growth bonuses, they don't have happiness bonuses. They're certainly a strong civ, but they're not a T1 civ, but they're very, I think, a very decent T2 civ. And a lot of those I didn't notice until I started really kind of playing the Zulu a lot and realizing the things you can do with them. All right, 4 more civs. 5 more civs? Man, 5 more civs. Getting a little hoarse. This is a lot of talking. All right. Ottomans. This is the only civ that I moved more than 1 slot, and I moved them down 2. I had them as T3 and I moved them to T5, and I'll talk about why. Alright, the Zulu have a, oh I forgot, one more thing about the Zulu is they have an avoid jungle bias, so you're never going to have the super low production start, or rarely you're going to have the super low production start that the other ones do. So anyways, Zulu, avoid jungle bias. Next up are Ottomans. They have a coastal bias. The problem with Ottomans is that they don't have bonuses that are all that useful. They have melee, all their melee naval units have the prize ships promotion, which allow them to capture defeated ships. Melee naval units go trireme into caravel. Those are the first 2 you get. Trireme is all the way up from ancient to Renaissance. Caravel is Renaissance. Then you get the privateer. This is an upgrade path. This is just when they're available. You get the privateer, which is also in Renaissance. And then you get things like destroyers. The problem is this. You don't go to war with triremes. They don't do anything. The only thing you ever do with the trireme is capture cities. Triremes aren't strong enough to attack cities directly. All you ever do with triremes is block barbarians, protect your trade routes, and occasionally capture a city that's pretty low from sea by using a trireme. The workhorse of the early game naval warfare is the galleass. And triremes aren't strong enough to deal with galleass in any way, shape, or form. So first of all, that prize ship promotion isn't going to help us very much in galleass. It may get us a couple barbarian galleys, and we might be able to use one of those galleys for scouting, or maybe even save ourselves producing a second trireme to defend our trade routes. But overall, we don't want a lot of weak naval ships like triremes because they cost maintenance. Even if they only cost 1/3 of the maintenance, we still don't want to pay maintenance on units we're never going to use and don't have any ability to help us. So maybe for some scouting that might help a little bit. It might help us fight barbs a little bit better, but you don't tend to need all that much help fighting barbs. Once you have a unit or 2, you can just hold position, fortify, and not worry about it. So that doesn't help us in triremes. It doesn't help us in caravels. Caravels are not a military naval unit. They do a little tiny bit of attacking, but 99.9% of the time the caravel is scouting, and then you might use your caravel that you have left over from scouting to aid frigates and privateers in their fight, maybe. So it doesn't help there. Privateers already have that promotion, and the same promotion, having the same promotion twice does not make it better. So in the same way that a longbowman, if you upgrade a longbow, if you get enough promotions on a longbow to the point where you could have chosen to get extra range, you'll find you can't get extra range because it already has extra range. And your longbow has 3, but it won't have 4. If you get a chukanu up to enough promotions where it can get double attack, you'll find that you can't get triple attack. You can't get double attack again because it already has double attack. In that same sense, the privateers, Ottoman privateers, they don't get 2 prize ships promotions. They just have the same chance to capture as other privateers. So that doesn't help us on privateers either. Well, the next melee ship that comes out is the destroyer, and the destroyer is super low on the tech tree. It's going to come. You're not going to get to destroyer tech until you're basically going for stealth bombers and XCOM. And at that point, by the time you get destroyers, they're not useful. Yes, they're okay versus subs, but they're not that great versus subs, and they're not very great versus nuclear subs, and people are already going to have nuclear subs by the time you have destroyer because of the way the tech path works. You have to go up through research labs and then into, you're going to see people going into nukes, and you have to go to bomb shelters to protect against nukes, and then you're going to come down and you're going to need bombers, so you're going to have to have bomber tech, and then finally you can start picking up tank and destroyer tech. But tank and destroyer tech are going to come super late. And destroyers are just never arrive at an impactful time in the game. So the military naval battles that tend to go on between subs, nuclear subs, carriers with bombers, battleships, and then a little bit later they go on with missile cruisers. And then there's no more naval warfare because stealth bombers just destroy everything, period, including naval ships. So there's never really a time where destroyers are useful. And even when they are, even if you do have a couple of destroyers, possibly for capturing purposes, like you're capturing cities, their combat strength isn't all that dominating versus the stuff that's out there. So again, the promotion doesn't help us. So I don't know when the hell we're supposed to use that bonus. I don't know how I'm supposed to take advantage of that bonus because all the times that I normally use it, it isn't useful. So paying 1/3 of the usual cost for naval unit maintenance, that's okay. If you're going for a frigate rush, this is going to be nice, but it's going to be situational. If you go for a galleass rush or a frigate rush, that might be nice. Okay, I can get behind that. But it's not a great bonus. It's an okay bonus. It's a small like gold. I mean, it's a decent gold return, but it's not a particularly great bonus. And the thing is that my naval rushes tend to be less likely than my land rushes just because I tend to have naval coast a little less than I do land. And then the combination, you always are going to have a land neighbor. The likelihood of having a coastal neighbor and also being coastal yourself tends to be less than the likelihood of just having a land neighbor because you're always going to have a land neighbor. So you tend not to use the naval units as much as you use the land units. So in of itself, that bonus is slightly less useful than the land bonus because you need land units all the time. Moving on for the Ottomans. They have 2 unique units, which I used to think more of than I do. The first is I don't know how to say this. This is like the CFI or something like that. I call it the SIDFI or something like that when I'm playing. But this is a faster Lancer that has no combat bonuses. So it's a base Lancer in terms of combat strength. It's faster. It has 5 movements instead of 4. It has +1 sight, and it doesn't take and it can pillage for free. It's an annoying unit. It's more annoying on turn-based than it is in real time. Real time, what tends to happen is you move your Lancer around, you pillage a couple tiles and move around, and you don't want to cross their roads because you cross their roads, you move your Lancer around pillaging in their tiles, right? On their turn, they move a guy to it, and the guy maybe attacks your Lancer, maybe doesn't, just gets to a point where he's blocking your Lancer. And if it was turn-based, he would do that, your turn, you move some more, pillage some more, and that's fine. But in real time, what you have to deal with is the fact that you did your Lancer move first, he reacted to your Lancer move, then the turn rolled over, and then you both have, hypothetically, the ability to go next, but it's really whoever first moves it. So what tends to happen when you do things like horseman pillaging is like you'll move your horse in and pillage, they'll move a unit to defend, and then at the beginning of the next turn they'll move another unit to either block you or attack and kill it. So they don't tend to actually last long enough to do a whole lot of damage. But even then, that damage tends not to be all that instrumental. Even if they can get around for pillaging a lot, it's certainly better at pillaging than other Lancer units. But it's a Lancer unit, and you'd rather have cavalry. is what it boils down to. And cavalry comes so close to lancers that it's almost never worth building lancers. Yeah, it's a unique unit. You might build one or two. It's maybe a little bit better at pillaging because of the pillage bonus and also the sight range. Okay, it can be annoying if you get like the perfect situation and you get to run around uncontested in their lands. It's more efficient at pillaging, so it will be more annoying. But it's probably not game changing, and it's probably not even push changing, right? It's probably not going to change whether or not that military push succeeds. And that brings me also to the Janissary, which is similar to that. The Janissary is a musket upgrade. It's a musket upgrade that has 25 combat bonus when attacking, 25% combat bonus when attacking, and also heals 50 damage if it kills a unit. The problem is, again, the same problem with all of the melee units with bonuses like this, is that you don't tend to spend a lot of time attacking with your melee units. That's not the role they play. If you're attacking with units in this era, around this time, you're attacking it might be late medieval into early Renaissance. You might see things like knights and crossbows. That's going to be the units that focus fire. Your melee units are going to be blocker units like pikemen and maybe muskets a little bit later. If you're fighting in the Renaissance and Industrial era, you're going to be seeing things like cavalry and artillery. And those are going to be the units that do the attacking. Your melee units are going to be blocking to protect the cavalry and the artillery. The problem with attacking with melee units like this, like the Janissary and other melee units that can't attack and move back, is they don't really have the hit points to survive the attack and then survive the next round of opponent's fire. Yes, it's kind of done a little bit by the 50 damage if it heals a unit and the bonus to attacking, but it still is going to put this unit out of position. It has to be the one getting the last hit in. So what you have to do then is soften the unit up with like artillery fire or a mix of artillery and cavalry, and then last hit the unit with the Janissary, which means you have to time that right so the unit doesn't move away. If the unit moves away, your Janissary takes that position, is now out of position, doesn't get the heal and doesn't get the fortification bonus and dies. Or even if you do take it, you take a chunk of damage. You probably have a chunk of damage on you because you're a frontline unit. You take a chunk of damage killing the unit you killed, and you get a decent sized heal back, and then you're still out of position without your fortification bonus and kill. It just doesn't work that way. The way that the Civ fighting works, this unit tends not to be able to utilize that bonus as much as it would need to be to make that unit amazing. And what that boils down to is you have a musket that has a very situational ability that sometimes can be strong, but most of the time can't. You have a lancer with the same type of stuff, that is units that don't help in combat, and you have a melee bonus for a ship capture bonus on melee units that doesn't do anything, and you have a 1/3 off of naval maintenance bonus that very situationally will help you. Most of the time, frigate wars are won by surprise and timing. They're not won by massing huge amounts of frigates. You don't want to get in a war where you're grinding out 1,000 frigates and they're grinding out 1,000 frigates and they're just repeatedly slamming into each other, because it takes all your resources, and everybody else in the meantime is using the resources to invest in science, production, and infrastructure, and moving on with the game. You want surprise or quick attacks that take little amounts of production from you or less amounts of production to very quickly gain land or remove players from the game, and it just doesn't work that way. So overall, these bonuses that seem okay for war actually aren't that good for war, and tend to be very, very situationally useful and not that useful when they are situationally triggered. So I demoted them twice, from 3 to 5 for me, because they just don't actually seem that good after playing a million games. Alright, moving on. Byzantium. This is a T3 Civ for me. I quite like Byzantium. They're fun to play. They have a lot of different things that they can do that other Civs can't do. This is things I really like. I like diversity. I play this game enough now that diversity in what the Civs can do means a lot to me, because it makes my games much more fun. Their first one is their actually hardest to utilize belief. This is choose one extra belief than normal when you found a religion. You can choose any of the beliefs when you do that. You can pick a second pantheon belief if you want. You can have 2 founder beliefs when you found instead of 1. Or you can take 2 follower beliefs, or you can take a enhancer belief when you actually found a religion. So you can make that fairly strong. The problem is you almost need the second belief at pantheon, not founding a religion, because the issue is that you often, as Byzantium, don't get first, second, or even sometimes third, or even sometimes the last religion when you're trying to found a religion, because you don't have bonuses to faith production. So you're at the mercy of your start location as to whether or not you're going to have a pantheon that actually generates any faith. And then you're at the mercy of religious city-states as to who gets first pantheon. And then you're somewhat at the mercy of your start location and your neighbors and what everyone else is going for, whether or not you can afford to do something like build Stonehenge. So you're never guaranteed the religion, so you're never guaranteed this bonus. And even when you trigger this bonus, if you get 4th religion and you want like the double gold bonus or something, there aren't the bonuses to choose from, and you might not be able to actually utilize that bonus. So a lot of times what I find when I play Byzantium is my second belief is pretty non-impactful, my free belief. I'll get something and it's like, okay, I'm glad I got that, but it's not actually that big a deal because it comes too late to really have that impact that you want it to have. However, sometimes you get I think there was a game we played where like Byzantium got like Sinai or Uluru or something, and they had an absolute crazy religion super early, and their religion was like production, pagodas, tithe, temple happiness, like I don't remember the last one, might have been like Defender of the Faith or something, some like absolutely crazy like monster religion. Occasionally you can do that, like with Byzantium, you can't do that with anyone else because you get that extra belief, but most of the times it doesn't happen. That said, they do have 2 really cool units that kind of help make up for this. They have the Droman. The Droman is extraordinarily interesting to me. It's a trireme replacement. It's basically the combat strength of a chariot archer. It's 10 range combat strength and 8 melee strength. And it is a 4 movement, which is high because galleasses are 3 base movement, so it's actually a higher movement naval unit, and it's ranged. It's a chariot that can't be attacked by melee because no one's going to have melee that can attack this. They might have some triremes, but they're probably only going to have 1 trireme at most. So it's like their spearmen and their warrior and their scouts and their horsemen can't do anything to this. And it's ranged and it's super early. I've seen a lot of Droman rushes now. They're pretty devastating because you can't protect the coast tiles in the same way that you can protect your city tiles because there's no terrain on the coast. So there's no like you can protect against chariots by hills and unit position. You can't protect from Dromans in the same way. Dromans are kind of cool. They're a little fragile. They do die. They die fairly quickly, but surprise attacks with Dromans are really effective early. So this is a very nice way to take out either a city-state or another player quickly and surprisingly with this unit. And that's kind of cool. No one else can do that. It's the only civ that gets this early because no one else has a trireme replacement that's ranged. The next naval ranged unit is the galleass, and that's ages away. Additionally, this unit's really cool, the Cataphract here. They have a coastal bias, by the way, Byzantium, I can't remember if I said that. The Cataphract is another very interesting unit. This, to me, is an amazing unit because it's not a horseman. You lose your horseman, which kind of sucks, but you basically get a better melee unit. You get a better blocking melee unit. This is a 15 combat strength. 15 combat strength is almost a pikeman. For comparison, a spearman is 11. A horseman, I believe, is 11 or 12. I think it might be 12. And the Cataphract is 15, and it's 3 movement, and you can move after attacking, so you can attack and move back, and you get the terrain bonus, and this is the critical component that a lot of the other horse units don't have. It's things like the African war elephant, right, that is similar in ability here, but doesn't get that bonus. And what this does is this changes this from a horse unit and changes it into a melee blocker unit, because now it gets all the bonuses of terrain. I'm not sure if it can fortify. I think it can fortify, but it gets the bonuses of terrain, but it also is now a 3 movement unit that can attack and is a pretty high combat strength. So it's almost like a berserker. It's closer to a berserker than it is to an African war elephant. And it's much earlier. So you can use this in chariot warfare that you find in the early game, in the early ancient and classical eras. The chariot warfare that's so prevalent and so dominating there, you can use cataphracts for that. And they're quite strong. They're quite good at that. And I really like that. It's a very unique ability, in my opinion. This civ has 2 unique combat units that are very early, and then a kind of mediocre, or situationally good, but more often than not mediocre religious ability. And it's unique and it's cool, and I quite like them, and I'm giving them a T3 for that. Moving on, we have America. America has a river bias. It's the only civ, according to this list, that has it, which is kind of a cool bonus. Rivers are very strong. That's where you're going to get your growth from. Civil service is the quickest. Rivers and civil service is the quickest way to get early growth that you can basically do. Besides having things like salts, besides just having amazing stars with like salts or citruses or stuff like that. I give them a T3. They've been moved from Tier 4 to Tier 3 for me, and this is for a lot of reasons. They have the early bonuses that I like. I am a tile buying junkie in my games, and the 50% discount on purchasing tiles is huge. What that lets you do, it makes you almost as good as a Shoshone. It's worse than the Shoshone, but it almost lets you be as good as a Shoshone, which is it lets you prioritize the highest yield tiles that you want early of the appropriate kind. You're building a settler early, and it's like a 10-turn build. You can buy some hills, and then suddenly it's a 7-turn build or something. You're trying to grow early, and that cattle's 3 tiles out, and normally you wouldn't have the cash to afford it, or you wouldn't want to waste the cash to buy it. Buy your cattle, you don't care. You're settling a natural wonder, and the natural wonder is, you want to settle a placement, and normally when you settle natural wonders, you almost always have to be 1 or 2 tiles away from it because you're not going to have the cash to buy out to it. Other people may settle closer and buy it from you. America, you can settle wherever the hell you want and buy out to it. You know, it's really nice. That bonus is really interesting and fun to use for me because it lets me do something I want to do anyways and lets me do it more efficiently, which is good. All land military units have +1 sight. It does tend to get you a couple more runes, maybe like lets you find people a little bit faster, lets you see things off the coast a little bit better, lets you find expansion spots better. It's okay. It tends not to be game-changing, but it's hard to measure the impact of that because you don't really, it's tough to say how many more runes do you get because of this ability versus when you didn't have this ability. This is really tough to say. But interesting, again, it lets you do things you're going to do and lets you do them already a little bit better. Those are both nice bonuses. And I will say that the other two bonuses they have, besides the start bias for rivers, which is quite a nice start bias, it may actually be the best start bias out there, arguably desert, but desert is so hit or miss, the other thing it has is it has the Minutemen. I'll talk about both of these units quickly. The Minutemen is actually fairly good, and I don't say that a lot about musket improvements because I don't think muskets are all that good of a unit. But the thing about this is it comes out with drill, and it ignores terrain cost, and both of those things make them surprisingly better than you'd expect. Drill, bringing it out with drill means that if you have an armory, and it starts with, and the Minutemen starts with drill anyways, is you can come out with double cover promoted Minutemen. And that's exactly what you want from a blocker unit. You want a blocker unit that blocks well. And the things that are going to be attacking blocker units are almost always ranged units with a very minor amount of melee units. So what you want to be able to do is you want a unit that's particularly resilient to ranged units, which is what Minutemen end up being because they get that free promotion that allows barracks plus armory promotions to give you double cover instead of having to first promote into drill. That's really useful. It's also really useful to ignore terrain cost. A lot of times when you're attacking cities or even when you're defending, less so in defending, but certainly on attacking, you're coming across terrain that is an absolute nightmare to move across because people settle in locations that make it difficult for you to attack and make it easy for them to defend. So the Minutemen bonus to ignore that becomes very, very useful. They move like scouts, which is pretty cool. They do have a bonus also that when they kill units, they they give you points towards golden ages in the same way that the Brazilian infantry unit does it. I have a game up where I had a very, very long war as America. I was fighting as America versus the Zulu in England. So I was getting attacked by impies and longbowmen. And I'm defending as America. And I tech for Minutemen, so I have a kind of tier unit that's a little higher than the tier units I'm being attacked with to try to give me some parity in that fight. And I actually have the most number of kills in that game on Minutemen that I think I've ever had on the melee units ever. Just because the war was so long and so brutal that there was just a lot of combat from melee units that normally doesn't occur. I wasn't able to, it was so desperate that I wasn't able to, use your normal strategies that are going to be basically using melee as blocker and just using ranged. It was a lot of melee fighting. I probably had the most number of kills with melee units I've ever had in a game, right? And all that time harvesting these points for golden ages. And I think it was either less than one golden age or maybe after like I don't know how many hundreds of years of war type deal, one golden age from this. That bonus is a useless bonus, unfortunately. It does not generate anywhere near enough golden age points to make it relevant. It's such a minor thing that doesn't impact the game at all that it doesn't matter for me for the Minutemen because the Minutemen other bonuses are good enough that it doesn't matter. The drill bonus, starting with the drill and then having the ignore terrain on a Minuteman on a musket upgrade is okay. That's good enough for me because basically what it lets me do is it lets me get a unit. The only time I'm going to tech for musket tech ahead of ahead of public schools is when I'm expecting to go into war, and I'm expecting to go into war that's going to have things like crossbows or maybe into a war like that where I'm going to tech down into that tech first. It's because I'm trying to get some unit that gets me parity again or gets me a little bit above their units. It's like a desperation thing, right? It's like I need the strongest blocker unit I can get here. And the Minuteman is actually a fairly decent blocker unit, whereas a lot of the other musket improvements actually aren't very good at being blocker units. They're either more expensive or they're get attack bonuses but not defense bonuses, or they don't have the free promotions that let you get cover upgrades. They just have no promotions, or they're long swordsmen as opposed to muskets. You get the point. The goal is that this is one of the few times I've actually seen musketmen be useful. Additionally, they have the B-17. The B-17 is kind of interesting, kind of not kind of interesting. The problem with the B-17 is, well, let's talk about the bonuses first, right? So it evades interception, or rather it takes less damage from interception. The cool tip is misleading. It gets the promotion evasion. The evasion promotion doesn't actually allow you to evade interception. It just makes you take less damage when you're intercepted. And it starts with siege promotion. I believe what it starts with is siege 1 and evasion, right? is what it starts with. So it's a bomber upgrade, not a triplane upgrade, which is unfortunate. Which is really unfortunate, because what it means is if you build triplanes and upgrade, well, you get if you build a triplane and it has a couple, it comes out, let's say you have a barracks and armory, so your triplane comes out and you double unit promote it, and then you upgrade it later into a B-17. Well, it now keeps the double unit promotion it has, then gets anti-city promotion, because that's what a B-17 gets. It gets Siege 1, and then it gets the evasion promotion. But neither of those get you closer to the promotion you actually care about, which is air repair. If you hard build the bombers, and if you're going triplanes, if you're teching triplanes and actually having a war, you're going to go through triplanes before you go into bombers. If you're not really worried about bomber production until you get to bomber tech, because there isn't war when triplanes are available, and you hard build bombers, you can do something like, for example, if you have barracks armory, you can go, you start with Siege 1 from being a B-17, you get Siege 2 from your barracks, and then you get air repair from the armory. And that's good, but the thing is, you really want land promoted, not city promoted bombers, because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be fighting land units for a large period of time, and you need the ability to deal with them. You have to be able to kill infantry, you have to be able to kill rocket artillery a little bit later, you're going to be dealing with anti-AA guns and mobile SAMs, and you're going to have bombers to deal with that. So you don't want city promotions. Yes, attacking the city is good, but you really can't take cities in that era without first removing the blocker units and removing the AA units, because you don't have any way to do that. So people surround, in that era, that's generally tends to be pre-atomics or right around atomics. We play in games with Blitz being banned, and it's real time. So if you drop a paratrooper, like that, which would be one of the other ways to capture it, like let's say you had city bombers and paratroopers, they're going to kill your paratroopers, or they're going to have their city surrounded, and you're not going to be able to get into that city without first removing some of their blocker units. And you can't do that as efficiently with city-promoted bombers. Infantry already are fairly tanky. Fortified infantry on hills, where they get the 40% bonus, plus they're generally double cover promoted at that point, plus they're on a friggin' hill, often with a goddamn fort or a citadel on that, and suddenly you need those anti-unit promotions, especially if you're attacking bombers or mobile SAMs. That said, it would let you get to that otherwise. And then, again, one more problem with this, right? So a lot of times when you're playing for that era, you're going to be looking for getting air repair bombers to begin with. So you might do something like autocracy plus the 3 buildings, which we already talked about when I was talking about Zulu, or you might be going like freedom or order plus a Brandenburg if you can grab it, and be generating those air repair bombers. Air repair bombers, starting with air repair bombers, is a huge advantage in the later era. So trying to do that is big. I mean, I guess what you could say is, you could say, well, what you do then is you take air repair, so you take Siege 2 and then air repair, and then you put 1 point into something like land units or something like that, and that would be okay. It's just I don't like the bomber bonuses are less useful to me than you would expect from the B-17s. It's basically I think it's a 5 combat strength bonus from the B-17 to a regular bomber, and that helps. But it just feels like the siege bonuses are not what I want. And by the time you get to stealth bombers, it doesn't really matter too much one way or the other, but it would still be nice generally to have anti-unit promoted bombers as opposed to siege promoted bombers. So not a huge, the B-17 really doesn't do a lot for me. The Minutemen actually does more for me than B-17, and actually these regular bonuses do too. I like America. They're a lot of fun to play. They're one of those civs, again, that feel like you have options, even if you don't necessarily have options, because you're getting to make these decisions like, I can purchase here, I can go, these weird units or that type of stuff. So I like them. Tier 3 for me. They've been quite fun in the games I've played, and much better than I was ever expecting them to be. All right, moving on. Netherlands, they're tier 5 for me. They've been demoted from tier 4 to tier 5. I think they were tier 4 before. If they weren't, they're definitely tier 5 now. And it's because all their bonuses are total crap. And we'll talk about why quickly. They have a bonus, they have a bias for grassland. I assume that is to help try to prioritize polders, because polders can only be built on floodplains and on marshes. I wish that was a desert bias. That might make it so you got enough floodplains you could actually use polders efficiently. Most of the times you have very few marsh tiles and very few marsh river tiles, which is really what you want for polders, which is really, really frustrating because you're like, oh, I have the unique building, the unique improvement's actually quite good, especially when you get economics and it gets the production and gold off of that. But the problem is that often you're not going to get more than 1 or 2 polders, and even later on, if you do get nuked the nuke removes all the tile improvements, including the marsh, so you can't rebuild polders on marsh. You can only rebuild polders on, or repair them on floodplains, because the marsh is gone once you've been nuked. So if the polder gets nuked, then that tile is gone forever, and then you have to just build a stupid grassland, or a stupid freshwater grassland tile. All right. That's said about the polders, and again, like start location is really going to be heavily dependent whether or not you get to use polders. That makes them very situationally useful to me as it is. Let's take a look at their other bonuses. This is a really bad bonus in multiplayer right here. Retains 50% of the happiness benefits from a luxury resource if your last copy of it is traded away. The AI cheats on happiness. Humans don't cheat on happiness. So what this actually means is that, let's say you have 1 copy of gems and your opponent has 2 copies of, I don't care, salt, let's say. First of all, if you have 1 for 1, they're not going to trade with you, because they're not going to give up their happiness for 4. They're not going to do a 4 for 4 trade, because it gains them nothing, and what they're going to assume you're trying to do is trigger a Wheel of the King Day by offering them a 1 for 1 trade. They're not going to do that, so they're only ever going to trade you resources you have that they have duplicates of. So let's say you trade your 1 copy of gems for their extra copy of salt. So you lose 4 happiness from losing your gems and get 50% of that back for your special ability here, and then you get the 4 happiness from their lux they're giving you. So basically, you gain 2 happiness. You were at 4, and then you end up getting 6 out of it, right? You gain 2 happiness. They gain 4 happiness. Do we see the problem here yet? like you don't want to be helping your opponent more than you're helping yourself with those trades. And every time you do that trade, you do that. You might be able to use this a little bit to get We Love the King Day trades from players, but in all likelihood, what's going to happen is people are going to be suspicious of you offering them. When you go to when someone offers you a deal, what you tend to do is you click modify, and then you unclick the resources they've offered, and then you can see how many of each resource you have and they have, so you can make sure that you're not getting ripped off in terms of trading your 1 luxury. And if you see they're trading 1 luxury to you and you have 2 luxuries, you're going to go, are they getting a Wheel of the King's Day out of this? So you might be able to do some trading for that, but you're only going to do that if they have duplicates of that luxury. And if they have duplicates of luxury, they're going to trade those duplicates to anyone who asks for a duplicate anyways, in all likelihood. And you're helping them more than you're helping yourself. And that kills me. You don't want to be doing that in this game. Honestly, it's not quite a zero-sum game, but it sometimes seems close to that. Then that anytime your opponents benefit, you lose. It's like that in the 6-way free-for-alls that we're playing. It's not like the AI where they're not going to utilize that benefit in the same way that a human player is going to do it. And you can't sell luxuries for gold in multiplayer, because players don't pay for luxuries with gold like that. So I don't like that ability. I don't think it's as beneficial. I don't think it's as beneficial versus humans as it is versus the AI. And that finally leads us to the Sea Beggar. And I had a comment in the last iteration of this video that the Sea Beggar, you could do something pretty cool with the Sea Beggar, which is if you go for armories, you can get logistics promoted Sea Beggars, and they'll have Coastal Raider 3, prize ships, supply, and logistics, which means you have a melee unit that can attack and move back and is triple promoted versus cities. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. I'm like, I hadn't thought about that. That might make them quite a bit better. It might actually make naval warfare a little bit different. The problem is it doesn't. The problem is it doesn't work. And here's why it doesn't work. People who are playing multiplayer and are coastal are watching for text to see when people are reaching frigate era. Because frigates are so terrifying that you have to be prepared for frigates. If you're not prepared for frigates and frigates show up, you lose the cities that they're attacking. That's how it works. So you have to be counter-frigating and defending versus frigates. And the problem is Sea Beggars have the same tech as frigates. So if you decide to go that, first of all, it's slow, because you have to pick up steel first to do that. And steel is out of the way in terms of if you're trying to rush frigates, which are the top tier of techs, top part of the tech tree rather. So you have to come down into steel tech and to build the armory, so you can get the logistics promoted Sea Beggars. And then you need the logistics, because if you don't have logistics, you can't attack and move back, which means you can't cycle them in. So if there's only 2 tiles the city has that are coastal, you can't attack with more than 2 coastal units more than 2 privateers per turn, 2 Sea Beggars per turn, unless you have logistics. So you have to pick up logistics to even try this. But the problem is, what they're doing is they're going to build frigates of their own and privateers of their own to defend their cities, because they can't count on the city and ground and land troops to do that. That's why frigates are so scary in the first place, because the land resources really don't defend coastal cities versus frigates. You have to have frigates of your own. So what that ends up being is that you go into a war where a large portion of your production has been sent on Sea Beggars, and the Sea Beggars are triple city promoted with logistics, and they have 0 promotions versus other ships. And the other players who are expecting you to attack them with frigates, because you have frigate tech, have promoted all their units with with anti-naval promotions. So you get something like, you get a 25 combat strength melee unit that can attack twice, and you're running into double promoted or single promoted and heroic epic promoted units that are anti-sea promotions. And it ends up that it becomes what they call they call this a lot in the card games, like a Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering or things like this. They call these basically win more, right? So if you are already going to win the naval war, having the sea beggars lets you do some funny stuff where you attack with logistic sea beggars into cities. But you already won. If you haven't won the naval war, you never get the sea beggars in range of their cities to attack, because they have large portions of ships that are blocking the way, and you have to attack the ships. And if you had the production to take out their army if you had the production to produce sea beggars while you also were producing frigates, and your frigate army was enough to beat their frigate army, you didn't really need the sea beggars in the first place, because you're going to have coastal dominance and you could just kill their cities with frigates. So basically it becomes not necessary. If you're going to win, you're going to win that anyways. And if you weren't going to win, then having the sea beggars wasn't going to make you win that. You're not going to surprise people with it because the tech path is so obvious, and they're going to build frigates to counter that. And finally, it takes a lot of damage. You don't actually get all that much gold, even with Coastal Raider 3. And logistics, and the melee units are taking a lot of damage versus these cities. So basically, you move in, attack twice, move out. Your ship probably loses 2/3 of its health from that, maybe more if they get a shot off on that. You might be as low as like 20% when you finish that, and you have to move out of range. So you're not getting picked off by like errant crossbows or things like this. And you don't tend to have a million movement. You tend to have more on the vicinity of like 5 to 7, depending on if you got Great Lighthouse or Exploration or both. So it's really challenging to use that. The only time I've had it be effective is when I cleared out naval ships first, in which case I'm winning more, or my opponent wasn't good enough to recognize when I was going for frigate tech. And even then, it's less efficient than frigates at killing players when I'm surprising them. It just doesn't work, and it's really too bad, because I would really liked it to work. And I don't know what they could have done to make that better, but it's just a unit that has no place. It's basically a privateer that has bonuses to attacking cities, and in reality, you don't use privateers to attack cities. You use frigates to attack cities and privateers to capture cities. So it doesn't work. All right, finally, last civ. I'm talking forever here. My voice is like gone. Let's talk about China. So China is a tier 2 civ. It's a very solid tier 2 civ. It's very much a military civ, but it has some bonuses that go both militarily and otherwise. It has a pretty scary military unit. We talked about already a couple times in this video about which types of techs are so important to game-changing war techs, right? We talked about chariots, we talked about crossbows, we talked about frigates, this type of stuff. China has a unique crossbow, right? It has the Chukunu, and Chukunu here is it's a crossbow that's weaker combat strength. It has 14 combat strength as opposed to 18. It has 13 defensive strength instead of, I think, 6. No, I think 13 is the same. I think it's 18 range combat strength compared to it's 14 range combat strength compared to the 18 that regular Expos have, but it has the same melee combat strength. So it has less damage. The thing is, China has a bonus from their Great Generals. Their Great Generals give a 30% bonus instead of a 15%. So in reality, what would be the comparison? So what's 15% of 18? So it's basically like a 20. The crossbows are basically 20 combat strength with a Great General near them, and Chukunus are basically like 17 combat strength, a little under actually, 17 combat strength with no, a little over. Man, like 18. It's close to 18. So the point being, as I failed to do mental math here, is that what you're seeing from this is you're seeing a much closer combat strength comparison than you might expect. You're getting a little over 20 for crossbows and a little over 18 for Chukunos. So there is a little bit of a deficit in range combat strength for them, but they fire twice. And that is devastating. They're incredible on defense, and if you can get them set up, they're really good on offense too. They're amazing with roads, because then you can move like up to 2 tiles on a road and then still shoot twice, which is really good. And if you're just set up in defense, they're really hard to push into. But even attacking, if you can get them in range of cities or in range of units you're trying to kill, they're very, very strong at killing things. And they're a crossbow, and they're already an efficient unit for killing things because the defenses haven't scaled as quickly as the offense has scaled in the crossbow era. So basically, crossbows are going to be a unit that's already good at doing things like that. The Chukunu is just better at that. The Great General spawning is huge. Increased by 50% means that China has more Great Generals and they know what to do with. And when they have more Great Generals and they know what to do with, and they're making more than you, they're going to citadel your land. So if China's pushing into you, they're going to be able to take your defensive locations from you using citadels, and that's terrifying. And then the Great General bonus is just good all around, because not only does it help the Chukunus, but it also helps your blocking units, your horse units, etc. So all those are nice combat bonuses. I don't know if that would alone make that a tier 2 civ. It might make it a tier 3 civ for me, just those alone. But then there's also the Paper Maker, and the Paper Maker is fantastic. This is a library that has no upkeep, and then also gives you 2 gold. So this is basically a 3 gold difference between anybody else's library. And this is fairly versatile. This means one of the issues that having going wide has is gold issues, and China is better at going wide than other units, because a lot of times you can't rush libraries. You can't afford to rush libraries in Empire going wide, because they don't have enough science return versus the gold cost they're taking from you. It's almost better to go markets for pure science. If you watch the teamer games like 2v2s or 4v4s or stuff like that, or even 1v1s, a lot of times what you're going to see is you're going to see that they don't go libraries for a long ass time. They go markets first, because markets are more direct science for them. Because what they're looking at is negative science games, or negative gold games from the amount of units out there, and the markets are better at fixing that and restoring science than libraries are. But China can do this quite good with paper makers, because paper makers are actually giving them 2 gold as opposed to costing them 1 gold, so a net gain of 3 gold here. So that's quite a nice tile, and it's even good for tradition games. Getting that extra gold early on a building that you have to rush to get your national college out is really, really nice. Overall, just a very, very strong civ, very, very dangerous war civ, and scary to have in games. But T2, I think, not T1, because it lacks the direct science gains or the direct growth gains or stuff like that. Alright guys, this has kind of been a long video for me, but I did want to take the time after I had some interest in the channel, had some interest from my viewers, and then we did a sub goal to get this out. And I know you guys have liked my guides, tips, and tricks videos in the past, and perhaps this will motivate me to do some more in the not too distant future. We'll see. I don't want to make promises about that, but I wanted to update this tier list as I continue to play. As I said at the beginning of this video, many hours ago now, that I've played another probably 1,500 hours since I first made that video, and I feel like these ratings are a little bit closer to what I'm seeing them now with the extra experience played and those extra games played. Anyways, hopefully you're going to enjoy. Hopefully you've enjoyed this video. If you've gotten this far, you must have enjoyed it, or anyways, hopefully you've enjoyed it up to this point. And I'm going to upload both this video, and I will upload points when the civs change, so that I'll have a list that on the drop down for that, and probably in a couple days, of if you want to see a specific civ, you can click the button. And I'll also update my Twitch channel with the correct Excel sheet that shows my tier list. Anyways, thank you very much for watching, and if you enjoyed it, hit the follow button, and I'll see you soon. FilthyRobot out.